Good morning. Tuesday, September 9th, 2025, regular Board of County Commissioners meeting will about call to order. We'll now begin with a moment of silent reflection for the first responders and members of our armed forces, followed by an invocation by Vice Chairman Law, and Commissioner Moss will lead us in the pledge. Please rise.
Good morning. Please pray with me. Our Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for guidance. Oftentimes, Father, we think around this time of year of heavy hearts as the tragedy of 9/11 is only 48 hours away from our remembrance. Father, we ask that you hold the families and the survivors of those in the palm of your hand. Father, we know that our world can be in chaos at times and very fragile. Father, we know that our state, our county, and our cities can also be fragile. Father, your word tells us not to harden our hearts, but instead to soften our hearts and to let go of any anger and bitterness that we may have. Father, we ask that you guide us. We ask that you guide this commission in making rational and correct decisions to the best of our ability. Father, we do all of this in your Son's name. Amen.
Special thank you to our fire rescue and our law enforcement as the anniversary of 9/11 approaches. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. Well, welcome everybody. Are there any additions, deletions to the agenda, emergency items?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to pull and reset 14A and 14B, which are the county attorney's contract as well as the county administrator's contract, the addendums.
Can I ask you why?
Yes, sir. The question was, Kenny asked me why, and Commissioner Ehrman, I feel that anytime a professional enters into an employment contract, that is essentially a contract. To ask to have a contract modified essentially midstream, I think that that decision should have been reviewed and made at the time of signing the contract. Secondly, I don't believe the timing is appropriate. I think it should be reviewed at a later date.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would respectfully disagree with that, and I think this is the appropriate venue to bring any proposed addendums to the contract, and I believe it's timely based on the report we were given, and I look forward to having the conversation today and moving on.
Mr. Chair, I believe we also told the clerk of the court that we would be handling this today. It's my understanding that that's his understanding, so I don't think we should deviate from that.
You mentioned full report and clerk of the court. I just want to remind everybody that we were informed by the clerk of the court that this action did not pass audit. It was referred to a review. My understanding that the state attorney looked at it, or a representative. It was then referred to law enforcement entity for inquiry, and I also agree that today's not the day, as we should allow the official agency to review it and afford us the opportunity, whichever way it goes. That's when a decision gets made. Right now, it's clouded. I have talked with both of the individuals and expressed my feelings on it, and I asked them not to move forward with this request today, but it was left on. I believe it's inappropriate for us to make a decision based on all that we have been shared. You've all been given the same information. We've all heard the same information, and I believe we have to respect any inquiry by law enforcement.
Mr. Chair, duly noted. However, I too spoke with the clerk, and it was indicated to me that that inquiry, they are waiting to see what we do today to shape more information for that. Therefore, based on their expectation, the expectation laid out in the report, and our response to said report that this would be heard today, I would not be in favor of removing it from the agenda either items.
Okay, so
Mr. Chair, if I could just add, I believe that anybody in a professional capacity that signs an employment contract understands what they're signing. And to add an addendum for this body to hear, it seems a little odd. Furthermore, the county administrator's contract addendum is under the county attorney's matters, and I don't know why that wouldn't be under the county administrator's matters. I get it, it's a legal item. However, in the past, it has been under the county administrator's matters.
I would also point out that in January, we approved an addendum to Michael Zito's contract, so it's not out of the realm of rights of this board to hear said addendums that's proposed and then make decisions based on that. In fact, I would argue that we have done it multiple times.
I believe the particular item in Mr. Zito's contract was included in his contract.
We added deferred compensation, which was an extra benefit of $15,000.
Okay. Well, that's my motion, Chair, if you want to call it.
I want to hear this out. We need to move on this and get us behind us. I don't know if it's appropriate, but maybe the clerk can give us some insight if he's willing to talk to us about this. Any further what's transpired in his office or anything? Mr. Butler, would you be willing to put some clarification on this so we can move on this and get this behind us?
Be happy to answer any questions that you may have. For many, many years, the county has had an excellent external audit that's required of all Florida counties and Florida cities by an external auditing firm. When we discovered this particular problem, it threatened the status of that series of continuous positive audits. So that's why we brought it to the board's attention. Obviously, the board needs to take some action on this matter at some point. If the board does not take action, we would interpret that as action, and we would ask to recoup the funds that have already been expended. As of right now, of course, we're not paying the pay progression increases because we didn't believe that there was the proper authority to hand out those increases. But that's why we asked the board to make a decision on this matter one way or the other. As far as the question of the potential criminal inquiry or preliminary inquiry that's being conducted right now, I think any action by the board would affect that inquiry one way or the other. And I don't speak for FDLE. I can't tell you what action they would or wouldn't take based on what the board does. But obviously, anything the board does today would be taken into consideration by FDLE.
That's pretty clear cut for me. I don't think we need to wait another 2 weeks to decide this. We need to decide if the action by the county administrator was proper or improper, and then we can even talk about his contract later if we don't even want to touch on the contract. But we need to put, Commissioners, we need to put this issue behind us and move on. We got a lot of good things happening in this county that are being overshadowed by stuff like this that I can tell you was not done underhanded in the cloak of darkness in the hour of midnight or dishonest. It just should have been brought down here to the board instead of being put out, and being done by the administrator himself. That's what I want to solve. I'm not as concerned about the contract right now as I am putting this one issue behind us and giving it some closure and moving on and doing the business of the county instead of, letting the media and other folks bring us down.
Absolutely.
That's
I couldn't agree more. This is a legal matter. That's why it's under the county attorney's matters. And it's becoming a political football, which is ridiculous. And, frankly, I'm very disappointed that it's become that. Well, let's just move forward.
I'm disappointed as well. However, if there is an inquiry, there's an inquiry, and I believe that we should respect that. I can count to 3 to maintain it on the agenda, and so be it. I just wanted everybody to be aware that there was some concern, and then you have had the opportunity to see that same concern, and I believe that Ryan Butler has made it clear that there is a possibility of 2 different outcomes. However, as the clerk, he did bring it to our attention that this did not pass the smell test on the audit, would not give us a clear audit, and referred it and discussed it. I don't believe it's a circus. I believe it's due diligence and due process. If you consider that a circus, as far as the discussion that people are throwing in opinion in media, official or otherwise, or social media, I disregard that. I'm looking at the facts, and the facts are that this is under review, scrutiny, and I don't believe that it's appropriate for us to make a decision as a collegial body that it should have been done in the past. It's not being done. It's not being done without a shroud of concern. But we see the 3 opposing the suggestion.
I want to move on with this, so I'm not in favor of pulling it from the agenda.
And if that's the case, it stays on the agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if there's no further changes to the agenda, I move approval of the agenda as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next item is a presentation proclamation designating September 20th, 2025 as International Coastal Cleanup Day, and Commissioner Ehrman will have the honors of presenting. Commissioner Ehrman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Where's Kendra? There she is in the back. Come on up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for being here today and for all you do, and for all you do for the county, for the cleanup aspect of it, for the turtle protection, and the list goes on, because they do a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't know about. But we're going to talk about the Coastal Cleanup Day today. I'm going to read the proclamation, then we want to hear what y'all have to say. All right, it's my pleasure to read a proclamation designating September 20th, 2025 as International Coastal Cleanup Day in Indian River County, Florida. Whereas September 20th, 2025, the third Saturday of September, is a day recognized around the world for inspiring and encouraging the act of removing debris from the environment in coastal areas to create trash-free seas. And whereas the global movement of coastal cleanups on this day has led to the removal of over 380 million pounds of trash from critical waterways and coastal areas worldwide. And whereas Indian River County is made up of 22.4 miles of coastline bordering not only the Atlantic Ocean, but is inclusive of one inlet and an estuary of national significance, the Indian River Lagoon. And whereas in 2024, approximately 1,100 community members of Indian River County engaged in the act of service by volunteering on International Coastal Cleanup Day, removing 2,653 pounds or 36,811 pieces of debris from beaches and the Indian River Lagoon, enhancing and helping restore these critical coastal habitats that provide economically and environmentally important functions. And whereas we join Coastal Connections and the 25 additional park champions made up of local charities, service groups, and businesses who make the largest coastal cleanup in Indian River County possible and successful each year. And whereas all community members are encouraged to participate in a cleanup on this day to keep waterways and recreational areas of Indian River County clean of debris. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County, Florida, that September 20th, 2025 be recognized as International Coastal Cleanup Day in Indian River County and adopted this 9th day of September, 2025, and signed by all 5 county commissioners. Thank you, ladies, for everything you do in heading this up. It makes a huge impact. So tell us about it.
Big impact, yep.
We just want to say thank you for taking the moment to acknowledge this very important day. It's a very exciting day, not just for the organization, but for this community. As you heard, we have over 1,000 participants every year from this community who join hands to volunteer to pick up trash, which is such an interesting task to do when we're all doing it together, but it makes an incredible impact when we come together to pick up this trash and to beautify and our habitats and make them more healthy. So it means so much that you're honoring and acknowledging this day with us. And we're really excited to have our own county staff coming out and being a park champion at Tracking Station, thank you. So we're really excited to be once again partnering with the county as part of this event. So thank you very much. And I think our coastal cleanup specialist, Gina, has another couple words to say as well.
Just wanted to reiterate, again, thank you to the commissioners for designating September 20th International Coastal Cleanup Day. We are so excited to see the impact that we will have in 2025. So thank you again, and hopefully we'll be able to share those results again next year.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kendra.
Nice. Thank you.
Thanks, y'all. Thank you again.
I wish. She's his mom.
At this time, we'll move forward to the approval of the minutes for the regular meeting of July 1st, 2025. Everybody's got their own microphone.
Move approval.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And then we have the regular meeting minutes of July 15, 2025.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to items which do not require any commission action, but this particular item, commission action, should be noted. And this is the recognition of Melissa Meisenberg. She was the recipient of the Lagoon Champion Award, and that was from the Clean Water Coalition, the CWC. Is Melissa? And is Judy Orcutt available? You know, I mentioned it a couple of weeks back during a discussion, and I said, you know, that's an honor. And I did speak with Judy, and I appreciated the bestowment of recognition. Melissa works hard, real hard, and countless hours spending. I mean, that is her function, but she's working very hard on the lagoon, and we're honored to know that you recognize her for all her deeds and acts. We really appreciate it. Would you like to say a few words, Judy?
Me? Yes, please. Thank you so much. So CWC began the Lagoon Champions Award to honor individuals that are working above and beyond expectations, those who are going the extra mile to help restore the lagoon. So we're pleased to honor Melissa Meisenberg, we were, with the Lagoon Champions Award in August, and so I hope all of you read about it in our newsletter. This is a little bit of a public announcement, which I'm pretty shy about doing, so. But since joining the county in 2022, Melissa's really stepped up the lagoon restoration efforts in our area. She was the architect of the Lagoon Restoration Plan that was adopted in 2023, and under her leadership, the county has launched the following: a large-scale seagrass restoration, 22 acres, one of the biggest in the lagoon. She started the Living Docks program, where pilings are wrapped with oyster mats, which creates habitat for oysters, which filter the water, clean it up in the lagoon. There's been oyster reef restoration with these giant concrete oyster reef balls, and they help build eroded shoreline and help restore that habitat. She's working on muck mapping to determine if muck flux is a big nutrient problem in the lagoon. And she's really involving community, people, citizen science, and volunteers, and that's super important because it's going to take all of us to clean up the lagoon. So in addition to those things, we have also brought her some challenges, and she has taken them seriously and found solutions, so she's our go-to. So we were concerned about derelict vessels, and they were creating a marine hazard and releasing pollutants into the lagoon. So Melissa's worked with local law enforcement to process and remove these vessels using FWC funding. I think there's 2 on the consent agenda today. Maybe our last ones. How many have we done altogether?
This year, this will be 4.
4 this year. Excuse me, when the vessels are identified early, before they sink, money is saved on the removal end. And so now, thanks to Melissa, there's a way for citizens to report these potential derelicts as soon as they are spotted. We also started advocating for anchoring limitation zones way back with Commissioner Peter O'Brien, and Melissa's determination is finally getting it done. So this should help prevent vessels from becoming derelict because they're going to have to move instead of people just leaving them in place and going up north or whatever they do. Enforcement of overboard discharge has also been a challenge. We have the rules, they aren't enforced. So Melissa came up with a great solution to provide a pump-out boat, and there's really only 2 public pump-out facilities in our county. And so in this way, the pump-out boat can service the vessels at anchor and be convenient for them to obey the rules. And so together with the Land Trust, the Clean Water Coalition was pleased to supplement the grant to help pay for this service. So Melissa's forged relationships throughout the lagoon. She's active on the Indian River Lagoon Management Team. She collaborates with FIT, the Water Management Districts, Brevard Zoo, the ELC, neighboring counties. She involves citizens, but most important, Melissa's heart is really in her job, and it shows. Thank you, Melissa. We don't have
Melissa,
anything to give. We did
Melissa,
that
thank
earlier.
you. Well, she could hold her certificate
She
if you
can
wish,
hold her
and you want to
certificate.
take a photo.
And there's a couple of our board members here. A lot of our board members travel in September. So, but a couple of people could stand up with me. That the folks from Audubon are here, I believe, and I don't think I've seen anyone else. But we do have several people away. We don't even have a board meeting in September. It's hot, and everybody wants to get out of town. But can we do a photo? Sure.
Congratulations, Melissa.
Thank you.
We appreciate everything you do.
Thank you. I couldn't do it without the help of everyone within the natural resources, as the Lagoon Division is still quite small. Or I would be amiss to not recognize the other departments in the county that are also helping the lagoon with septic to sewer, the utilities department, conservation lands, parks and rec. They're all doing things that benefit the lagoon, so we're all doing this together.
Fantastic.
Well, we appreciate you. Thank you. Hey. Oh.
Well earned, Melissa.
Second. Thank you. A lot of good things happening. And of course, we have the event calendar. It's, once again, thank you, staff, for making it so robust. And I refer you to the website for the full value of the event calendar. Once again, it used to be about 4 or 5 lines. Now it's many pages. So there's a lot of great things happening for Indian River residents. We'll move on to the consent agenda. I did want to pull 9 Q Quebec. Is there any other items? That time again.
If there's no other items to be pulled, I'll be happy to move approval as amended.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by myself, and any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 9, Q Quebec, was the Kimberly Horn Associates Work Order Number 6, amendments, the 2 for the services related to the Gifford Elevated Storage Tank, rehabilitation and structural upgrade phase for 2. And my only concern was that it has elevated to a full repaint. And when we look at full repaint, can go back to past discussions when we had to climb the mountain to get the word Gifford put on the water tower. We have a great opportunity to enhance this as the terms have changed in the rehabilitation, and since it does require a full repaint after all the structure was addressed, we have Gifford identified on the eastern side, and it's not on the western side. Historically, for water towers, there is something that is omnidirectional. And it has also been brought up many times by the citizens, and now we have an opportunity to place a second Gifford landmark on the water tower. I just think it's appropriate. It's what the citizens desired from the beginning. We place it on one side, and again, if you travel US 1, you see that you're at the Gifford Water Tower. I want to say that the Gifford Water Tower is intrinsically valued by all the citizens. They, as we all heard, how much they identify. But there was a few stories that, and one relates to a lost individual, a young individual, and the only way that she knew where she belonged was by the coordinates of the Gifford Water Tower. That got me. She was able to let law enforcement know where she belonged over the Gifford Water Tower. We could talk about the benefits, the values, and we could talk about the ability to have, we have antennas on there as well. It's the highest point in Gifford, and I believe that it would be appropriate and fair to add the word Gifford in the painting scheme as a second element so that all citizens can see that that is the Gifford Water Tower.
We certainly, Sean Leesky, Director of Utilities, certainly it's something that we can look at and evaluate. I would like to point out that our other towers do not have that on there. They are all just identified with one name or one emblem on them. But it's certainly something that we can look at and evaluate, and would be happy to have that discussion. I think we've got an estimate of, for the wording of Gifford on the tower. Each wording would be roughly between $5,000 and $10,000. We don't have an exact estimate at this time, so we can certainly look into what it would cost to do that. But did just want to point out that, for instance, the Roseland Tower, Roseland is only on the east side facing US 1. On our Kings Tower, we only have the county emblem on it facing US 60. It's not on both sides, so did want to point that out, that the other towers within the community only have it on one side, so.
I was speaking in general terms on water towers, specifically of that type, with the poles. You can see it from all directions. It is also something that was brought up many times in the community, that they wanted to be able to see it as well, as opposed to the passing motorists. I understand. It's an ask.
Mr. Chair, would it give you a comfort level if we were to include in the motion for approval to go ahead and look at adding that additional cost in? Do you want that to come back, or if it's below a certain threshold, would you just like them to move forward with it? I'd be happy to make whatever motion would accomplish your goal.
Well, historically, and again, when we had the great debate and we were able to get the word Gifford on the water tower, I believe the cost was about $8,000 in the painting. Now, that was painting after it had been painted. I don't believe it would be as much, but...
Do you want to set a not to exceed 10? And if it does, will you come back for a discussion?
We'll see if that works.
Okay. I'll be happy to move approval of this item with the addendum of adding Gifford to the other side of the water tower, not to exceed 10. once you work it out with them, and if it does, to bring it back to us for further discussion.
I have a question, if I may. How many,
Let me second it, and then this way we can talk
Certainly.
about it. Second that motion.
okay, thank you, sir. How many water towers do we have, actually? In case it ends up that, everybody wants it on both sides. I just want to
We-
know
we
what we're
have
getting
the
into,
total
what
of-
road we're going down. Pardon me?
Yes, Commissioner Marsh, we have a total of 3 total with Gifford. So we have Roseland and we have Kings Tower are the only other towers.
Well, it could be
that we
that
have.
amount times 3.
What's that?
It could be that amount, whatever the amount turns out to be, times 3.
I would argue,
We don't know.
Commissioner, I would argue potentially no more than 2 because Kings Tower only has our county logo on it. It doesn't identify a CDP or a community.
Well, maybe someone will
looking at
want to see the
potentially-
county from the right and from the left.
See it on both sides
We
already.
don't know. All right. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
If I may add a comment, please.
That's who you are.
I'm Howard Richards, Manager of Capital Projects, Department of Utilities. May I? Okay. Just to let you know, we are in the midst of publicly advertising for bids on the Gifford Tower. And at this time, it would be a very easy add to add that second Gifford Tower by just adding another pay item into the bid form. So because this is a competitive bid, we'll probably get it at the lowest price potentially. Whereas if we were to go back to other towers to get prices to do just the additional logo, those costs will be higher. Just
Well,
wanted to add
I think the discussion is solely on this tower because it's going through the bidding and painting process, and this wouldn't be a discussion on the other towers unless we were going through the bidding and painting process. So if it's cleaner, just to add, if you haven't gone out to bid or whatever, just to add that as a additional line item, I'm happy to amend my motion to include that, to make that easier, provided the chair is willing to still second that. But I think at the end of the day, we just want it included to be on both sides. However that needs to happen, not to exceed a
Correct.
reasonable amount.
Yes, and then I would amend as well. It just, we are painting the Gifford Water Tower. I believe that we need to leave it solely on the Gifford Water Tower. Again, this is a great community concern. This is a community water tower, the landmark. The other water towers do not have names on them. They're not identified by a community, and we are not in the process of repainting them at this time. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I would just ask that they exhaust every option of funding this, preferably without taxpaying dollars.
We can absolutely do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff, as well. Thank you. Well, there's nothing else being pulled from the consent agenda. We can move on to the constitutional office and governmental agencies. There are none. We do have a public item. There's a public hearing. And the next item is item 11A1, which is 74th Avenue Property Exchange, Hawks Grove. And there are many attachments. Hopefully, you all have had the opportunity to review. And I see Counselor before us.
Good morning, Commissioner. Susan Prado, Deputy County Attorney on behalf of the County Attorney's Office. Yes, I was approached a little while ago by the Public Works Department, and they were looking to improve 74th Avenue because we have a new development that's possibly going in there by GHO. So GHO, Sebastian River Improvement District, Public Works, and myself all sat down at a table and we discussed that the requirements for GHO to improve the roadway to get to their new proposed development is there. So what needed to happen was the alignment at that current area is a little bit off. The area of 74th Avenue from 60th up to 26th is currently paved. The area from 26th to 33rd is not. And being that Sebastian River Improvement District does have some right-of-way there, in order to facilitate and make the road straight and not have a nice little curved road, we went ahead and we're looking to enter into an exchange agreement with Sebastian River Improvement District. You will see that is one of the attachments here. It's a real estate exchange agreement between us and them. In order to make this whole thing fulfilled and make them whole, you will also see that there is a deed that is attached from excuse me, that was from GHO to SRID, Sebastian River Improvement District, to kind of bring them back so they still have all of their right-of-way. And once they get their right-of-way now, they have it. They'll be exchanging with us, the county, so that we can have a straight right-of-way from 74th, and that can get paved from 26th to 33rd. That is a good benefit that we will be getting, which will be great because it'll lead to a paved, clean road. So I am asking today that the board go ahead and open the public hearing, take any comments or anything from the public and move forward. And I know so that this item has been advertised for 2 weeks as is required by Florida Statute 125.411 in a newspaper. The advertisement dates were August 26, 2025 and September 2nd, 2025. So we did meet with those requirements. But I'm asking that the board go ahead and move forward with approving this today so the chair can sign the agreement and we can sign the county deed in which we will be exchanging a sliver of our right-of-way with SRID so we can have a straight road. Do you have any questions?
Does anybody have any questions of council? Seeing none. Before I open up this public hearing, I just want you to be aware that I did omit the public comment section for anyone that wishes to speak on any agenda item that may not be here during that agenda item, and I will afford that opportunity once we conclude this hearing. So, with that, this hearing is now open for public comment. Having given ample opportunity for public comment, we'll close the public hearing. Counselor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Once again, I just renew the request from staff that the board approve this item so that yourself as chairman can execute the exchange agreement and the deed over to SRID so that we may move forward with the correct alignment and paving of this road.
Thank you. Commissioners.
Mr. Chair, if there's no questions or comments from the board, I'll be happy to move approval.
Second. A motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Counselor. Once again, I did omit the opportunity if anybody wanted to speak regarding any matter that's on the agenda. They can do that now, or they could wait for the actual item. Having given ample opportunity, we'll move on. Consideration of the 2025 Indian River County Comprehensive Plan Value and Appraisal Report, better known as the EAR.
So, Mr. Chair, while
wanna let-
staff's getting set up,
What is that?
so while staff's getting set up, let me just go ahead and tee this up to get us going.
Okay, if you want to do that.
Yeah.
I was going to.
So Patrick and Ryan are going to do a presentation, and then they'll go over the process, some of the more significant changes, and then I will, after Patrick's completed, I will go over some addendums based on the comments received. I'll identify the organizations, individuals that have provided comments. And then I will tell you in the front row, we have all our subject matter experts as it relates to any element in the comp plan in case there's any questions that arise. I would advise the board and the chair that, one of the things that I think worked well at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting and what I think would serve well in this meeting is if we did it by element. Do the future land use element, then just go each one so you can narrow the comments specific to that element, and then if somebody has a comments about another element, they could come back up about that element at that appropriate time. And that would be my recommendation. And if the board's okay with that, then we can turn it over to Patrick and Ryan.
Thank you for that, because I did promise, as we were getting so many inquiries and concerns, I did promise that we would go element by element. People do have some legitimate concerns that can be clarified, and I think it's most appropriate to do it in that fashion. This is for the people. In addition, I just want to say that this is a continuance of the hearing, and that at the initial onset of the hearing, there was concerns that perhaps the P&Z did not have ample opportunity. The P&Z board members did not spend the time that was felt that should be spent. I have to tell you, I want to thank the P&Z board for spending the inordinate amount of hours at the voluntary basis and rate, because they did spend a lot of time absorbing over 80 pages of information and then debated it and discussed it on this dais as a P&Z for hours. So I just wanted to say thank you. I also want to thank all of the many citizens that have brought some concerns to our attention. Some, again, are interpretation, and some are in regards to some of the strike-throughs. So I think it's prudent upon us to have the presentation, and then, as you say, I'd like you to add to many of the adjustments that have been made during the process, during the input, and that the concerns that were addressed, and then I would like to go element by element. Okay? Thank you. We have a staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Acting Planning Development Services Director Ryan Sweeney and Patrick Murphy will be presenting his PowerPoint, and then we'll turn it over to John to walk through some proposed changes.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Patrick Murphy, Chief of Long Range Planning. We are here to talk about our EAR process. Just to give kind of a little oversight of this. The community involvement, back in March of 2023, the county initiated an RFP process to contract with a consulting agency to help with this due to the undertaking of over 1,000 goals, objectives, and policies to be relooked at. And Kimley Horn was awarded this contract. Public engagement ensued. We had over 6 public workshops in the 3 regions of the county. The workshops were held at 11 a.m. and 6:30 p.m., making sure to cover all folks that either worked or didn't work. And on the days that they occurred, 2 workshops were held at the North County Library on November 16th, 2023. 2 workshops were held at the Board of County Commission Chambers on November 29th, 2023. And 2 workshops were held at the Intergenerational Center on December 13th, 2023. The majority of the workshops were hybrid meetings, providing the opportunity to attend in person or via Zoom if folks wanted to participate from the comfort of their homes. At these meetings, Kimley Horn and county staff explained the significance of the key plan elements and facilitated collaborative activities to seek public input. Just a recap of the public hearing process. On November 12, 2024, a special call meeting with the Board of County Commissioners was held, whereby the county's planning consultant presented to the board the scope of the comprehensive plan analysis. The consultant discussed the possible revisions they had examined for each element. On June 26 of 2025, the ear-based amendments were presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission. On August 12, 2025, the ear-based amendments were presented to the board, which directed staff to take the presentation back to PZC. In doing so, we met with the PZC on August 28, 2025, and Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of those amendments. So here we are today, September 9, 2025, and the ear-based amendments are being presented to you today for your discussion. So I'd like to go over some of the significant changes that are being proposed, some of the amendments here, starting with the first element in the comprehensive plan, is the future land use element. Planning staff discussed updating the RC Regional Commercial Future Land Use category with the Board of County Commissioners back on September 10th of 2024. The board expressed their support to add the following uses to this category: multiple family residential up to 8 units per acre, hotels and motels, and institutional uses such as schools, parks, and places of worship, cultural facilities. These uses are proposed for inclusion in the RC category. In Policy 1.39, this is being stricken to remove restrictions that hamper the ability to develop 300 acres of land located west of Interstate 95 and north of State Road 60. This land is designated CI, future land use. Only a portion of these lands have been developed since the policy was implemented in 2010 as a CVS distribution center. Planning staff believe the CI designation and the current parameters of the county's commercial zoning districts is sufficient in regulating development of this land. Sticking with future land use, Policy 18.1 has been stricken as the criteria spelled out in this policy has been adopted in Section 915.21 of the county's LDRs. Thus, the policy has been achieved by incorporation into the zoning code. Objective 18 will be revised to state, the county shall maintain LDR criteria for TND developments, and by 2045, 5% of new residential development occurring in unincorporated Indian River County will be in traditional neighborhood design projects. Moving to the next element in the comp plan is the sanitary sewer sub-element. Proposal is to revise Policy 1.6, which will require connection to the county's sanitary sewer system when a septic tank fails and the property has sewer service available to it. The current policy as written may be interpreted to allow septic tanks in rural areas in perpetuity. The current policy was written prior to the 2010 State Health Department sewer connection rules. Also in sanitary sewer, revised Policy 5.3 on the evaluation of sewer plant demands and potential expansion from the existing policy parameters to those established by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. The current policy is also outdated in its timelines. Policy 7.1 on the limitation of septic systems is being completely removed since these criteria have been moved into Chapter 201 of the county's LDRs. Moving to the potable water sub-element, the Indian River County Water Supply Plan discussion on page 28 of the potable water sub-element, which is page 21 of your staff report, has been removed and replaced with the new water supply plan located in Objective 10. Policy 2.7 in potable water is a new element being added. It states that the county's utilities department shall approve potable water concurrency for new projects only when adequate water supplies and facilities are available to accommodate the demands of the new development. Policy 4.11 is also a new element. It requires the county to implement its water conservation plan associated with its consumptive use permit. This policy was recommended by the St. Johns River Water Management District. Moving to the solid waste sub-element, elimination of Policy 2.3 on the regulations for disposal of septic haulers, since this activity is regulated by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. In the stormwater sub-element, Policy 1.2, which establishes minimum finished floor elevations for structures in the special flood hazard area, has been revised to set all buildings above the 100-year storm event, along with the appropriate freeboard protections. These elevations will now be based on the latest flood insurance rate maps and governed by engineering studies specific to the subject property. Policy 1.5 requires all major bridges to be designed within a 100-year 3-day storm event, is being revised to include provisions for constructing bridges above the 100-year flood elevation, and is further regulated by the provisions of Section 952.08 of the county's LDRs. Sticking in the stormwater sub-element, 7.9 has been added a requirement for the county to create and maintain an informational webpage which provides educational materials on best management practices for agriculturally exempt properties. This was added in cooperation with the Indian River Water Conservation District. Moving to the transportation element, policy 1.5 strikes language outlining the specific parameters of a required traffic study and instead references Chapter 952 of the county's LDRs, which includes the current traffic study requirements. Policy 4.1 has added a requirement that the MPO bicycle and pedestrian plan be updated every 5 years and shall include a summary of bicycle and pedestrian improvements that have been implemented since the previous plan's updates. Housing sub-element, policy 1.6, removes specific review times for development applications as these timelines are codified in detail in Chapter 914 of the county's LDRs. Also in the housing sub-element, we've added 2 new policies, 8.3 and 8.4, to assist with preservation of county's historically significant housing and coordinates with the State Division of Historical Resources. Moving to the conservation element, policy 6.4, the specific analysis items that relate to the land acquisition process, which is to obtain ecologically valuable land, have been removed and readdressed via the environmental bond referendum, which was adopted by Resolution 2022-016. Policy 7.3, which deals with the protection of wetlands and deepwater habitat, has been bolstered by the requirement of a specific permit from the county's environmental planning staff. Policy 7.8 of the conservation element deals with beachfront lighting. We've added requirements for lighting to be shielded and directed downward and include requirements for the lights to be specific light sources such as LED or low-pressure sodium. In addition, the policy will now require beach-facing windows to be tinted. The next 3 are in the conservation element. Policy 7.11 has been stricken as the Committee for a Sustainable Treasure Coast no longer exists. Policy 10.5, shoreline stabilization, is being strengthened to further protect sea turtle nesting habitat, enhance restoration and stabilization of sand dunes, and clarifies the use of rigid structural stabilization methods, for example, seawalls. Policy 11.2 has added a requirement for certain regulated industries to submit annual reports to the State of Florida Emergency Response Commission and to the county's emergency management services staff for hazardous substances stored, used, or manufactured at a given site. Moving to the coastal management element, policies 2.1 and 2.2 have removed specific geographic areas of the county for the protection of shellfish propagation and harvesting and water quality standards associated with such activity. This will instead refer to the application of Florida Administrative Code 62-302, which actually broadens the definitions of this activity and increases the areas of applicability of these policies in the county. We're recommending adding policy 2.13 on participation with the Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Program, which is currently in the intergovernmental coordination element. It's being moved actually to coastal because that's the proper location for it. Policy 3.2 revises the boat facility siting zones by regulating them with the criteria in the county's manatee protection plan. Policies 3.3 through 3.7 are being removed from this element and placed in the county's land development regulations. Also in coastal management, policy 4.12 and 4.13 are being proposed as new policies to add the ability to utilize local funds for beach renourishment and stabilization projects and for coordination with state and federal agencies on funding such efforts. Lastly, in the recreation and open space element, Objective 9 and its following policies have been removed as the Cultural Council of Indian River County no longer exists. There were several other policies in the recreation open space element that are being replaced with directives outlined in the county's Parks and Recreation Master Plan. There are no other significant changes proposed for the remaining elements, which are the intergovernmental coordination element, the public schools facilities element, and the property rights element. Just a brief overview of the EAR process timeline. At the conclusion of this hearing, once the BCC approves the EAR amendments in whichever form they do, county staff is then required to transmit the EAR to Florida Commerce, which is the state land planning agency per statute 163.318, subsection 4. The EAR is also sent to the 8 following state review agencies you see on your monitor above you. The state agencies have 30 days from the date they receive the transmitted materials from the county to respond in writing regarding any adverse impacts to their respective areas of purview, such as DOT would be commenting on the transportation element, but not necessarily on like a potable water element. If Florida Commerce elects to formally review the EAR, they shall issue a report giving its objections, recommendations, and comments regarding the amendments within 60 days after receipt. The county then addresses any concerns received in writing from the state agencies and schedules a second public hearing before the Board of County Commissioners to do a final adoption via ordinance. The county then must transmit the adopting ordinance to Florida Commerce within 10 days of BCC's approval. County staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend that the Board of County Commissioners review the attached comprehensive plan ear-based amendments, identifying the additional needed changes, and direct staff to transmit the county's comprehensive plan amendments to Florida Department of Commerce for its review. That concludes my presentation. I'm going to move to County Administrator, who's going to speak on some of the public comments he's received and his feedback on those.
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
members of the board, I just want to, a couple of things. I want to talk about public engagement real quick. I think Patrick noted with you, we had 6 public workshops, 4 of which were virtual. We had more than approximately 300 in-person attendees, and we had numerous online or virtual attendees. And they were offered at different times of the day in all areas of the county. And then we also did a survey, put it out there for people to take. And my recollection is it was just under 250 surveys that were received in terms of to receive input on local issues and concerns as we're moving forward for this next planning period. So since the document has come out, we've received a number of letters. I'll just kind of go through those and then go through the specific items that I'll discuss. We received a letter from the city of Sebastian, from the city of Fellsmere. We received a letter from Indian River Neighborhood Association, actually a subsequent email from one member of the association. We received a letter from the Pelican Island Audubon Society. We received a letter from St. John's Improvement District. We received a letter from one citizen who previously worked with others on the former 2008, and we received a letter from the Graves Brothers Company. And I know many of you yesterday and over the weekend after the agenda was published received certain comments, and we spoke with several of you yesterday. I spoke with each of you yesterday individually, and we have I have an addition into that I'll provide it as we go through these. So based on the public comment and public and stakeholder comments, I'm going to touch first on the future land use element. The proposal for Objective 1, which reads, Indian River County will have a compact and energy-efficient land use pattern in an overall low-density character and adequate land for facilities to support development. And then the next sentence was stricken, which was by 2030, the overall residential density of the unincorporated portions of Indian River County with the urban service area will be 1.75 units acres. That was raised by 2 organizations. I will share that, staff has concerns with the ability to enforce and comply when you consider that our low-density residential 1 allows up to 3 units an acre, low-density 2, future land use categories, allows up to 6 units an acre, and transitional as a planned development project allows up to 3 units an acre. Our medium-density 1 residential allows up to 8 units, and medium-density residential 2 allows up to 10 units. It is important also to note rural residential allows 1 unit an acre, and agriculture future land use designations range between 1 to 5 units per acre, 1 unit per 5 acres, 1 unit for 10 acres, and 1 unit for 20. So with that being the case, and staff, as we look at the ability to monitor and achieve that, we don't think it's possible, and it's still the future land use categories set the density, and then the zoning district builds upon them because multiple zoning districts could apply to each future land use category. So with that, staff would recommend that you still adopt that policy as proposed. We did have a concern raised about policy 1.38A4 related to set-asides for public schools. That's an existing policy already. We have that. Proposed the policy 1.38E6, building heights. The original policy proposed was building heights shall be identified in the LDR's land development regulations, subject to provisions and/or incentives as may be adopted by the county in support of this policy. And everything they say after this was proposed to be stricken. Residential structures shall be limited to a maximum height of 35 feet while non-residential and mixed-use structures shall be limited to a maximum of 50 feet. For all structures, architectural embellishments may exceed maximum height limitations by no more than 15 feet. So when this policy was adopted, this policy was put in there for the purposes that we would adopt land development regulations to codify these. All of our existing zoning district regulations make this happen. They are there in each individual one. With that being said, based on the concerns, we've come up with an alternate policy for the board's consideration that we think supports and, reinforces that the county is going to recognizes the height limitations and how important it is. So I'll read that. The revised policy for your consideration would be: the county shall maintain building height limitations in the land development regulations, respective zoning district regulations, to preserve the county's low-density neighborhood character and protect low-intensity commercial areas and nodes. The county may adopt provisions and or incentives that are consistent with and in support of this policy. That would be the one based on the comments that were received over the last couple days for that one.
Quite a few.
Yeah, quite a few, yes. So we think that reflects that the
Much
county's
appreciated.
commitment to maintaining the building height limitations in the LDRs, which is in each individual zoning district respectively. So then there was a proposal on yes.
So I believe there's a huge amount of people here on
can
that one
pause.
item you just mentioned,
I can pause.
okay? No, you don't have to pause, but I want it crystal clear
Yeah.
that there are no changes to the height limitations or previous plan that has been intact for so many years.
It is 100% absolutely correct. All
I
of
think that, when you're done, sorry.
So all of the height limitations that exist that were proposed in the policy back in 2008 have been adopted into the respective zoning district regulations and our current land development regulations, which would require, any change to them would require 2 public hearings for any change to that. There's no ability to administratively amend them. It requires coming before this board, and I think the policy as have rewritten it, the county shall maintain building height limitations in the land development regulations, respective zoning districts regulations, to preserve the county's low-density neighborhood character and protect the low-intensity commercial areas and nodes. And what I do believe is, I believe this is completely consistent with the comments not just received, over the last couple of days, but also with that was received in the public meetings. The intent was never to gut height limitations. It's just the comp plan policy, and I'll use an example. I mean, the future land use, I think it's 196 pages. You got to get to page 97 to find out what the land use designations are and what the density or intensity requirements are. It's very confusing for most people, and we should make it so people can clearly see it, know what the requirements are, the policies, the goals, objectives, and then that's what the comp plan should do, as well as all that data, like the report that we have here, all the data that was done in evaluation would be an appendix to the document, and it would support those changes.
I think that the concern, if I understand it, and I received a number of emails and have spoken with a number of people, is that this not be moved from the comprehensive plan to the LDRs. And I object to the future land use element. In this very first paragraph, it says a summary of the changes that are proposed. And under that, it says, move standards out of the plan and into the land development regulations. I strenuously object to that. LDRs are determined by planning and zoning, county commission, and staff. That is, they're local. They can be changed anytime we want to change them. The comprehensive plan is filed with Tallahassee. So, excuse me, that requires approval as amendments, and then the amendments have to be filed with Tallahassee. What does that accomplish? I'll tell you. So that way, the long-term standards that are highly valued by the community, for example, the height restrictions, belong in the comprehensive plan as a protection against any quick changes that might go unnoticed by this community. And there, we have had some complaints that this went too fast, and I was the one who said something at the last meeting that it went too fast. At P&Z, the first P&Z meeting, it was discussed for 7 minutes because they didn't have time to read it. That's not to fault any of them. They were, we got a great team there. I watched their second meeting, and so can you. It happened on August 28th. It's videotaped. It's on the county website, indianriver.gov. I watched it last night. There was over an hour of discussion. Special thank you to Chip Landers, who slogged through everything, line by line, which is, by the way, what I'm prepared to do today. And if I don't get the chance, send me an email and I'll send you, because I've got 8 pages and it's single-spaced. So I'm ready to go for the gusto here. But we need to leave certain things, and this is one of them, must remain in the comp plan. And if they don't, it jeopardizes all of us, the lifestyle that we have here, the community that we love.
This is a business meeting, okay? I know somebody mentioned the word circus earlier, but it is a business meeting. Thank you all, though.
So, Mr.
We appreciate
Chair-
your support. That's why I wanted to point it out. It needs to be maintained. And as a matter of fact, the word, we can go through semantics, whether it's shall, may, might. How about will? We will.
I think shall legally.
Al is stronger.
most-
I just,
That's what-
I want to ensure that it's the will of what has occurred in this county for many years. It's been debated infinitum. A lot of people have given their all to ensure that we remain who we are, where we are, and why we are. And I give you this. You travel over, I had the opportunity, thank you, Sheriff, to travel in the helicopter many times while I was in the office. And you could see the clear difference of what Indian River is if you start from Fort Pierce and travel up to any one of the towns in Brevard. You could see what we have from thousands of feet above. You don't have to be here, but to be here is precious. And we need to maintain the height limitations. And again, I had the same concern when we had that discussion about the mall. And there was a lot of ideas that were going to be taking place, and it's a special area, and it's carved out. Doesn't make it right. So I don't believe that we should have anything in our comp plan that suggests that there's some wiggle room for height.
Can I ask a question? Can you or somebody explain, because I feel like there's some misinformation about how the comp plan relates to LDRs, which are land development regulations, and then how those relate to zoning. So can somebody succinctly go through how that works?
I will attempt. Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I just want to clarify, first of all, policy 1.38 is specifically unique to new towns. So this is the only reference in the comprehensive plan in the future land use element that identifies a specific height. Height is not identified for any of the other land uses, the L1, the CI. This is only specific to new towns. And actually, if you read it, it says residential may be 35 and non-residential or mixed use may be 50. It's actually allowance to go above the 35 in a new town in a 4,000 acre development west of 95. there are no other references to building height in the future land use element. They're all in the LDRs. I don't really care to fall on this sword. We can keep it as is, but this is specific to Newtowns.
Right, and that's fine. I just am looking at the bigger conceptual issue of comp plan and its relation to LDRs, because I feel like part of the conversation that we're getting into is if everything that's in our LDRs is also incorporated in the comp plan, then for efficiency's sake, we could just get rid of one or the other.
Right.
Right?
So if we were to
They serve different roles, so I want to understand what those roles are.
Yeah, so let me clarify a different option. Say, maybe let's think the other way. There's a policy that says the building height shall not exceed 35 countywide. However, in a low-density residential, we can actually go lower. We can cap it at 25. So the comp plan sets the ceiling, but the LDRs can be more restrictive. Just like, for example, land use. So L1 land use allows up to 3 units per acre, but we have on RS2, which is 2 units per acre. We have RS3, which is 3 units per acre. It can be more restrictive within the LDRs. We establish a lot more definitive parameters like building coverage, setbacks, lot sizes. Those are all in the LDRs, so those would not be appropriate at the comp plan level.
So, yeah, so essentially the comprehensive plan is the underlying foundation in terms of governing the use of land. What can happen, and specifically when you're talking the future land use element, it identifies the specific, land use designations, what's their intensity and or density, and then there's policies that, regulate growth, or it proposes things that, like the traditional neighborhood design policy we're going to discuss later. It proposes by X and X date, the county is going to go in this direction and do this. In the case of the traditional neighborhood design, the county went through the process and then adopted those regulations into the land development regulations. Because your land development regulations, matter of fact, if you read the statute, especially it's not specific about annexations, but when they talk about annexations, a municipality has to assign a land development or a comprehensive plan, and until they do, the land development regulations of the county still apply, because the land development regulations are the implementing mechanism to achieve the goals and the objectives of the comprehensive plan. That's always the way it's been set up since 1985 with the Growth Management Act. So they work it's a symbiotic relationship, but your comp plan's on the bottom, and then your land development regulations. And to Ryan's point, you can have things that are more strict, actually, in your land development regulations, as long as they're consistent with the comprehensive plan. For instance, we talked to there's one of the seminal land use law cases is Bavard v. Snyder. That you had a future land use category that said you could do, I think it was up to 4 units an acre. Well, the county, I think they adopted a zoning district that only allowed 2 units per acre. The Snyders sued. They lost because it's the county commission's decision to determine which zoning district, because that's the way you can control the growth. They weren't automatically allowed to get to the 4 units per acre, and I'm pretty sure it's the 4 units, and then they asked for 2. So again, the comp plans, the policies, the land development regulations are the implementing mechanism. And what I want to add is that if anything, keep in mind, a land development regulation requires an ordinance. That's 2 public hearings, has to be advertised. The P&Z and the staff, staff can propose it, but it still has to go through the same process as any other applicant that wants to make a change to our land development code. The comp plan, yes, it goes through Tallahassee, but I think we all know since 2011 that has largely been gutted with the eradication of the Department of Community Affairs, got sent to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, and now it's with the Florida Commerce. So the local control is the ordinance. That's where you have control. And matter of fact, one of the things, if you recall, when you're looking at site plans or a thing that comes before the board, the question becomes, is it consistent with the comprehensive plan? Yes or no? And then is it also consistent with the zoning district regulations? It has to be consistent with both. So what we are proposing, and I'm going to agree with Ryan, if people believe that policy's, eliminating them, we could leave it as is. I don't believe it's appropriate, but that's fine. But this is, the county shall maintain building height limitations in the land development regulations, respective zoning district regulations. So for each zoning district, there's a height limitation, just like there are setbacks, he was saying. So to go on, to preserve the county's low-density neighborhood character and protect low-intensity commercial areas and nodes, the county may adopt provisions and/or incentives that are consistent and in support of this policy. So that anything you adopt has to be consistent and in support of that policy. So I just want to clarify that, but I would also echo Ryan's comments. If the belief is that having the residential structures limited to height 35 feet and commercial limited to maximum 50 with the architectural limitation being 15 additional feet, if the board feels more comfortable with that, leaving that in, you can. I don't believe it's the most appropriate place, but this is a board and community decision.
Sure. So just to follow up, or go ahead.
Well, just again, to recap those words, we stated very clearly that the comprehensive plan is the foundation, okay? And anything in the comprehensive plan on future development that's covered in LDRs has the possibility of being changed.
Just like the comprehensive plan has the possibility. of being-
That's correct. We do have that time. We can make comp plan amendments. There's amendments on the, yeah. We can do that. Sometimes, I don't know in all cases, but sometimes the will of the people is in the balance of 5 county commissioners. And I can see who we have and what we have today, but I don't know what we have tomorrow. And if that's the case, this could be perceived as an opening in the tent for the camel to get out. And I don't feel that we should have it in the comp plan going up to Tallahassee for review, because that's one step closer to the tent being moved.
So let me ask my fellow commissioners then, because we have 3 different language suggestions at this point. So just for clarity's sake, which language
heard from this side of the
suggestion are you guys, at least, that have spoken, suggesting? Because I want to make sure that we're being very specific, because words matter when we end up at the end of the day with this. So there's the original proposal, which was to remove it from 1.38 because it's included in the LDR. Then there's the new language revised that John just read, and I won't belabor it by reading it again, that just talks about keeping it in there and being consistent. And then there's the option of just leaving it in its current existing state. So where are we on that advocacy perspective, so I understand which conversation we're having here?
I want to leave it in its current state with the numbers, So the height is a number.
Okay,
So
got
just
it.
leave all the numbers in.
I'll leave it like it is. Let's leave it like it is.
Agreed.
All right.
Hey, we have consensus.
Could I offer something up to the board?
Yes, sir.
So with what we proposed, the revision, because it's right now just shall be identified, the residential, it's a standard. You could take that and submit it with the policy statement about maintaining building heights, and then include those all the heights that you have in the existing policy. So you have a policy with the standards together. Would that be?
Does that make it stronger?
I believe making the policy that we're saying, listen, the county shall maintain building height limitations in the land development regulations, respective zoning district regulations to preserve the counties. You're saying that, and then you're saying the residential structure shall be limited to maximum 35 feet, non-residential mixed use, maximum 50 feet. For all structures, may exceed the maximum height no more than 50. Architectural embellishments, the 15 feet. I think you have a policy, and then you have the actual, here's the max.
Yeah.
That strengthens the policy.
that work for everybody?
Yes.
That works.
Yes.
Fabulous. All right. One down, 700 to go.
Okay, so,
But he still had more to go.
I do. So we
Yes,
good? We got
crystal
that?
clear.
All right. So just so for clarity purposes, I'll read the entire policy as that is going to be revised. The county shall maintain building height limitations in the land development regulations, respective zoning district regulations, to preserve the county's low-density neighborhood character and protect low-intensity commercial areas and nodes. Residential structures shall be limited to a maximum height of 35 feet, while non-residential and mixed-use structures shall be limited to a maximum height of 50 feet. For all structures, architectural embellishments may exceed the maximum height limitation by no more than 15 feet. Does everybody understand and get that one? We're good?
Thank you, sir.
Applause.
Excellent.
Okay, so the next one I think will be warmly received. Proposed policy 4.1, land use district shall be located in a manner which concentrates urban uses, thereby discouraging urban sprawl. It was noted by our consultants as being redundant, and it is referenced in other areas, but staff would submit that retaining the policy is appropriate and consistent with the expressed desires of residents who participate in the workshops online survey. So we would say retain the policy as written. Do not delete it.
So add 4.1 back in.
Leave it in. Do not mess with it.
Okay, sweet. All right,
So it makes it clear that we're not promoting urban sprawl and that we're discouraging it. Policy 4.8, when reviewing amendments to the future land use, the county shall consider the impact of proposed amendments upon job housing balance and of the following subareas: North, Central County, and South County, and there's a couple other. So what we're saying is this is addressed in the economic development element, which is going to need to be further updated once we have the Economic Development Strategic Action Plan. So we're saying delete this policy, and if the language that's going to come back from the Economic Development Action Strategic Plan provides, a policy recommendation, when we update the Economic Development Action Plan, we will make sure that what exists in there today is consistent, and that's a comp plan amendment that would come back before the whole community and this board. Because we're doing the ear-based amendments now, but the Economic Development Strategic Action Plan, which is going to impact the economic development element, is not, we have a draft of it right now.
and I would echo that is actually has been the intention of that economic development study, was to craft any changes to kind of build out that economic development element and make it more robust based on today's economy and situations within the county versus I think it was well thought out at the time, but it was more cursory because there was just less programs in place. So just to give some comfort level, that's always been the intention in the discussion on that. And there is that, I would agree, there is that language that is addressing that currently.
So similarly, at policy, there was a proposal for policy 6.9. There was a date by which the county should adopt the regulations as it related to, industrial uses compatible in agricultural areas. The proposal has been tweaked. The county shall adopt regulations allowing small-scale biofuel processing plants as exist today in manufacturing facilities that provide critical components defined as products essential to the construction of the county, state, and federal transportation system as accessory uses in designated areas designated AG2 and AG3. The equipment, processing areas, and transport facilities of accessory biofuel processing plants and manufacturing facilities shall occupy no more than 40 acres or 25% of the total site, whichever is less. Such facilities shall be subject to staff-level site plan approval and shall be located at least 300 feet away from nearby residential uses. Larger scale biofuel processing plants and critical transportation infrastructure manufacturing facilities shall be allowed in areas designated AG1, AG2, and AG3 if approved through the special exception policy. The recommendation is to adopt the policy as proposed. And I would note, following the adoption of the EAR, again, we have the Economic Development Strategic Action Plan coming, and county staff intend to evaluate and propose, because the preservation of our agricultural lands is a policy within our existing comprehensive plan, and also looking at opportunities to create like agricultural industrial corridors west of 95 near for Oslo or State Road 60 to promote agricultural lands from the incursion of residential uses, promote flexibility in agricultural lands to encourage the retention of agricultural lands, and recognize the compatibility of certain agricultural and industrial uses. So staff would recommend to adopt that policy as proposed. Proposed policy 13.3 proposes to eliminate 2018 and revise the policy to delete develop criteria for annexation decision and execute interlocal agreements with the county to formulate these criteria. Staff would offer that the policy as revised retains the express desire for the county and the municipalities to engage in joint planning and consider interlocal service boundary agreements or joint planning agreements. But I would also note that Chapter 171, Part 1, municipal annexation or contraction of the Florida statutes, establishes the annexation prerequisites and procedures. So we would again adopt the policy revisions as recommended. The next would be Objective 18. This is one that has also been, several have brought to our attention. Revises to remove the corresponding policies that called the county to adopt, quote unquote, adopt land development regulations that establish the TND, Traditional Neighborhood Design Zoning District. The TND regulations and criteria were adopted as Section 915.21. That was in 2012, Ordinance 2012-029 of the Indian River County Code of Court Ordinance. This is what I was getting at before. The policy says, hey, we need to go in this direction and do this. And then back in 2012, that happened in 2008, and they got it done in 2012, and there it is. So staff recommends, just to make sure, similar to what I attempted with the building heights, to revise it as the county shall maintain and update TND, Traditional Neighborhood Design District regulations, as appropriate, and then by 2045, 5% of new residential developments, dwelling units occurring in unincorporated Indian River County will be in traditional neighborhood design projects. Let me pause on that one because that generated some comments.
I would like to just clarify that the traditional neighborhood design is currently defined, all this information is defined in our existing LDRs
Yes, that's correct.
since 2012.
Yes, that's correct. Every word that's in this comp plan right now is actually been carried forward and is in the land development regulations codified.
Thank you.
And when they wrote that, if you go back, but just by the way it was written, the policy was, hey, county, adopt land development regulations that establish TND.
Okay.
And that's exactly what we did.
Yeah, I had a concern on this as well. And can we at least add a definition of what it is? I know we were striking large paragraphs, some kind of definition of what it is in the comp plan, because you're basically taking everything out.
Well, but what we're proposing is the county shall maintain and update the traditional neighborhood design. That's the zoning district, and that's now, we're saying we're going to, shall maintain and update traditional neighborhood design district regulations as appropriate. A lot, different.
Right, but can we define, can we give a definition of what that is within the comp plan?
I think later in the future land use element, each specific zoning or future land use designation has a definition, am I correct?
I mean, if you don't know what it is and you're reading the comp plan, how would you know what it is?
Would it
You'd have
make
to
you
look at the
feel
other.
better to include traditional neighborhood design as defined in whatever section of the land development regulation?
Yeah, I'm talking about a sentence.
Yeah,
To define it, that's all.
we can work on
A
that.
definition.
We can add the definition of a traditional neighborhood design district.
So we know we're staying on track. Yeah.
We can, I mean, if I have to, I think we know somebody in the community that could call up Andres Dwani and get us the most, or Peter Calthorpe, and get us the most precise definition that would suffice for all. So this is just a kind of a Scrivener's error. The next one, sanitary sewer subelement. On paragraph 1, the last sentence, it says "wewer."
Can we stay with the future land use for a moment? Are we doing element by
I was
element?
going through ours, and then we're going to go back
It
element
is,
by
it
element.
is an element, then what we're going to do is after you've addressed all of the inquiries, concerns, and staff, we're going to take a brief recess,
Come back.
being urged,
element by element.
and then we're going to go element by element.
Yes.
So we'll have another opportunity, and I want the public to have the opportunity to be able to have their input as well.
And also,
You're going to do all the elements right now?
yes, and it
Okay.
just, these are the ones that
Okay,
are brought
all right.
up, so we're, because
Okay.
It's
we are
10:30 and I
addressing
don't
a number of the
anticipate the meeting
ones,
to be done by
the
11.
comments like, you know, early on, we addressed,
This is an important action.
yes, we addressed, yeah, like.
This is policy.
Yes, okay. So like this next one will be, it's going to address the concerns of 2 of our municipal partners. But the first one was in that paragraph 1, it says "wewer subelement." I'm not familiar with that treatment process, so we'll say sewer. Just correct the yes to W. Proposed policy 1.1, new development within, and this was stricken, the unincorporated portion, and then what was added, municipalities of Indian River shall be approved only when capacity is available either on-site or off-site to provide needed sanitary sewer. So we are proposing to actually strike, you know, to leave the policy as is, you know, get rid of the municipalities of, and then leave the unincorporated portion in. And then, but I do recommend that we add 2 notes to clarify, because I think both the city of Sebastian and the city of Fellsmere has valid points. Note 1, the county and city of Sebastian adopt an interlocal agreement providing for the transfer of the city of Sebastian water and wastewater system September 20th, 1995, and the county acknowledges it will provide sanitary sewer within the corporate limits of the city of Sebastian, consistent with the provisions of the ILA. I think to make it clear, we have an ILA to provide sanitary sewer and water if there's other areas there as well. And then for note 2 is, the city of Fellsmere currently maintains its own sanitary sewer collection system, and the county, through an agreement, treats their wastewater effluent. This agreement may be amended based on the mutual consent of both the county and the city. So it doesn't limit the city of Fellsmere and the county of revisiting that amendment to expand if they want to say, listen, we want you to take over everything, but right now it recognizes the current conditions that we have. So I think that, like, for instance, why we're doing this is to address some of the issues that were brought up to us. So the next one would be proposed objective 2, the sanitary sewer element. It was revised with an updated timeframe from 2025 to 2045, and it established a long-range goal for 60% of all users be connected to the county's sanitary sewer system versus at least 60% of all users that will be connected. So I just would like to note to the board a couple things. One, with the 2030 mandate connecting sanitary, requiring connection to sanitary sewer when available, or the replacement of conventional septic systems with enhanced nutrient-reduced on-site treatment and disposal system, this 60% may be unattainable, but we do believe, meaning going over it, we believe the goal is important because you got to have the goal. So we should say, let's retain the goal. Keep in mind, it is estimated that the public investment could be nearly $500 million to $1 billion, along with a private investment of $500 million, and that would be to, you know, collectively expand plant capacity, build a new plant, extend sanitary lines, and then the private cost to connect their system, connect to the system or replace their septic system, replace their conventional septic system. The county also is in the middle of completing its integrated water master plan. I hope many of the residents stay after, because one of the items later on the agenda is an update on that integrated water master plan. And then the other thing I'm going to add, I want,
Before you go on, can I ask a question?
yes, ma'am.
How does this jive, saying by 2045, when we know we have the 2030 mandate?
So, but the 2030 mandate is to,
Tallahassee,
yes, to connect
unfunded.
to central, correct, unfunded, to connect where available, and people have to connect to a central sewer system. Where not available, they have to upgrade their septic systems. Sean is here, we are working on a wastewater plan for the purposes of identifying, along with the integrated water master plan, of trying to find out and identify. Please also be mindful, in 2017, there was a Schulke report, that's what it's commonly referred to, that identified priority areas for areas that would impact, the Indian River Lagoon. Because at the end of the day, I mean, when you talk about $500 million to $1 billion of public funds, you're going to have to get with, I think, the board and the community is going to have to prioritize the areas that we connect first and foremost, or we direct our infrastructural investments in. And it would be those areas that are in that Schulke report. But I know that as part of the Integrated Water Master Plan, that's one of the supporting documents that our current consultants are reviewing to make sure that that's still valid, because there's also the St. Sebastian River. So the point being is, we're not going to be able to wholesale by 2030 go out and make that happen. I think I've discussed that before. That's a billion-dollar investment, and so we're going to have to do it strategically, methodically, so we will meet the 2030, but then going on the 2030 by the 2045, we're saying by 2045, let's strive for 60%.
I understand what you're saying, and it's more realistic than what we're currently required to do. But since we're sending this to Tallahassee, do we want to acknowledge, their mandate, their unfunded mandate, that we'll strive, toward that?
So, and to that point, excellent point.
We're sending it to them.
Excellent point.
This is
Policy
something they could
2.7.
call out and say, well, are they not listening? And by the way, at the legislative luncheon last week, Robbie Brackett mentioned this, and he said that that's it. It's 2030. He said the way that thinking right now is it's not going to be moved back.
So I certainly have a comment on that. I think as we get closer to that.
I agree with you. I mean, you're being realistic about the dollars. There's no.
Beyond the dollars, but as we get closer to that deadline and residents start seeing a $15,000, $17,000, $20,000 bill or potential or an invoice or proposal, I think there's going to be an inordinate amount of pressure placed on the legislature to maybe reassess that deadline. I might be wrong. That's just personal, professional opinion.
Well, perhaps
I will add,
they acknowledge it.
Yes, but I will add in policy 2.7, there is an addition. The county shall prioritize providing sanitary sewer to subdivisions posing critical water quality improvements or impacts to the Indian River Lagoon as identified in table 3.3A31. And then you go further, policy 5.3, the county will comply with FDEP requirements for evaluating capacity and planning for future improvements as needed to provide sanitary sewers at committed levels of service. So we have other ones even further down. The county will, objective 7, the county will coordinate with FDEP and appropriate regulator to limit and discourage the number of new septic systems permitted annually. These are other policies related to septic systems in our current, that we're proposing. These are new policies that we're proposing in support of what we're saying here. I'm just saying that 60%, if we can get to 60%, that's awesome. If we can go beyond 60%, at 60% you could take a victory lap, but if you go beyond that, we can take 2. But I think it's going to be a heavy lift when you look at the amount of public resources that may be required, let alone private resources. I'm just trying to be realistic, and I think that's what we talked about when we met with the consultants. I've got my yearbook here where I met with them, and I talked about the realistic, is it attainable? And so, but again, we're about 9 months in on the Integrated Water Master Plan, and we also have the wastewater plan that we're working, or that we've actually, are we completed yet? Or it's all together, so I would just add that. So we are recommending that to retain that policy as we're revising it. We're not eliminating it, we're just recognizing that it's the 2045, and we are saying at least 60%. versus establish a long-range goal for 60%. We're saying at least, we're saying a long-range goal of 60% versus the at least.
So we're not ignoring
No,
the mandate,
no.
and I just want to reflect back to another mandate that we were called to task to achieve, and that was the recycling mandate, which was pulled back. And I want to say that we were the closest in attaining the goal at some 67%, that the goal was, or the mandate was 75%, and no counties achieved that. And at that point, they had to realize that this was an unattainable goal and a directive, and we haven't heard another word about it. So I believe that that's what's taking place with the amount of concern about septic to sewer and the conversion process and the burden on the taxpayer. I believe it's being well discussed now, and I anticipate it to intensify where that limitation is paled.
So before we move on to the potable water sub-element, I need to address one item, because in both the sanitary sewer sub-element and then the potable water sub-element, it makes reference to reuse, it makes reference to alternative water supply, and one even, we had one individual talked about, well, nanofiltration, a policy that we were saying going nanofiltration, which we've already accomplished, is a gateway to One Water, which is the notion, which, more commonly referred to as toilet to tap. Now, and I made this statement at the P&Z, none of the comments related to reuse water are related to reusing it for the purposes of potable water. It's related to using it as reclaimed water for the purposes of irrigation. You have industrial applications that can use irrigation, reused water versus potable water. So now you're reducing the amount on your potable water drink. And you also have, we have golf courses that are using, you want them to use. We even want to expand our reuse system so residents don't either have to put a well, or they could just use, they could have those purple lines and they could connect to a reuse system. So I think it's important to note that when we talk reuse water, it's about reclaimed water, and it's about using it for the purposes, even in our medians. And then when we talk about alternative water supply, it's like we talk about, there's other things that could be done long before. Now, would I say that the community 30, 40 years from now may have to address the issue about this whole full life cycle of water? They may, but I don't think that's the discussion for this planning period in 2025. So I just want to make it clear that there is nothing in this comprehensive plan as it relates to the sanitary sewer element or the potable water element reference or puts us on a pathway or the gateway to One Water. I want to make sure that's fully clear to everybody. And I would just, because when I mentioned alternative waters, surface water, reservoir, there's so many options out there. Desal plant. There's other things out there long before you would even look to that, and I don't think we're there yet. And again, we rely on our coordination and working with St. John's, who manages water supply and water quality, and we would continue to do that. But at some point in time, maybe this community will have to address that issue, but it's not ready to be addressed or looked at in 2025 or over this planning horizon. So I just want to say that and move on from there. Noted. Thank you. So potable water sub-element. Proposed policy 4.8 revises the requirement for all new subdivisions and projects of 25 or more lots to encourage and developers within a quarter mile of an effluent reuse line to contact utility services to discuss the feasibilities and the parameters to construct an effluent reuse line. Sorry about that. So we're recommending that you adopt the policy revision, but move this to the appropriate sub-element. This was pointed out by a member of the P&Z. This really needs to go under natural groundwater. to be quite honest. But we're just saying, if you're within a quarter mile of an effluent reuse line or a reclaim line, then you need to look at, the possibility of connecting to that, because now you're reducing the use of potable water to water lawns, or to do other, maybe commercial or industrial activities that can be done with reuse water.
John, why wouldn't we require that?
What's that?
Why wouldn't we require it?
Well, I think the reason why they say you shall contact utilities, because there may be certain parameters, or there may be certain environmental factors that may not make it appropriate for them. I mean, Sean's here, would you agree with that? It's written that we want them to at least evaluate the feasibility to construct to that reuse line.
Sean Leesky, Department of Utility Services Director. And part of that is too just ensuring that we have sufficient reuse to provide to that community. We don't want to require people to connect when we don't have sufficient supply. So it's just more of a checks and balances to make sure that we have adequate supply should they meet those requirements.
And we could always include something more restrictive if the supply becomes greater within the LDRs, correct? Or whatever your.
Yes.
Yes.
And there's a locational issue too, because not all subdivisions are going to be proximity. So
I mean, there could even be, like, I'll just say, like 60 and 58th. I mean, I think we didn't run reuse lines on those.
Yeah, our reuse lines are limited in where they are located within the
And
county currently. So, I mean, that quarter mile certainly is a limitation we have to
With
think about.
some communities in advance, when they're doing a road, it's like a fiber line. You go put the fiber, put the line for fiber, and you can go back and use it later. Put the line for reuse, and then you could go back and, and connect to it later. And then you're eliminating the public, how much it's gonna cost at a later date to open up the road and put a reuse line. So those are policies that we could look at, that would support this, that we want to try to maximize whatever, effluent that comes out that we treat for the purposes of reuse water. Natural groundwater Objective 9 is proposed along with the corresponding policies 91, 92, 93. And I see that didn't get completely done, but in terms of, but let me go through there. Because apologize. And this was related to the Bryn discharge, if you recall. And we've accomplished that. I mean, Sean, do you want to touch on that? Okay, here it is. So the objective said by 2015, all reverse osmosis water treatment plants direct Bryn discharge into the Indian River Lagoon will be eliminated. And it was proposed to be revised, the county shall eliminate Bryn discharge from the nanofiltration water treatment process. And then all the subsequent policies below regarding the various locations in the south and the north and the RO plants, all these have been accomplished.
Yeah, I believe the county was issued a consent decree back in the early 2000s to eliminate direct discharge of their nanofiltration or RO system. I think they started RO, we are nanofiltration now, but their brine disposal was directly into the, whether it's the lagoon or into canals. And so by doing Spoonbill Marsh and by creating Osprey Acres, we effectively eliminated that direct discharge. So that has been met, and so we're just recommending to just eliminate that altogether.
Thank you, Sean. So the next would be.
May I ask a question about this element? Policy 10.5, it says the county will monitor and participate as necessary in the City of Vero Beach's water supply planning process. I think we want to be a little, define that more broadly, because we have other water suppliers, work with Fellsmere also, and any new water suppliers that might enter the arena.
I think that that's referring to the fact that the City of Vero Beach provides water to unincorporated Indian River County, primarily South Beach. And I think what you're thinking of is the opposite, where we provide to them. So I believe that's the only reason we would be involved in any planning with the city of Vero Beach related to their autonomous decision on their utilities that they are serving our residents.
Well, we might want to plan with them just to the extent where we know what's going on, in the county. That's what
this
we're-
says.
I agree, but this policy is specifically written to, related to the city of Vero Beach's service area. So that's why it only references the city.
Okay, well, do we have a policy then where we're working with the other water suppliers? Is there another place?
Well, it's us.
Where that
Vero
would belong?
Beach, and then there's Fellsmere, and I think with what we put out before that discusses sanitary sewer, if the city of Fellsmere, I mean,
Yeah, and I think, as Commissioner Adams was suggesting, there are parts of unincorporated Indian River County that are supplied by City of Vero Beach. And this sub-element is specifically addressing that we're going to be involved with the city's planning to ensure that those areas that are within unincorporated Indian River County are not, are afforded the same opportunities as those within the direct service area of the City of Vero Beach.
Okay, thank you.
so so natural groundwater sub-element proposed. Policy 2.5 is proposed to be revised as follows.
Which policy are you on?
And it would be page 296 in your agenda packet, but proposed policy 2.5 for the now natural groundwater versus aquifer recharge sub-element, natural groundwater element, proposed policy 2.5. The county will promote the use of wet detention, retention ponds for irrigation to maximize the benefit use of stormwater runoff. The comment concern was raised at planning, so staff has kind of made a tweak to this. The county will require all wet detention, retention ponds where practical and feasible for irrigation to maximize the beneficial use of stormwater runoff for irrigation. Because the comment was made, we should take every wet retention pond and make them be available for, when the stormwater goes in there for irrigation. And then there was also a discussion, if I recall, that, well, some, they get so low, it's not feasible. So that's why we're saying, well, hey, where it's practical and feasible, I think it was Mr. Landers that brought that up. Where it's practical and feasible, that's a great suggestion. Again, then we limit the use of consumptive water to water grass. And then same sub-element, natural groundwater. We're proposing to delete policy 2.6, which stated by 2011, the county shall contact the U.S. Geological Survey and request an updated countywide geohydrologic survey. This is also consistent with Conservation Policy 3.8 that calls for a very similar, differently worded, but similar request. Staff is just going to note that the policy is really not relevant. The St. John's Water Management District is tasked as part of one of its 4 core missions with water supply and water quality and they are responsible for managing, evaluating, and monitoring water supply and issuing consumptive use permits for potable water. I can tell you the Indian River County staff, I personally met with the representatives on 2 occasions, and they have indicated they would not fund or undertake the update of the hydrologic survey. So with that being the case, it was it would do it by 2011, and I'll pause here.
Yeah, so I'd like to comment, thank you. For the community, the Soil and Water Conservation District is an elected body. If you vote for them, hopefully. But at any rate, they asked us, this was back in 2021, they asked the County Commission to update the 1988 hydrologic study, and that's done by USGS, which is United States Geological Survey, which is a federal agency. So we have one from 1988, and that's it. So it's been, more than 40 years. We don't have one. With all due respect to St. John's Water Management District, it's not the same information, okay? They're regional, obviously. We're at the headwaters, and they cover to Jacksonville. The report, the USGS report, was just our county. Okay, it wasn't regional. It was just our county, boots on ground, they were checking the wells in this county. To my knowledge, St. John's Water Management District doesn't, it's not the same information that we get from them. And it's not, I'm not the water expert, they are. They're the elected people in that area, Soil and Water Conservation District. The chairman, I'm going to read from his email to us about this.
Which chairman?
This is Bob Adair, who is the chairman of the Soil and Water Conservation District, and the email...
That identified.
Yes, thank you, sir. The email went to all of us, and I'll read it. It gets a little complicated. Just stay with me on it, all right? While there are a multitude of reasons for the study, the principal one is the more you pump, the lower the pressure becomes. So lowered pressure allows salt water from the Atlantic Ocean saline to come into the aquifers that underline the salt water and fresh water to mix, basically. I'll explain it very, very simply. What he's saying here, I'm quoting him now, so we don't know how many wells are leaking, let alone how many are flowing wide open into ponds and lakes that dot the western regions just outside the urban service area along 66th Avenue when viewed by Google Earth. There are thousands of smaller, unpermitted artesian wells located throughout the county. The point is, and I'm going to jump forward in it, in his email, the point is the waste of groundwater is huge, and we don't know what the amount is. A geohydrology study will give us that and more. For example, compounding the problem of this silent waste or loss of water from leaking wells and open wells is the fact that the more water removed from the aquifer, the greater the saltwater intrusion and the higher the salinity of the aquifer water becomes, and the greater expense for reverse osmosis, that's the process we use, which directly impacts the water utility costs. That is why the county must move forward to request an updated countywide geohydrology study. Policy 2.36 is not outdated, nor should it be removed. So I agreed with them in 2021. I still agree with them. They're the water experts. There are things we don't know that we should know. So that's where we stand with that.
Can I ask you, you mentioned reverse osmosis?
Yes, he did. Actually, I'm reading it, yes.
What application do we have with reverse osmosis in the county?
That would be for Sean. I'm not the water expert.
No,
We no longer use, we had a reverse osmosis plant back in many years ago, but we
Yes.
now employ nanofiltration.
So we no longer use reverse osmosis, it's all nanofiltration.
All right, well, it could apply to that as well.
That's your opinion.
Oh, well, ask Sean. We have the expert here.
Well, certainly an increase in salinity in the aquifer system that we were pulling from would increase perhaps chemicals and treatment processes, even in a nanofiltration facility. Certainly there's, saltwater intrusion is something that we have to monitor and pay attention to, just to ensure that our water is being safe and we're providing safe potable water to the system. So where we monitor that, we follow it. We're not necessarily seeing that right now. I understand Mr. Adair's concerns, but we are not the ones who manage water availability within the county. We treat what's available, and we have to go get what we call a consumptive use permit. So we apply to the St. John's River Water Management District for those permits. They are the ones who basically manage and issue those permits. And, they're the ones who monitor the water availability. So it would seem like if there's an interest in that, it would be through St. John's that we should be approaching that type of a study.
And by the way, this is not, for the community, this is not antagonistic or adversarial with St. John's River Water Management District. They were a partner last time in this 1988 study. I wasn't here, but they were, and they were a partner. So, and they could be a partner in this. And it was not prohibitively expensive to update, or it wasn't in 2021. That was the last time we talked about it. And I spoke directly with two PhDs who worked for USGS. And they told me this, that St. John's could be a partner, and you know, and they would be happy to work on this and get this information. St. John's Water Management District right now, their message to us and to you, to the community, but to us, to County Commission, is we need to conservation, conserve water, conserve water, conserve water. That's their big policy. And I know, I've spoken to them directly myself. I thank you. At your water management outreach, I was seated next to several of them. There were 4 of them there. So if we're going to conserve, how are we going to conserve when, as Mr. Adair's point here, is the waste of groundwater is huge, but we don't know what the amount is, and we could know. And so we could conserve better. So I think we, at the very least, approach them, or I'd be happy to approach them and just, find out what the amount is. It's like, it's like finding out what it costs to add Gifford, twice on the same tower. You can find out.
Mr. Chair, I believe that we've discussed this numerous times at commission meetings, this specific item, and have put it to bed. I would, as Commissioner Moss mentioned, the Soil and Water Conservation District is an autonomous elected body with a budget. So if they feel that this is something that should be pursued, they certainly have the ability to do that. But I would agree that this is currently an outdated policy, and am fine with staff's recommendations on policy 2.6. What else you got?
We did discuss it infinitum on several occasions at your urging.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I completely agree with Commissioner Adams. I commend Commissioner Moss for staying this and trying to get it done, but I think the discussions we've had in the past, that the cost was around $400,000 to get this done. The St. John's people that we've talked to numerous times, and they're the water authorities for this region of the state, have no interest in that. It's not something that they want or use, or something they would pay for. They do a pretty good job. A lot of the problem we have in this county is with artesian flow wells. If you remember, some of us remember in this room when citrus was king here in Indian River County. Flow wells were dug for a purpose of irrigation of many groves and people's water for their house. I grew up on an artesian well with a aerator tank and all that sort of stuff at my house. We do need to conserve water. We need to try to find out where the wells are. There's a lot of these wells that probably need to be capped. They don't serve a purpose anymore. They're probably running free. Some serve a purpose and they can be identified. So I am definitely good with this policy. I think we need to follow St. John's direction and look at conservation and keep an open mind as to what we want to do and where we want to go with this, because we don't know if how long our water's going to last due to all sorts of ecological aspects out there, from sea level rise and the whole bit. But I trust St. John's River Water Management District through the state of Florida to monitor that problem, because it's a statewide problem. What affects any river county is going to affect Osceola County. It's all the same. We may have borders on a map, but we don't have borders when you walk across the county line. So with that, I agree with Commissioner Adams. I'm good with that.
I'll ask one more question then. Is there another way to get the information? Nobody wants to do USGS. So St. John's Water Management District is telling us conservation. We need to conserve. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, we know that groundwater is wasted, and thank you, Commissioner Armand, for making that point also, but we don't know what the amount is. So is there another way to obtain this information? I don't think St. John's has this information, but is there another way to obtain it that you know of? I mean, how do we get this information? How are we supposed to conserve when we don't even know what's being lost? We just don't know.
I think when they talk conservation, it's more about using water appropriately within your own homes and conserving water, and not necessarily. Certainly, they run a capping program. So as these flow wells are discovered and they are, free flowing, they do have money available to provide to the county. And I know the county has at times found them and reached out to St. John's to obtain funding to cap those wells. They continue to run that program, and that program is available. They do have monitoring wells. I know St. John's has monitoring wells within the county that they periodically check to evaluate variety of different things, including, I believe, saltwater intrusion is one of those the areas that they continue to monitor. As far as, what additional information is the USGS going to, study going to entail, I can't tell you. I'm not sure exactly what that study was going to do, other than provide perhaps additional wells and additional points of interest that perhaps could then be given to St. John's. But if they're not interested in obtaining that information, I'm not sure what value we get from it, because again, as a community and as a county, we are not the ones responsible for managing those water resources.
So how do we
It's
keep
St.
track?
John.
How do we keep track of saltwater intrusion? Since that's one of Mr. Adair's concerns.
Through a variety of monitoring wells.
So we monitor it by,
We
the
don't.
county does.
St. John's monitors that. We don't monitor.
And how many points, how do they monitor that?
You'd have to check with St. John's. I don't know the answer to that question.
All right, okay, thank you.
Our water well, I mean, our.
Certainly, we
Yeah, so
constantly
we-
monitor our
we
own
monitor
wells.
it for our water source, where we're taking water.
Yes.
He said that earlier, I just want to make sure it was clear. Okay.
We have that element addressed?
So the next one would be the stormwater sub-element. The proposed policy 7I is, it's proposed to be revised and updated. A provision was included concerning the Indian River County property appraiser. Patrick discussed this, about we're going to create a webpage where the property appraiser to provide materials to all agricultural exempt properties. This provision is recommended to be deleted. The county will create the page providing information materials to agricultural exempt properties. So staff recommendation would be to adopt the revised policy with the deletion of, quote, Indian River County property appraiser shall provide this material to all agricultural exempt properties at time of application or renewal from the revised policy. So the last element that we have comments on that we received, generally speaking, that we'll address is the conservation element. There was proposed policy 5.5. The county shall continue to accept fee in lieu payments as a last alternative for mitigation of wetlands alteration when on-site mitigation is not practicable, but only when consistent with the state's uniform mitigation assessment method, and only in cases where the affected wetland is small, and then in parentheses, this is the addition, less than 0.5 acres. Isolated, and now this is what was existed previously, isolated, disturbed wetland with minimal functional value. Funds obtained from fee lieu payments will be earmarked for acquisition, restoration, or management of similar wetlands elsewhere in the county. So staff's comment would be that the policy change has been referenced. It has been referenced, but it's like, well, the concern is that it's a death by 1,000 cuts, that you have a larger wetland, and every half acre you're going to kind of like go at it. But this actually, it doesn't do that, and this clarifies the size of an affected wetland, that it has to be less than a half acre, and it retains the other qualifying criteria that would be applicable. Has to be isolated and disturbed with minimal functional value. So it's not like taking a large 100-acre wetland and then, oh, we're only going to do a half acre, and then they do that. And then the next one comes in, oh, we're going to do a half acre, and you're like, cumulatively get it. It has to be, and I think this language is consistent with, again, as it noted before, the state's uniform mitigation assessment method. So we're recommending to keep that policy and adopt it as revised. And the last one with policy proposed 6.4, which was to amend it to remove the factors to be considered to assess and prioritize land acquisition proposals. I think we went through a very voluminous, a very lengthy and deliberate process with the Environmental Lands Acquisition Panel, with our conservation staff and Parks and Rec, and where the committee reviewed all the factors related to how to assess and prioritize, land for the purposes of acquisition through the bond referendum. So, and that guide also, not only did it go through the ELAP and was discussed, at length, and I would credit them and our staff for all the work that they did. It then came back before and was presented before the board. And on December 12th of 2023, at a regular meeting, the board approved that guide. So again, this is an instance where these factors exist in the comp plan, but we have achieved what was being asked, and we have it in a policy or a program guide that would require this board to change. So whether you change it through the program guide or you change a comp plan amendment, but you have it, and it's my recollection, I think we've received some very good comments on it. And then the other thing I would say is in those letters, and I know you all have read them, I would just point out and would like to thank the various organizations that took the time not just to provide the letters, but also to where they commended the county and on numerous instances for policies where we were advancing, the protection of certain environmental and conservation interests. I could read that, but it would belabor it. We will make sure all the letters we received are part of the public record. I've told her I'll give her clean copies because I've written on these, but we'll make sure all the letters and emails that we've received are part of the public record. And with that, I'll return it to the chair
Thank you.
and board.
You've answered quite a bit of the concerns and questions that we've been confronted with, the inquiries. However, at this time, we're going to take a brief recess, and then we will continue, as promised. I didn't promise you a short meeting, element by element, to make sure that we've crossed the T, dot the I, and we've heard from you, because you've taken the time to be here. So let's take a brief recess, we'll cover it, and then we'll conclude on this element. Thank you. Thank you all. We will now be reconvening this hearing, and this is a continuance from the previous date. We've now had some updates, we've had some discussion, and we've had some address to a lot of the public inquiries. But as promised, we need to go element by element to ensure that everything was covered. This is an important document that's going up to Tallahassee for review, and we want it right on the first go-around. So with that, we're going to turn it back over to staff to go over a synopsis of each element, and then if any member of the public has any question, or the commissioners, we will address it at that element time. This way, it is done directly. Thank you. I turn it over to staff once again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe we covered our highlights.
May I ask a question first? Because I don't know what element this is in. So this is just a quick question to start. I got an email from Dan Ritchie, and it's just 2 sentences, so I'll read it. He says, as a participant in Senator Pruitt's Sustainable Treasure Coast Committee years ago, I take exception with the fact they're eliminating that from the comp plan under the premise that the committee doesn't exist. The committee was never anticipated to exist after we published our report. The report is still very much a good guiding light for the Treasure Coast area. I don't know which element that's in, but perhaps you do.
Which specific committee did he?
The Sustainable Treasure Coast Committee, and I guess it was a strikeout. And what he's saying is that the committee was never anticipated to exist after the report. However, the report is still very much a good guiding light for the Treasure Coast area. And
Future land use
I'm reading his
policy
email.
that was stricken because that's not an actual standing committee.
Right, so but he's saying if you could keep the report.
The report,
I
yeah,
guess mention of the report.
Do we have the report? I mean, I don't dispute anything Dan says. He's very knowledgeable. But I think if we're going to reference a report, we should have laid eyes on it at some point.
That's correct.
I'd need the specific policy.
Hold on, I'm looking too.
He has a Sustainable Treasure Coast Committee, in quotes.
Maybe it wasn't future land use.
That's in his email.
You guys went over it.
Can we put a pin in that and we'll?
You went over it in
Yeah,
the
that's fine. I
presentation.
just didn't want to get lost in the shuffle because I don't know which element it belongs to. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, what I was going to say is staff already sort of hit our highlights of the big picture changes through the various elements during our PowerPoint. But we're happy to sort of.
Well, here's what
Go ahead.
would like to happen for the benefit of all that have taken the time to endure and have their input. And while we've had so much input at workshops and with the emails and then a review by P&Z and then additional input, we've all received that information. That information was also culminated and brought to the attention of the county administrator. The county administrator received many documents from jurisdictions as well as interested entities, and which he has, I believe, he's done a fine job in addressing. At that point, we have a document that's going to Tallahassee, and are all of those discussion points and changes that we discussed in each one of the elements. So therefore, as we promised, we would go over each one of the elements. Okay? So can you highlight each one of the elements?
Yes, that's what I was going to say. I can
Thank you.
happily referee. So we will
Thank you.
start with future land use element, which in the document starts on page 4 and goes through, bear with me 1 second, it's one of our longer elements, page 16. So the future land use element would be the first element to review on a element-by-element basis. So I would, again, you're the chair, but I would recommend that anybody that has questions or comments about goals, objectives, or policies within that specific element, speak now, and then we'll proceed accordingly into the next element.
Well, I would want confirmation that all of we discussed and all of what, and affirm that all that has been discussed here on the dais today that went back to the county administrator is in the document.
So, go ahead.
Based on your comments, and the last recommendation, we'll give a recommendation based, if there's comments from the public that you say, yes, that should be there, we'll incorporate that in the changes prior to us finalizing it and transmitting it to the Florida Commerce.
So you're stating that what we discussed and what we communicated here from the dais today is not in the document?
No, because we didn't want to present a document that other people had not, because the document's been out there since
Correct.
November of 24.
No, I understand.
So
We
just
have
wanted
one
to keep that
document.
one and then
We
just bring the
discuss
ones.
things. I want to make sure that those items that we deliberated, debated, or otherwise is going to be connected to the document.
Correct.
So,
And absent the two that are based on the comments adding Fellsmere to the sanitary sewer element, and then the height, that, if you recall, one of the addendums, the attachments to the agenda item was the item called that, public comment and that was received, and then our response. That's part of the document. And we will go back, based on your comments, revise those policies before we transmit it, consistent with the board's direction. And you may want to, based on comments received from the public, say, well, we need to do that, and then we'll make note of that, and we'll make sure those get revised and put in. And this is the transmittal hearing, so it goes from here to Tallahassee, the state reviewing agencies, and then they get 30 days, Tallahassee gets another 30 days, and we get it back in 60 days or so. And then the final adoption hearing has to occur within, they'll issue an objections, recommendations, comment report, and then they would come back with that report, and then we would bring it back after we addressed all the items, and meaning like if they have items that we need to address, and then adopt it. So everybody, this is just the transmittal, so we'll make sure everything's in there, but it's still, if let's just say Scrivener shows up and we leave out a to versus a from, we can address that a second time, but we will make sure everything that is we presented, and then whatever you might take up if a member of the public brings forward and you say, that needs to be changed, or we agree with that, or we keep that, don't delete this, we will incorporate that in our changes before Patrick. He has 10 days from today, September 19th, it has to be at Florida Commerce.
let me restate it another way. I consider this a task and a test, and I'm striving for a good grade,
So are we.
okay? I want everybody to. So I want to know that the document going in is worthy of a good grade,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, we have good notes for what we've discussed thus far as to what we've already presented in terms of changes that were made and presented in this document, as well as additional changes. We don't have a formal vote, but we've got good, just some rulings here on additional changes that will be made upon transmittal. Now we're just seeking any other final changes from the public.
And prior to the final staff recommendation, I'll come back and revisit the two items that we addressed that were different than what was in the attachment that are uploaded as part of this agenda item. So it's clear what's on the record, what those final two policies will look like. Because those are the two that we really discussed and made tweaks and changes.
Okay. Let's go a different way. Element number one.
Future land use element, yes. So at this point, yeah, we would open it up.
What are the changes? And then I'm going to ask the public if there's any concerns,
So again,
as well as the board.
the changes that we touched on in the future land use element in the presentation were the regional commercial changes, allowing the additional uses to the regional commercial land use, as well as removing the limitations on the 300-acre parcel west of 95. Okay. Those were the big changes. There are small tweaks throughout the document. You don't want me to read through every single strike through and underline?
No, I mean,
I have a question. One more. Is that okay? All right, objective 6, it refers to agricultural land, and it does give a number. It says at least 125,000 acres of agricultural land. It's actually a series of questions. I was wondering, what is that based on? And should the number of acres retained for agriculture in the county be increased to offset expected development in Sebastian and Fellsmere? Also, in the recent Oslo Corridor Study, the community expressed its desire to preserve agricultural land. Are we doing that? How can we encourage small farms producing farm-to-table food for our local community? COVID demonstrated that supply chains are tenuous at best, and we might want to become more resilient and self-reliant agriculturally. So the 125,000 acres that was in, it dates back to 2008.
which policy?
It's Objective 6, the future land use element.
On page 13.
Page 13, okay.
So could you comment on that, if you would, the 125,000 acres?
So
And should that number be increased, I guess is what
So
it is.
the objective that preceded the changes is said so just context, in recognition of the Indian River County's desire to protect agriculture despite challenges and changes, the county's objectives retained through 2017, at least 125,000 acres of land in the unincorporated. According to the United States Agricultural Census, the USDA Census of Agriculture in 2007, there was 157,196 acres of land. Of this land, approximately 139,000 are located within the unincorporated area. So what we're saying is we're continuing with what the projection was in 2008 when this year was written and the camp plan was adopted, that we continue to work to retain at least 125,000 acres of land. And one of the policies I mentioned that we were kind of to help preserve and protect and retain ag land, there was that, plus coming back once we have the Economic Development Strategic Action Plan, because one of the things we acknowledged was that, to your point, when we went to IFAS and they talked about how the census, we've grown actually in the number of farms, but they're smaller. So that will become an element that we raised it to the economic development consultants and before the committee.
Okay, but is that something we want to add at this point in time?
No.
A reference to it?
It's already there, that's what we're saying. That's what I'm trying to say. The goal was by 2017, so we're just revising it to not put a year on there, but that the objective is to retain.
Are we still comfortable with that number of acres, since that dates back to 2008? And we have all this development that we're expecting. We don't have it today, but we know that we will in Sebastian and Fellsmere. So, how does that number compare to the development that's expected?
I wish I had the urban service boundary report in front of me, because I think they classify the number of acres specifically, and I thought we were there.
I'm just wondering if the number should be increased, that's all. It's just a pretty straightforward question, given the expected development and given the community's desire to preserve agricultural land.
So I don't disagree with you, Commissioner Moss, but I appreciate your comment. I truly do. But the reality is people can't be forced to keep their property in agriculture if they don't want to. It's an economic thing, and all we can do is provide resources and opportunities to encourage and help them as best we can, and then get out of their way so they can make as much as they can in an ag operation. But there's a lot of stuff related to ag that is way beyond our control, and I think the best we can do is make it as easy for them to continue. And I don't see how we protect and force more people to do stuff with their land that they have private property rights on. So I think the way that this is structured still meets exactly the intent, leaves it open, and confirms our commitment to trying to encourage and set up policies, and directs us to set up policies to help ag be maintained in a county. And I think that's in the future land use element where it should be. But if I could just make a statement. I feel like we've spent a special call meeting without any public comment. We've now been here till noon without any public comment. We went through all the staff's issues. We went through John's issues based on what emails he had received, which are a lot of the same emails that we've received. If I might make a suggestion, if it pleases the chair, can we go through each element, future land use, stormwater, potable water, whatever, by opening it up to the public to come and give their comments? And then under that element, we can discuss those comments, discuss the rest of our questions, have consensus on that element, and then move on to the second element and the third element and the fourth element, because I feel like we're maxing out people's patience with us on not being able to comment. And as fascinating as we probably find ourselves, I don't think anybody in here finds us that fascinating.
Well agreed. Thank you very much for amplifying my original intent, the commitment I made to the public, that I said that we would go element by element. There seems to be a little bit of resistance to do that. I think we can encapsulate each element, have the adjustments discussed, have the public who took the time to be here to be able to comment, to make their voices heard and their intent, rather than scrambling about and picking and choosing and cherry picking on what items mean the most. And I agree, I did speak with Mr. Dan Ritchie. Unfortunately, he cannot be here today. He's highly respected. He's a former P&Z member, and he is involved in agriculture and has always been, and he's a great guy for a resource. Unfortunately, he could not be here, but I heard him as well, okay? I think we all have.
Just for sake, I'll answer the question. So there is 502.5 square miles.
What is that?
Our county's 502.5 square miles. 30.7% of it is agricultural. I don't need to do the math to let you know that's more than 125,000 acres.
Fabulous. Goal succeeded.
Thank you. Element one. Anybody?
This would be the time for the public to come
If
and
anybody
speak
wants to come
on-
forward, element number one,
Future land use element.
future land use element.
You sure this is the future land use? element? Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good
Right,
day, sir.
please. Yes, it is.
Mike Johansson,
No, it's-
citizen.
Made the morning.
Um,
Thank you, Mike.
We're in future land use. I'm on the staff summary, John, on page 7, where we introduced policy 1.38, new town land. And I'm going to page 8 of the summary. And then I go to page 9, and I'm just getting lost, so I'm hoping that y'all can help me, because you guys are smart on this and I'm not. The traditional neighborhood design that's introduced in subparagraph 4 references that the design shall comply with the standards set forth in policy 18.1. That's on page 9. And on page 14, we take and introduce policy 18.1 and redline the entire policy out. So I'm having a hard time understanding how we're defining traditional neighborhood design somewhere.
The traditional neighborhood design, as we spoke earlier, when Commissioner Moss raised this issue, the definition is included in the land development regulations, and I think we agreed under our earlier conversation that we would include a definition in 18.1 that provides that clarification and definition.
Okay,
So that
so-
should directly address your
So
question.
that'll
Yes, sir.
take out some of the red lines and reintroduce it. That was.
Correct.
I did want to thank you earlier for resolving an issue that we collectively had with the height limitations, and thank you for addressing that directly, head-on, right up front. And I
Fabulous.
think
Thank you.
Thank you.
everybody here thanks you as well.
We sense that.
Richard Bialowski. I'm impressed by, between staff and the commission, how smoothly this has gone so far. Maybe I'm going to get surprised in a few minutes here, but, you know, years and years ago, this would have been a very rough meeting. Commissioner Flesher is probably the only one sitting up there who remembers those days from that vantage point. Particularly
we're
with
doing it
regard
this
to
way
18.
today.
I, as one of the few people who has actually taken advantage of 18.1, I'm completely comfortable with the way it's been handled here. It's in the LDRs. The only issue I have is a developer friend complained to me that it was terrible with the 5% in 2045. It was terrible to tell people what they had to do. And I said, gosh, I wish it said 100% of the projects had to be TNDs. But I think the way it's been done is fine. I'm completely comfortable with that. I spent the last 3 days of last week at the convention of the Congress for the New Urbanism, which gave me a lot of interesting insights into planning, but I told them there were two major issues we had with new urbanism here, new and urban. But other than that, you know, it's, we're going in the right direction here. This is, like I said, I thought this was going to be ugly and contentious. I may still be surprised, but I think everybody's done a great job of keeping it going smoothly. No problem with the 18.1 direction.
I've known you a long time. I know you do not like surprises, so we're going to try to keep that in mind. You referred back to an earlier meeting when we did this many years ago. We were all a lot younger. But if you think that this is a crowd, it was well over 250 people, and most had torches.
Yeah, no,
It was a very warm environment.
yeah. If you and I get together and talk
Maybe
about it,
not
it's like
warm,
telling,
hot.
it's like telling war stories. But
Yes.
But I really appreciate how this has gone today. Thank you all.
We hope to keep it that way. Thank you.
Good, I would say good morning. I have another 3 minutes till it's afternoon. My name is Heather Wassell. I'm an urban designer, project manager with DBZ Co-Design. I'm an Indian River County resident. I love this place. I write comp plans. I review these things on a regular basis. This one, honestly, I didn't come across my radar until very recently when I had people reach out to me and say, hey, do you know what's going on with this process? So I reviewed everything over the last couple weeks. I've looked into all of the proposed amendments. First, I want to say on public engagement, you had public engagement. It was done over a very short period of time, and it was 2 years ago. You know, that's really tough for people to remember 2 years ago and still feel engaged. So I think part of what I'm hearing from people in general is that they feel like they've lost that moment, that they feel pulled out of the process and they're now plugging back into it. In the future, I would say try to keep that public engagement momentum throughout the life of the project so that you really have public buy-in the whole way. Additionally, I had a really hard time finding the EAR amendments on the website. I had to dig in and find them in the meeting minutes to find the content. It would be helpful if that was on the comp plan website so that when people are interested and, you know, you hear, hey, can you please look at the comp plan, you know what's proposed to be amended and what the process is. I think that would really help engender trust in the community that they have a chance to speak about these things. And then I just, you know, 300 people for an online survey, 200 for in person is pretty weak. You know, we do these things all the time and you get a lot more people. Strategies have changed. And you really have to go in with a full marketing plan to how are you going to elicit this feedback? It's branding, it's outreach, it's continual outreach. Just want to hit on that again. That all needs to be done throughout the life of the project. But then, sorry, to get to the land development regulations, I support moving the technical standards out of the comp plan to the land development regulations. We've heard from staff as well, but that's the way to go. That keeps your vision as your vision, and your land development regulations support that vision. the strategies that encourage infill development, it seems like those have been kind of removed or written as complete, resolved. I think that still needs to happen. We need to incentivize infill development and maximize on maximize the impact we can have with the existing infrastructure in Vero. Let's infill those areas before we develop new. And then regarding new towns, I think the intent is very good in what's written in that section. I think requiring commercial development to be in step with the residential is tricky and problematic in actually happening. The intent's there, but I think it's really hard to regulate, and it might deter development because a developer might not be able to say, hey, well, once I get these 25% of the houses in, that will support my convenience store. Well, really, the convenience store needs the full, probably the full build out. So I would suggest that looks back at market conditions and kind of rework that a little bit. We did a plan with Kimley Horn recently, probably at the same time that this was happening, in Orange County, that has some very good regulations as far as how to develop areas outside the urban service boundary in a way that gives a little bit more nuance and actually makes that development possible, but in a way that is growth-wise sustainable and not impacting conservation. So thank you for your time. And sorry, one last thing is that, we're pointing all of these things at the land development regulations. I don't know if there's anything in the works to clean those up, but I think that's the next step, and that the public process really needs to engage that as well, because you're going to hear people that think that you're trying to slide things in, and you don't want to do that. You want to be very transparent with that and make it possible to develop under the regulations. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fleischer and Commissioners. My name is Donna Keys. I'm a long-term resident of the Indian River County. I have been on the Planning and Zoning Commission for over 12 years, so you're all pretty familiar with me. One thing, there's two things I want to get in your mindset right now. And one is the ramifications of not getting this in on time. There is no financial ramification for doing that. The only thing that will happen is that Tallahassee says, well, you can't make any comp plan changes and you can't do any rezoning. There's a couple other things, but if you get it late, we're not going to beat you over the head. So Chairman Fleischer was indicating that he wanted to hear back what Mr. Tukanovich was talking about and the changes you're making. And he's going to send it up to Tallahassee without bringing it back to you to see again. I don't want to see that go to Tallahassee until I know exactly what he put in there about the height restrictions or what he put in there about the TNDs. I think this needs to come back for a reread of all the changes that are being incorporated in this today. So please don't worry about not making the time frame with Tallahassee. The ramifications of getting this wrong are a lot worse than the ramifications of getting this late, okay? So that's my number one thing. Then number two thing, George Hamner and I have been emailing back and forth, and we talked about a lot of this, and he said that the next thing that I'm going to bring before you is probably the most important thing you're going to hear today, and you need to hear this. Staff, as you know, has recommended move standards out of the plan and into the land development regulations. Well, if you move it out of the plan and only have it in the LDRs, that's backwards. The plan tells us what to put in the LDRs. The LDRs enforce and enable our comp plan. So if you take a policy out of the plan because it's in the LDRs, you're now taking out the reason for the LDR. And I'll tell you, your legal person is going to have a real problem with that when she has a challenge and has nothing to back up the LDR. We need these policies to stay in the LDR, just like number one, the height issue. If somebody comes in here 10, 20 years from now and has no history about the sanctity of that height issue with this county, and they come in and say, hey, I got some great property on the beach, and I want to put in a couple more spires. You already got 2. What's wrong with another 2 more? Well, they say, well, we have an LDR that says you can't go over 35 feet. Well, why do we have that LDR? Well, we don't remember, but we just have it. Well, because you took it out of the comp plan, this shows no reason for having that LDR. We need the LDRs in the comp plan so that we can have support. I mean, we need the comp plan policies in the comp plan so we can support our LDRs. So everything you see in here that says, oh, we've removed the policy because it's in the LDRs, that is just absolutely ridiculous because you've taken out the reason for the LDR. I'm getting some looks. I'm getting some looks that maybe say, yes, I understand, maybe some looks that say, I'm not sure. Do you have any questions on what I just said?
I'm not sure. That's the camel in which I was talking about.
I can't hear you, Joe. You're too far away.
I apologize. I'm not uncertain or unsure. That's the camel I was talking about earlier.
Exactly.
And I'm concerned, not for this board, no disrespect, team.
You're concerned about the guys 20 years down the
Future
road who are
boards.
coming from another country.
Future boards, when their
Yes.
children are confronting the changes that were made, and they can go back and say, well, they didn't think it was important, so I guess it was a good idea then, too. That's what's going to happen. So we need to maintain what we have.
In the
So we
policies.
have it in the future.
And to change an LDR, we've all done it hundreds of times. You put in an ordinance, you have a couple of public hearings, you change the land development regulation. I mean, seriously, every planning and zoning member and every BCC member has done this loads of times. But if you want to change the comp plan, you have to have a public hearing before P&Z, who makes a recommendation to the BCC. You have a public hearing before the BCC. And then it goes to Tallahassee, where 1,000 more eyes are looking at this. And it comes back to staff and says, hey, you know, some people didn't like this, we want to change that. So now it goes back to the Board of County Commissioners for another public hearing. And then it goes back to staff, who sends it up to Tallahassee again. And then it comes back and gets adopted. That's a heck of a lot tougher than changing an LDR.
You left out one element,
What?
people.
Susan?
Okay, I agree, I understand what you're trying to say, Donna, and I have the utmost respect for you as well. And we've worked together a long time. But I think we should maybe talk about the reality of what actually sending this to Tallahassee these days looks like. And when is the last time Tallahassee has ever kicked back a comp plan in any of recent? I mean, for the most part, I'm just being honest.
Since DCA was
Since
disbanded.
DCA, right. So
Yes.
I remember doing comp plans, which is about the time that this one was done, in 2008, where it was an arduous process. And you had to court DCA, and you had to hold their hand, and you invited them down, and you walked through everything, and they had to have eyes on your property, and you had to have Bieber reports and traffic studies, and it had to go to the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, and they had to sign off on it. Like, they had approval or disapproval abilities. All the other interested agencies and organizations and cities and municipalities, and even sometimes partner or neighboring counties, could provide input, and you had to incorporate those, and you had to listen to those. Now, it still goes to all those agencies, but after they gutted DCA, and they've now, they don't even, it has nothing to do with community at all anymore. Now it's the Department of Economic Opportunity. All those agencies, it's a cursory review, and they have no teeth to force, because I remember when Fellsmere did their comp plan amendments the first time, and we had to go to Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, and Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council had the ability to kind of shut that down. Those planning councils don't have those abilities anymore. It's not the same process that went on in 2008. And I'm not trying to minimize that the state doesn't look at it, but I think it's important that we talk about the reality of what that process is, because for an LDR change, yes, it's 2 public hearings, it's 2 public hearings, and for a comp plan, it's got to go to planning and zoning and then to commission on a public hearing. But they're essentially the same, and from processes these days, minus Tallahassee, and Tallahassee is, DEO doesn't even have enough staff to review all the comp plan amendments that come to it, is the bottom
Okay, I
line.
see what you're saying, Susan. However, can I interrupt you, please?
Sure.
1 minute. Is this, okay. However, look at all the attention we're paying right now to a comp plan change. You would not have this if you were just changing an ordinance. That's the difference.
And I understand what you're saying, but I would just throw out there that last time we even had a conversation about anything to do with height, like just a conversation, nothing was even proposed in a hearing or anything else. It was a, are you even interested? We are still receiving, I think, we are still receiving emails on that. So the public makes themselves very clear on these things. And I'm not trying to minimize your concerns or what you're saying, but I am trying to say that I do believe that the comp plan should have those umbrella policies.
Yes.
That then get drilled down into the LDRs.
Absolutely.
So to imply that taking something that exists in an LDR out of the comp plan, you still have the policy that falls under,
I'm
that
not
creates
implying
that
that.
umbrella that allows you to have the more restrictive LDRs, because it's a linear funnel, correct, right?
I think you misunderstood me somewhere along the
Okay, maybe I
way.
did, I'm sorry.
Because you and I are agreeing, what you said is exactly right. The policy is there. We've got this master plan called a comp plan. And in that master plan, it says where we are, where we want to go, how we're going to get there. And then we have a policy that says this is what we want. And then down here, we have a land development code that says this is how we're going to make that work. These are the rules to make that work. But if you take the policy out of the comp plan, you no longer have the backup to the LDR.
But you have the objective, which the policy is based on. So the
Well,
objective
then why are
is
you
still
so
there.
interested in adding the 35-foot height back in if you think the LDR is going to support it?
Because that's what you guys wanted us to do. So it's there, so there's more clarity and comfort.
And I agree with, that's
So-
it. There's more clarity and there's more comfort.
But I don't think that anything was going to keep that height from being enforced to begin with, Donna. But that's okay. You know, you and I always agree to disagree sometimes, and I respect your opinion. That's why it's fun having conversations with you.
So the other thing I would just say is, we weren't deleting the whole policy. We were revising to delete standards that were still, the policy still existed. And then the other thing, in addition to about the whole DCA, now Florida Commerce, they didn't just get rid of the agency. They deleted all the administrative rules that governed all the other agencies in the state, 9J5. They don't exist anymore, and those were the requirements that everybody had to abide by in the Florida Administrative Code, 9J5, and those do not exist anymore in the Administrative Code. So there's no guiding documents or guidance or regulations as it relates to comp plan since 2011.
Well, there are some policies that have been taken out. Well, the TND, thank God. You saw that the TND was totally taken out, and you saw that the TND had to go back in. Why? Because the land development regulations weren't supporting anything in the comp plan if you took out the TND. So thank God you got the height right, you got the TND right. But anything else that you see come across this comp plan that says, taken out because it's redundant in the LDRs, that's wrong. It's not redundant in the LDRs. The policy's here, the LDRs enforce it. Please, don't take the policy out just because we have the LDRs, because there's nothing to back up the LDRs. And I'm sure your attorney would love to have that policy in the comp plan to back up the LDR she's having to enforce. So,
Is, just so I understand from staff's perspective, is there specific policies that we are proposing that to be deleted wholesale that would undermine the LDR? Because you're correct, the LDRs need to be consistent with the comp plan. So if there are specific policies that we are actually proposing to delete, let me know what they are.
well,
On element number one.
On future land use element, yes.
under the future land use element. The young lady was just before me was talking about the redevelopment and infill. and that's being taken out in policy 4.4. Is that because you think all the redevelopment and infill is done? We don't need a policy for that anymore?
It's also noted, it's also included in the economic development element.
See, now, all it says here is policy is completed.
I'm not sure,
doesn't say it's
I'm not
redone.
sure redevelopment, infill development is ever completed, but.
Well, but that's what it says in policy 4.4 on page 12. The policy's been completed, so we're deleting it. It has not been completed. There will be more redevelopment, more infill. And all of these, I just had an attorney drop off the stuff that says redundant, 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 redundant. This stuff is not redundant. Land use districts shall be located in a manner which concentrates urban uses, thereby discouraging urban sprawl. Redundant, or do we move that to objective 1?
No,
No,
we kept
because
it.
objective 1 doesn't say anything about urban sprawl.
If you recall, when I went over it, we staff, we recommended keeping that policy.
Okay, great. All the other ones that say redundant need to be looked at. So I would like to see this come back when you make all the changes, and let us, the public, see this again, and let the BCC see this again, so we know what's going up to Tallahassee. You're sitting there saying, well, yeah, Mr. Takanovich, just, make sure you get it right. We want to see it's right. We want to see it come back. I want to see the final wording on this, and I think you do too. And gentlemen, I know it's been a rough haul. Thanks so much for everything. And ladies, forgot Sue. And
Thank you,
Laura.
Donna.
Come down.
Did she give you back your notes?
I don't need them.
Did she give you
It's
back your-
redundant. I don't need them. I was going to say good morning, but it's good afternoon now. My name is Warren Dill. I'm the city attorney for the city of Fellsmere. I sent you, let me back up. I have with me our new city manager, Mr. Armando Martinez.
Welcome.
And we have our utilities director here, Kevin. Kevin, please stand up. Thank you. And I have my partner, Jonathan Rodebeck, in case I get into a legal problem up here. Okay, so I sent you a letter. It went out late. It went out late because we didn't find out about 221-page document until 10 days ago. And it was only because somebody had been attending one of your meetings and heard about the changes concerning sanitary sewer and water. And that's why I'm here. I'm concerned about the land use changes. I don't think it's a good idea to remove redundancy out of the comp plan. As a land use lawyer, if I were being challenged, I would want to have a two-pronged sword. I'd want to have my comp plan backing up my LDRs instead of just having to rely upon my LDRs. The comp plan is your constitution. Your LDRs are the law. It was said reverse earlier today that the LDRs were on top of the comp plan. That's absolutely not correct. The court system and your legislature has said that the comp plan is the top of the pyramid. And if it's inconsistent with the LDR, but if it's consistent with the LDR and inconsistent with the comp plan, it fails because the comp plan rules. I mean, that's basic Hornbook law in Florida. Now, let me get to the real reason I'm here. The letter I sent you. The city is very, very concerned about a few changes, a few words. Probably didn't make any more than 6 or 7 word changes in the sanitary sewer element, Objective 1, Policy 1.1. Sanitary sewer element, Objective 1, Policy 1.1. I'm going to start with the policy. I usually would start with the objective since it's prior to a policy. But I know that the county administrator has come up with Note 1, Note 2 regarding Policy 1.1. And we appreciate that. That goes a long way towards solving our problems. But let me elaborate on that. Our problems were that the way it was written, policy 1.1, it says, new development within the unincorporated portion of, that's deleted now. And
we
it's been
changed
added
that.
back,
Yeah.
I'm not finished. It's been added back 2 hours ago. It wasn't in there when I wrote the letter, but it's in there now, and we appreciate that. We thank you very much for doing that. But your solution went on to provide a couple of notes. And I don't know if the notes are footnotes or if they're part of the text.
Text.
Well, then they should be not a note. They should not be a note. They should be in the text. Because you're going to have a legal argument someday as to whether that note, when it says note, was meant to be part of the text, or was it just an afterthought that we want you to be aware of this? It's not going to hurt it to take out the word note and just put it in the comp plan. And that's what I'm asking you to do. Do not use the word note, because it subjects the whole thing to a potential legal argument that, frankly, I don't know which way it would go. There is case law that supports a note being put in by a legislative body is part of the law. And that would be the position I would be arguing. But why do I want to be in that position to have to make an argument? Just put the darn stuff in the law. Take out the word note. It's a simple little change. Just make it part of the comp plan. Don't say note 1, note 2. Say it.
So could I just say? So it's either, it's really an acknowledgement and a reference to agreements that exist and that would abide by with the city of Sebastian and the city of Fellsmere. So that's really what it's, we're acknowledging that these agreements exist and that we're going to comply with them.
But I'm suggesting that it doesn't go far enough just to acknowledge. Because our agreement with you does not require you to provide sanitary sewer. It just says you will.
And that's what this says.
Pardon?
It just says that we treat your wastewater effluent.
Yes, that's right. You treat it right now, today.
Yes.
Right? It's only an interlocal.
Mm-hmm.
And interlocals are easy to change. They don't require the public hearings like comp plans and LDRs do. Commissioners just want to change it. We don't want to go down that road. We want it in the comp plan. Say it. You've agreed to it. Say it. Let me get back to objective 1. It says here, through the time horizon of the plan, and this is new wording, the county will strive to maintain. Nice words.
Which policy?
This is
Objective 1.
Page 17.
Under the sanitary sewer sub-element. I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought we were back.
Objective 1,
I thought we were.
page 17.
We're done with future land.
Well, that's part of, I thought that was part of the future land use. It's a sub-element of the future land use element. If you want me to sit down, I will.
Okay.
I can come back. Okay. So anyway, it says, through the time horizon of the plan, the county will strive to maintain. What has been deleted here, which gives us pause, is the fact you've deleted, there will be, 3 little words, there will be sufficient capacity in the regional sanitary sewer system to accommodate. You've deleted new, all new. You've deleted all new and just put in development within the urban service area, including municipalities the county serves. If you go back and dig down in the Appendix A, the definition or the term that the county serves says it means Sebastian and Orchid. Sebastian and Orchid, because you do serve them. You are their sole provider. You serve us too, but we were left off the list. You serve us because you do take our sewage. So I'm suggesting that that provision be revised to make it clear that you're providing sewage service to Fellsmere as well. as Sebastian and Orchid. Also, I'm suggesting that you leave the language the way it was in the original plan. I don't know why it was changed. There's never an explanation in the appendix as to why they do anything. It's just done. Sometimes, let me back up, sometimes there is an explanation. I apologize. But there was none in this case. So I would like it to say, through the time horizon of the plan, the county, there will be sufficient capacity, just like it had been for the last 14 years through two iterations of this. That provides some certainty to the city of Fellsmere that there will be capacity for our new development. The letter I sent you touches on the fact that Fellsmere is concerned, very concerned, that you may be using utilities, in particular sewage capacity, to limit growth. And the way this reads, you could easily do that with this new change. And that is totally unacceptable to us. And if that's the case, then you are pushing, the five of you are pushing the city of Fellsmere into building its own sewage treatment facility, which it will do. I have nothing further to say.
Mr. Chair, may I address that?
Yes, please.
I read,
Legal point, and then I would like to.
okay, I did read Mr. Dill's letter. I feel like John's proposed change has addressed at least partially his concerns on, I will also say that currently the county only has an interlocal with, to my knowledge, with the city of Fellsmere to treat certain discrete areas of their sewage. We have a franchise agreement with them. There's a lot of policy decisions that would go into having a more broad interlocal agreement with the city, and I'm not discouraging the board from engaging in that communication, but I would state that it seems to me that Mr. Dill is suggesting that you make a promise to Fellsmere right here in your comp plan about what we will do whenever it chooses to broaden their boundaries, and I caution you about that. I think the way that staff has presented it is a good approach.
I'm going to echo that last comment, because that's exactly what's that by doing that, you are committing the county to say, okay, City of Fellsmere, you do whatever you're going to do and you want to build, but we are going to provide you water and sewer. We're going to lock in the sewer. We're going to provide it. And so the reason why the change went from will strive to maintain, let's be mindful of the 2030 mandate. We have to, potentially add plant capacity to just provide in our existing areas that are priority and critical to our environment for the receiving water bodies where these septic systems are leaking. So that is going to be, you're going to have to prioritize. We got a mandate, we got to comply, but then do we add our own mandate saying, well, we're going to provide sanitary sewer because the comp plan now says you will have sufficient capacity, and then moreover, to expand an agreement that hasn't even been negotiated beyond the existing terms, that we treat your effluent from your wastewater. So that's the reason why we're acknowledging in the note, whether it's acknowledgement, a reference, I don't think it should be a policy. We're just acknowledging, like we did with the city of Sebastian, who we have a binding interlocal agreement, much more forceful, that we're going to provide their wastewater, and it's very detailed, as I think they will come up and talk about, and we've talked about already. So we don't have that same level of agreement with the city of Sebastian. And then I don't think you want to bind the county to de facto agree that it's going to provide the city or any other area, wastewater in advance of knowing that you have the capacity, both the financial and the technical capacity to do that. I mean, I respect the comments, but I, respectfully, disagree with that. It's wrong in there.
You explained the change, but why the change?
Why the change is, I'll say the 2030 mandate changes a lot. It places a priority on us to get properties that are within close proximity or to a receiving water body, the lagoon, the Sebastian River, to get them off septic, to kind of improve the health of the lagoon. And that is a mandate that we have to face. And that would take precedence, I would think, over let's expand the plant so we can provide water further or wastewater somewhere else at the expense of trying to deal with all the properties that have maybe failing septic tanks. So, and we would want to try to get those first and foremost, and be strategic in that. And then it's not negating or saying that we're not going to do that, but it's just saying we got to recognize, again, we've heard back when during one of joint city-county meetings, $500 million to $1 billion public investment. That's a lot of money. And the legislature has already told us, at least our local delegations, like, it's highly unlikely you're going to see any of those funds. Even the septic to sewer conversions the grants that we get from now, they're 50-50, and they're really, it's piecemeal fashion. They're very small. It's not like they're doing a wholesale, area. It's like, we're focused on areas like, over in the lagoon off Wabasso, I can't think of the name of the community right now, Orchid Island or anything. So, I mean, I just think there's not, to her point, we would be codifying, adopting in our comp plan a commitment that I don't know and that conflicts with other priorities that we may have by virtue of a mandate.
If I may, very briefly. Sorry, if I may, just very briefly, there's one thing I think. Yes, thank you. Susan Prado, Deputy County Attorney on behalf of Indian River County. I reviewed this letter as well from council. In fact, I spoke with the Assistant City Attorney for the City of Fellsmere just briefly before this meeting to try to understand what some of the concerns were. And in an effort to try to come to some sort of middle ground, I will tell you that I proffered to them to perhaps we could even look at something, because I guess their concern is that we're capping them or capping their growth in some way. The other thing, which I think would have been great if it was brought up, was even possible proposed language of only, for it to, if that's what we're saying, that we have to approve, which is, I agree with everything John is saying, we have to protect ourselves. We have to make sure that we are able to provide. We shouldn't just openly say we can provide, especially with the mandate coming up. But to add something there to say only when the municipality is not providing sanitary sewer or on-site septic is not being used. So that way it'll quash, for example, the city's concerns of we're stopping them from doing their own thing. Because if they have, as you have said, their ability to have septic tanks on properties that are way out, lots of properties in Fellsmere are way out and probably will have septic tanks, we would not be stopping them from any sort of development or growth with something of that put in there. Or was something of the fact that if they are providing, because as I said, it sounds to me like, and I haven't seen the ILA and I was searching for it yesterday, couldn't find it, but if they in fact are collecting their own septic and all we're doing is treating it, I mean, he just said he'd be welcome to do his own septic, so we are then in essence, we're not stopping any sort of growth for them. So I just want to make sure I put that on the record and kind of calm those comments and some of that we are trying to work with them. I know at least I tried to work with them to get a little bit of a better feeling for that concern.
And I just want to put on the record too, Sean, and I believe Mr. Dill and a past city manager and a current city council member and some of the Fellsmere property owners have had past meetings and dialogue about sewer and water delivery, utilities delivery to properties within the city limits of Fellsmere. Those conversations went on for quite some time, and I think some people changed and the situation changed with that particular property, but the goal, and there was a lot of movement, positive movement towards coming up with an agreement that would accomplish some of the goals that Mr. Dill is expressing some frustration about. So I think the history has been that we're always willing to have the conversation. And I would offer that I'm happy to connect some of the new administration with the city to have an update on where those conversations may be stopped and to see if they can be restarted in an effective manner. But I would have to kind of support staff on, I don't think that until we have a better understanding of the policymakers of the city of Fellsmere's perspective on how they want to move forward and this body's perspective, that we could include that, something definitive like that in the comp plan. But I think the way that it's been crafted today should give as much comfort as I think could be expected with the limited dialogue that's just happened recently in some of the changes. But I would offer to the city of Fellsmere that we would be happy to fill in the new city manager and maybe relook, or Sean, you were part of those conversations, and it was about capacity and service delivery and system expansions that would allow for these very things to happen.
Yeah, speaking of Fellsmere and the conversations we've had, we're looking at our integrated water master plan, and that's going to be key plan for us, over the next 20, 30 years. And in that plan, we continue to look at all of our interlocal agreements and the areas that we have to serve, and ensuring that we're providing sufficient water and sewer capacity for those areas. The plan is looking at growth, where growth is happening, we're trying to predict as best we can where that's going to happen. One of the things that is key for me in that plan is and I've spoken to all of you about this, is having a plan that's very flexible, adaptable, and being able to, as best we can, understand how and when that capacity needs to be developed. We don't want to get out too far in front of it. We don't want to have capacity, so much capacity in our facilities that, we're so far in front of development that the plant's sitting, at half capacity. That's not good for a plant. A plant wants to run at or near full capacity. So you don't want to get too far out in front of that. Our plans are going to continue to look at that and be adaptable in a manner that, hey, if this development is actually happening, we get a lot of people and a lot of developers coming in and approaching us with, hey, this development's going to happen, and it's going to happen, and we're going to be building 1,500 homes. We all know that 1,500 homes aren't going to be built in a day. That's going to take a period of time, sometimes 15, 20 years to build. Our responsibility as a utility is to make sure that we, as that community continues to grow and build, that we provide and have that capacity available to them. It may not be that on day one we have the capacity for 1,500 homes, but as they continue to grow, so will we. And that's a commitment that we have to make, and that's our job, is to make sure that we have that capacity as the community grows.
And the last thing I'll add is, I guess this comp plan governs the land within the unincorporated county. It by no way, in any means, affects land that's within the corporate limits of the city. And I'm going to use the city of Sebastian as a great example, is when I look at the Graves Brother annexation, they have policies, and they laid out what was when they approved that annexation and that development thing, they had policies that talked about septic, talked about water, but it doesn't limit them from growing. I mean, we're having conversations with them and the Graves brothers, if you will, and the property owners on their property and how we're going to be able to accommodate that. And that's why we noted, or I can make it a reference or acknowledgement, however, but I don't think it belongs to the policy. And the last thing that I did add in there is this agreement may be amended on the mutual consent of both party, or both this county and the city, to open that door if there was opportunity, once we have our understanding where we are in the integrated water master plan and our capacity and our ability on what we would be able to do if Fellsmere wanted to move into a direction similar to what we have, where we are the sole provider for the city of Sebastian.
I just see the concern, and we brought in from the first element to the second element. I do see a perception when we don't want to look at any development plans because of the likelihood or perception that we don't have the resources, the utility delivery. So we won't look at the utility delivery because we don't have a plan. I just think that this has the possibility of being a gatekeeper for those that are looking for expansion, not saying it with a support or not, I can see the perception and concern that this is a wall without discussing, well, if you want that utility, you may have to pay for it. You will pay for it. It's happening with the annexation. You'll pay for that infrastructure, and we will have availability for use. I remember being involved with the discussion about that with you and I and a few others, just explaining, is the capacity available? Well, we did not want to include what was perceived for the expansion because we have to do other concerns. I think the perception is that with the way it stands, you now have a wall for application. Just straight out.
And I can understand that, but I would also say the city's comprehensive plan is what's going to govern their growth and their decision-making.
But to hold it to the level in which it is, that if the accountability for capacity, I think it could be delivered differently and left back to where it was.
It's a board decision. I would say
Declarative
staff-
statement, there will be, is
There will be. It's a
very,
You might as well just say shall ensure that sufficient capacity is available. I mean, and that's just like,
Again, that shall, will, may.
you know, I just think that's tying the hands of the county in terms of the ratepayers, in terms of the planning and the infrastructure, the costs. And I just think I would just advise you to exercise caution in saying that you shall provide sufficient capacity, you know, to accommodate all development within the urban service, including municipalities the county serves.
Does anybody have any?
Do we need a clear interlocal agreement?
This is a
with the
meeting.
city of Ellsworth?
Well, we are certainly welcome to, and, you know, I mean, open up the dialogue on the revised or the interlocal agreement. Certainly, we are. Like to Commissioner Adams' point, and it was really the property that was largely annexed. Really, I mean, we were talking plants, we were talking water plants, sewer plants. We were talking what would be needed in terms of sources for the water. How are we going to do it? Yeah, we were in the middle of that process, and we had a draft agreement,
Right.
and then the property got sold, and there hasn't been any continuing discussion since. So
There's
we
no
are,
reason why we couldn't continue
it
the
up.
discussion, looking at other properties within the city limits to provide them with that same level of comfort.
correct.
I mean, and there was a draft agreement for the most part, and so I don't see why we couldn't continue that discussion and have a more formal agreement if that gives them the level of comfort that is needed. I guess, just because there's been a lot of talk about this sub-element, can somebody remind me just what is?
topic was?
No, not that, but specifically what the language is being proposed is new development within, we're leaving in unincorporated portion?
Yes.
So basically, we're leaving it the same
1.1 is not
as
changed.
it's currently
So
existing.
They mixed up
The
the
objective.
sub-sanitary sewer element. He started off in the future land use.
Right.
And then jumped
Right.
to sanitary
We're in
sewer.
sanitary sewer sub-element policy 1.1.
Correct.
Right? Okay, so we're leaving the proposal is to leave the policy language the same
Yes,
as it's currently existing in the currently improved comp plan.
Right.
And then just
That's what
whether, I think Mr. Dill was suggesting that the notes might not be the best way to incorporate, but at this point, they're listed as notes. Just codifying or pointing to the existing agreements with the city of Sebastian and the city of Fellsmere.
We're going to live up to what we agreed.
Okay.
And then we're saying the agreements may be amended based on the mutual consent of both the county and the city.
Okay. Okay, I just want to, I feel like we've run around it a little bit. I want to make sure I was back where we started.
I think we could eliminate notes and,
Reference, acknowledgement, we can,
yeah, I mean, I think there's a better way to do it. Again, here we are with semantics again, but when something says note, it's kind of like the tacit reminder.
I can remove the word note and say, and make it in, and take those sentences and just make it in as part of it. A and B.
Leave it mission-oriented.
Yes.
Anybody on that?
Sounds good.
No,
I think the city manager for, the new city manager for Armando
Yes.
Ellesmere wants to speak.
He's been standing there quite some time, too. I mean,
Yeah, I just wanted to say,
Oh.
I've only been here for 5 days. I wish I would have been here for 10 days, because just in one phone call yesterday with the county administrator, we resolved like 90% of this.
Right.
And hopefully, moving forward, the relationship between the city and the county, I have a track record of working closely with the county. These things won't even come up here. I also appreciate Commissioner Adams and her insight and help on this issue, and I look forward to meeting all of you. So I want to commend the county administrator and his efforts with me yesterday, and I do want to acknowledge that there was a lot resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. You paid,
Finally.
welcome. It
Thank
was
you.
earlier today.
Thank you so much for the time. Thank you so much for everything you're doing for us. I really appreciate it. And I am not a voice of one person. I'm
You
a voice
are?
of 400 people. We are a group of people who bought 7,000 acres west of 95, that is in the opportunity zone, distressed citrus grove, to make it our future home. We are all software engineering professionals all over the US, and we are in semi-retirement phase. I'm close to 50, and we have some of our friends, and we want to make Vero Beach as our home. That is what we planned 4 years back, and that is what we have been doing. I also met Commissioner Ehrman to talk about some of our plans. And we are all very highly educated software engineering professionals, like in the West Coast, all these New York and everything, and all these people. We want to make this as a home. And when we found this place of Vero Beach, which is in the right heart of the center of the Florida, right on 95, NC Highway 60 junction, we thought, hey, there's a huge opportunity here. There's a huge potential here. And the corridor, that 60, that connects all the way from the West Coast to East Coast, and the 95, and the Turnpike, we thought that's an excellent location for us to be in. It's a great connectivity. But what I found over the period of last 2-3 years is, we are talking about urban sprawl. We are talking about limiting growth. We are talking about ag use and everything. And what are the country's problems today, if you see? Affordable housing. World is moving towards digital. There is more and more need of warehouses. Highway 60 on the west is a great location that's going to be an excellent spot for warehouses that can deliver all our goods online. But we are not doing anything to that effect. It was declared as an opportunity zone to bring growth, but we are not doing, as a county, we are not doing enough to bring that growth or the financial muscle power that is needed. And we are looking at all these things. I feel that, okay, is this county welcoming or the city welcoming for the new people to come and make their home? So that's what I've been thinking about. Did we make the right choice? And we are talking about limiting and making it only ag use land. You know, this is a land that we bought to make homes, build houses, make retirement homes, and making them, reducing the density, making them ag use and everything, that will not serve the purpose of the landowners. I'm not sure how much it serves for the county commissioners, but these are some of the things. My request is to keep this in mind, is that there are a lot of people wanting to make Vero Beach as a home.
So can I ask a question?
Sure,
So
sir.
which policy are you referring to, or we're converting ag to, or we're converting something residential otherwise to ag to prevent growth? Because I don't know that we have done any, or proposing any future land use map amendments as part of this area-based comp plan amendment process. I don't think we are adjusting any of the future land use designations.
Agreed, sir. There is no
Is
like
it a
that. But what I
general
want to share is
statement, or
about
is it a-
general.
I mean, so so I'm just trying to understand.
Yes, sir.
So you've purchased property that's ag, and you want to convert it to residential? Is that what?
It's not ag. Right now, it's owned for a AG2, which means you can have
It's
one
ag.
dwelling unit. Yes, it's ag. And then it is in the prime location. Now, if you look at the entire 95, all the way from the north to south, it's all high-value properties, high-growth properties. And it's on the right intersection of the 95 and 60, and we are limiting growth. That's a excellent location for a high-value growth. And then you can have some very good community, expensive community, like what we have in Sarasota. This county has so much potential, and I think we are limiting the growth by not developing the 95 West. I just want to share my thoughts. I don't know how much of that is.
I don't see where,
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
yeah, please.
I did have a meeting with him and his counsel, Pete Sweeney, months ago. And the emails that I've been receiving the last couple of days is you know, it's from over well over 100 people. It's a joint email cut and paste that everybody sent. It says, I'm writing as a property owner with holdings on west of I-95 within the St. John's Improvement District to express my concerns regarding the proposed 2025 comprehensive plan area-based amendments, particularly those that would implement a new town developed framework for unincorporated ag lands in Indian River County. I strongly oppose these amendments. They represent a drastic, unwarranted departure from the county's extended land use policies. I don't need to go in the rest of it. I think you just said it. We haven't changed any zoning or anything like that. That property out there, of course, is agriculture, but we haven't changed or even discussed anything with regards to that, and I guess until that time comes. Would that be correct, sir?
Yeah, I would also add, I mean, we were, and I know we've had conversations with, it was SRID, right?
SJA, St. John's.
St. John's, and they did talk about an environment, a designation, but the most recent, I think, Senate Bill 180 would prevent the county from adopting any comp plan amendment or zoning regulation that's more restrictive and burdensome, you know, in the aftermath of the most three recent hurricanes, and that date goes all the way out to October of 2027. So the rights that you had when you purchased the property are the rights that you still have, and there's nothing that I'm aware of, you know, and I've read these voluminous documents where we are altering any land use or comprehensive, you know, I hate using the word scheme, but some of the framework on the land in which you've purchased. We have not altered anything like that.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to make sure the voice is heard that, hey, we have to be, pro-development, pro-growth, and then that's an excellent corridor for a lot of warehouses. I just want to, my voice heard. That's all. Thank you so much.
And I would, Mr. Chairman, I would add that you may have received this, but the St. John's Improvement District and their chairman, Cody Estes, also sent a letter in proposing strong opposition to the Newtown policy. And I don't know if y'all had meetings with him, but I had meetings with him last week or so and said, hey, we're not talking about zoning here. You know, this
Well,
is not
the
a
Newtown
zoning.
policy has been in existence since 2008.
Yeah, Newtown's been
I mean,
around
that's
for a while.
almost 20 years.
Right.
And the Newtown policy is just a mechanism by which development could take place in agricultural through a planned development, but it doesn't change anything out there. You can still develop agricultural as agricultural. So the policy that we have is not changing any rights that the gentleman or his corporation has rights to on that land.
And you can still develop it, yes, as ag, as a new town. New towns just provide certain thresholds. Do we have any new towns in Indian River County?
We do not.
No,
do not.
Oh, my.
never have.
We've never had any
No.
unbridled.
But there was, that all came about from 2007. I believe there was discussion for a DRI that was taking place 2 counties down, that was coming right through us, and we needed our water to continue on. Is that about correct? Would you have any recollection? Anyway, there was a perception that
Before you leave, sir, we need your name.
new towns were brought up,
My name is Venkatesh.
and new towns were brought up
Venkatesh
regarding any further expansion or discussion on DRIs.
Right, and again, the Newtown policies have been in place since, even before the 2008 update, but and we're not really changing anything, very, very minimal cleanup, and as of the very beginning of this meeting, we're also not touching the height limitation, so there's no substantive changes to the Newtown policy.
But thank you, and you got his information. Thank you.
I think we're still in the future land use element.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're still, no, we transitioned to this second element, but that one actually went into both arenas.
My turn?
You're
You
up.
having fun yet? Okay, so just so I can introduce myself, most of y'all already know me, but my career has been 30-plus years in public health. And I started in modern medicine and went into...
Your name, ma'am?
Oh, Kelly Jackson. Thank you, sorry.
Okay.
I started in modern medicine and have been in holistic for 23-plus years now. And I grew up off of what I still call Lateral Lay, which is 66th Avenue and the corner of 69th Street, which my family still lives. As a 5th generation here, my mom's family pioneered to Indian River County before it was ever even Indian River County. So they all lived on the island, farmed over there, boated, stuff over, railroad came in. So I'm just trying to give a background to why I'm involved with what I'm doing, because public health is a very, very serious crisis that we are in. And so I just want to kind of paint the picture of the early pioneers they pioneered to places because of the resources that were available. We're not honoring the resources in the sense of our God-given resources, in that we as humans are a part of that natural ecosystem is what I'm getting at. And I don't hear enough of that in this planning stuff. So what I'm getting at is our economies have not been based on basic foundational principles and have not respected that as we've evolved. It's not so much about developing as much as it is of how we are developing, because we have the rights to clean air, food, and water, to access our natural resources, to hunt, forage, and fish. The work that I'm doing is building local and regional food systems through the Food Policy Council. So it would be, supporting natural concepts is what I'm getting at, that I don't think that we're paying enough attention to. Going from large ag operations to small ag operations is one example. Small farms need much more support on water quality, soil quality, drainage, making sure we have the water that we need, that type of thing. The infrastructure's here, we just have not used it in this capacity, and we've got to figure all that out. But I'm hearing this on a regular basis. For the audience that does not realize it, you can go on Indian River County Historical Society's website
Indian River Historical Society's website. They've done an amazing job on putting videos up, and there's one, Indian River Farms is what it's called, I think, that talks about the county was drained back in the day. This was all swamp, you know, a lot of Florida was, old Florida. So it was drained, and that's when this infrastructure was put in originally, right? So that's what we are all developing on right now. I was concerned recently, I think it was actually yesterday, that someone put out as a public comment that $34 million was spent in consultation fees in the last 2 years. Okay, so right now what's happening is the public is asking for transparency. They're asking to be involved in these decisions. So when I hear 250 surveys, that people have to show up at these meetings, have 3 minutes to talk and all this stuff, I mean, if y'all showed up at our meetings and could speak for 3 minutes, I'm sure it wouldn't go that well, but my point is it's not doing the job. We're not getting the public's input. We have 170,000 plus people here. I was teenager in the 80s here where we only had 50-something thousand people. My dad's been a businessman here my whole life. He retired now, but I just saw everybody talking and getting things done. And now 5 generations later, we're being pulled into this, which is like so nerve-wracking in itself. But I would be expecting more of like mailing things out to the community. You know, the $34 million that went out in consultation fees could have done a pretty good job at some mail outs and some real outreach to the people to get their voices. So if you can picture it, this is what's happening right now with the Doge and the MAHA. We're going from like the medical model, the 6-system model.
Ms. Jackson?
Food bank model. I want to finish.
Do you have anything that you would like to discuss regarding the sanitary sewer sub-element?
I'm just going to finish this, and I have to go. I have a 2 o'clock appointment.
We're sorry.
We're going to be going from the medical and food bank models to building our own local and regional food systems. The big ag models were not feeding somewhat to the community, but it degraded our so it ties into all of this, the land use and stuff is what I'm getting at. We have innovative options. There's things that are coming in that we've called disruptive. So the tides have turned, and I would like to see that you've got a lot of intelligence within your own community. We don't need the consultants. You need the voice of the people to be more involved in your decision-making is what I'm getting at. I don't care what subject you're talking about. Thank you.
And we had that because you attended the workshops as well. You were there.
Yeah, and I'm trying to develop a farm, you know, almost 4 years now as a beginning farmer, 5th generation here, and I'm not getting the cooperation.
And we appreciate your input.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Hi there. My name is Lisa Sinersky, and I'm grateful for another opportunity to stand before you. I want to thank Ms. Jackson for everything she just said. I'm also a 5th generation Indian River County native, and I stand before you as not only a resident, but I'm also honoring my family who worked for this county for 30 decades, or 3 decades, 40 decades, and I'm sorry, 4 decades. I'm nervous. I am also a busy
Don't be
woman.
nervous.
I run 2 businesses. I have 3 jobs. I'm in between all of that trying to make my opinion and my comment today. My head's spinning. I don't know policies. I don't write revisions. I don't do any of this stuff. I can't say that I've read the thousands and thousands of pages regarding all of these different parts and pieces to our county. But that doesn't mean my opinion doesn't matter. And I think I'm here to represent a lot of people who probably have similar opinions who cannot be here and who cannot read all of this, who can't even wrap their head around it if they did read it. So I'm going to just read a couple things that I've written down and that I've skimmed through when it comes to, I guess, the topic that we're talking about, which is land use. If I'm not mistaken, the first thing that I read in Appendix A says the vision to maintain and promote the small town character of Indian River County as a low density, low rise, and green county. I'm going to stop right there. If that's still our vision as a 5th generation native here, I don't see our small town character anymore. I don't. So I'm going to just leave it at that as that vision statement, if that is still our vision. Underneath that, our goal, land development in Indian River County will occur in an orderly and controlled manner and ensure balanced growth that optimizes the potential economic development. All I'm going to say is we need to be more mindful of our land use when it comes to nature, the species we share this environment with. I'm wearing a green shirt that says nature lover. Might not be appropriate for a meeting like this today. It's a little casual, but I'm going to say I stand here to speak for the wildlife who cannot speak for their habitat, for their homes. Okay, when it comes to land use, I don't know what's written in this. It's too much to read. It's not my job to read it, but it is my opinion to say that I don't like what I'm seeing when it comes to a lot of the development in the land use, which has to do with housing, which I guess housing isn't necessarily this topic, but housing happens on land. We don't need thousands upon thousands of homes, and whatever I'm reading about the new town, I guess you said this has been written in since 2008. Why do we need something called a new town? We have towns. Why can't we keep what we have and be mindful about the development in those areas? I don't know what I'm really saying when it comes to the wording, but new town, I will highlight. I see you shaking your head like, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about.
No,
but I will
no,
say, I will say that what I've highlighted.
I understand.
Yes, okay. That when it comes to new towns, we're talking approximately 2,500 residential units. That's not good. We have homes in this town that are for rent, for sale, that are not affordable already. We don't need affordable housing in the sense of big, huge, developments of these cookie cutter homes that rip out every single tree, then plant non-native trees in those environments. We don't need more of that. We need affordable housing, and we need people's wages to be better so we can afford to live in the houses that most people probably want to live in, a neighborhood like the one I grew up in, which is now being completely changed. So I don't have revisions. All I can do is speak on behalf of what I see, and I don't like what I see. I guess that's all I can say. I will say, again, I don't have time today either to be here for this whole thing. I really wish I could. I wish I really could wrap my head around this whole document, this whole EAR report. I will say I'm in support of whatever the Tortoise Alliance is going to say when it comes to their revision. And the tortoises are on the land, so it has to do with land. I'm going to say I support what they have to say. I would say also that the last time I was here, I understood that this hadn't been updated or revised in nearly 20 years, 15 plus, 17 years, whatever you want to call it. That's a long time. If we have soil and water and all these different divisions that specialize in these different topics that are in this report, I really hope that we can be more up and up on visiting these subjects a little bit more often, because I know that everybody else here sees we've developed really quickly and really a lot in the last 10 years plus. So to me, it would make sense that these are things that we look at more often. So we're not here on a day like this looking at a whole bunch of different elements that seem like we needed to be, checking in to all these different things for many years by now. So again, I can just speak on the things that I see as a citizen, not as somebody to be able to rewrite things, but I just hope that some of those opinions can be understood and maybe be mindful when we're making revisions. And again, my stand is for the wildlife and for protecting as much land as we can. And really, our native plants, too, need to be incorporated and all that. And when it comes to land in our roadways, I hope that, as somebody said in this last meeting, that we can use some more native plants when it comes to some of the county roadways. It's going to protect our water use, et cetera, when it comes to our roadways and land use for all that as well. So.
Ma'am, we appreciate your thoughts.
Yeah.
And well agreed regarding the concept of new towns. We do not have a new town in Indian River County.
I heard that. But it sounds like there's potential for that to happen. And to me, it's just words, it's language. I get it, there's policies and all these things, but to me, I don't like what I read. New town, we have towns. We have plenty of towns in Indian River County that need to, we need to be doing the best we can to protect who lives here already and the land and the water and the soil and all these different entities, why aren't we focusing on making what we already have the best that we can and protect, I think, what most people either that were born here love or the people that have come to move here?
And really love it.
Besides maybe the other gentleman that spoke and has other goals here. But if you're from here and you came here to live here for a small town feel, I want to protect that, and I think many other people do. So the new town thing scares me because we're talking about a lot of units in one piece of land, which does include making a new town because you're talking about thousands and thousands of people. So it's just wording. I don't get it, but I don't like it, and that's all I can say. So thank you.
So to tie this back to land use and piggyback on what she just said, we have to expand that lens of conservation. We are a part of that. It's called healthy ecosystems. We cannot keep focusing on wildlife while the humans are getting cancer on kidney dialysis. It makes no sense. You have to go back to foundational principles of clean air, food, and water. We need access to non-toxic natural resources so we can hunt, forage, and fish. That's what I'm bringing it back to. Back when I grew up here, people grew food all over town. People, you know, you've got the cottage food industry that people can make $250,000 a year. Doesn't matter what part of town they're living in, they can do that through the cottage food law. They can grow food vertically on their condo patio if they want to. We've got these technologies in where they can grow food wherever they want. So we're developing in a way to where we are just cookie cutting, you know, we're dividing, it doesn't work. That's why I'm bringing it back to the land use. It's a much deeper issue, and we have the God-given rights for that, and this needs to be taken more seriously. This is, like she said, it's very overwhelming. I'm a simple living person, and when I'm having a hard time living in my hometown, 5th generation later, I'm having a hard time living a simple life, that's a problem. And that's what you are creating. Support.
Thank you.
I apologize. I want to say one thing that I did highlight, because I did skim through a very small portion of this EAR report, and something that I just don't think we're very honest with is in the Newtown, let's see, this is policy 1.37, section E, I guess, I don't know. No new town shall be approved without finding that the new town as approved, I know we don't have a new town yet, but as approved will have no adverse impact on natural resources. I think we've already made a big impact on our natural resources when it comes to the development that we already see here. I want to make sure that that's something we can maybe have in writing, that we're just more mindful of our natural resources, as she's saying, with the water, with the everything. We need to go back to the basics, but protect the things that we all need to survive. And yes, I hear you that we don't have a new town, but we have large amounts of development happening and huge amounts of housing development. And I know for a fact, and I know that's what the Gopher Tortoise Alliance will talk about, is we're messing with the natural resources and those animals that live on those lands. So it might not be something that has to do with a new town yet, but I hope that there's something in this maybe already written that I just am not aware about, that we can be more mindful to our natural resources and to the wildlife when it comes to building just large developments in general. I don't know what that number needs to be, but we're not talking little neighborhoods like we grew up in. We're talking about multiple homes in, large numbers. It might not meet the, whatever your new town number is, but we're destroying land and it's affecting things. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say a couple more things.
Ms. Jackson.
So the
Ms.
public.
Jackson.
So the public
Ms. Jackson.
understands. It's called Food Forests. I
Ms.
paid
Jackson,
$2,000
we'll
for the
create another
design.
element for you. We'll have, there's time for you to discuss this at the end of the meeting. Later on, you have an opportunity to speak.
Right, but what I'm saying is you're not letting the public know that there's other things out there. That's what they're not seeing. This native is a bunch of bull shakalaka too. It's beyond any
Okay.
River County. We've got a lot of cultures in this country we're going to learn from. It's here. We're not just growing tomatoes and bell peppers. There's a lot of herbs, there's a lot of plants that we're going to learn.
I sense
So
there is.
there is a lot that's happening on a large level, and the public needs to know that.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jerriana Jones with the Go for Tortoise Alliance. We meet at 2044 14th Avenue. I came in here today with like a game plan of what I was going to say, but it's completely derailed. And I just have to say that, first of all, I really appreciate that y'all have taken the time to go through this line by line, because my understanding of this comp plan process is so much greater than it was when I walked in here today. Granted, it's been 4 hours. I know everybody probably feels the same, but it has been really helpful to see these points illuminated and broken down step by step. So thank you for that. And thank you for speaking up about keeping the harder rules in there, that some of them that were gonna be taken out. So I'm kind of narrowing things down to what I wanted to say today. I just want to reemphasize that I agree, and I believe a lot of the people who I've received messages from agree, that to do the comp plan without also doing the LDR is faulty. I want to know from the county if and when we can do a revision similar, maybe not to this level, but I mean, a line by line, it is important, and it hasn't been updated in a long time. When can we actually look at the LDR and get some public input on that? Because I realize the exemption I came in to talk today about is exemption 927.06 in the LDR, and y'all aren't talking about the LDR today. I get it, and everybody wants to go home. But I want to know, when is the right time for us to bring this back up and go, hey guys, okay, the comp plan, we got it, this is done, I know it's the biggest thing on your agenda right now. Can we talk about this exemption? Can we talk about making some adjustments to the LDR? So tell me when, and like, what's the best way for me to get in front of you about this, so that I can shorten my comments and we can go home?
Yeah, so after the comp plan, so from here, once the comp plan is transmitted, let me say that, and it comes back, 75 days, then, then we have like 180 days to get it back to them. Won't take that long, but once it's adopted, and then our job is to go out and try to work to implement it.
Okay,
So that would be the time that anything that's changed that affects, just like we did here, when there were statutory changes, we had to make sure the comp plan was in compliance with the statutory changes. We needed to subsequently do the same, that any changes in the comp plan we make our LDRs consistent with the comp plan, and that would be the time.
okay, so just to make sure I heard you correctly, was it 75 to 180 days? What was after the comp plan submitted and you get it back and that's done? Then we could maybe contact you again about starting to address some of the LDR things that are now going to be set in play by changes made to the comp plan?
I don't know, but I don't know if you've heard any significant conservation policy changes, related to habitat protection or anything like that. So if you have stuff if you look at the conservation element, and you have stuff that you say, well, where's this policy? Or you brought up the 927.06, the LDR, maybe make that list. Ryan's currently is the assistant director, the acting director, provide it to him, and then we'll start looking, at keeping a file to move on with those.
Okay, great.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that it is like in the record that we're going to do it again and go through that process, and just hopefully be able to work with you guys on that. Okay, thank you for hearing me. I know I jumped the elements. It's technically conservation element, but I just followed the trend. Okay.
Thank you. Is there any other comment on this element? Okay.
I think it's about land. I'm intending to speak about land.
we
You're
are.
in wastewater now.
We don't know where we are.
Yeah, sanitary sewer sub-element.
I prepared to be under 3 minutes. You want me to roll or sit?
I can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everyone for being here.
I just want to get it back on track.
I got you. I couldn't work out whether this was under land or conservation. I did plan to be under 3.
Conservation is 8 elements up. If you want to talk about land conservation, yeah, the turtle thing might have derailed you, but
Okay.
we're going to
This
talk
is,
about
this is about
conservation
specifically about
element.
land use that allows for clearing of land without any surveying for environmental efforts under 1 acre.
That's conservation.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, again, that they're referring to specific exemptions for land clearing and tree removal on lots that are less than 1 acre in the land development regulations. Nothing that we're going to touch today in the, I mean, let me rephrase that. In my professional opinion, nothing that we're going to touch today in the conservation element is going to get anywhere near to that granular level. That's an LDR amendment review.
Correct.
So perhaps to make it a little clearer for the Kynes lady, the same rules that we kind of, John went over for the Gopher Tortoise Alliance would be
Would be
the
the same, to
opportunity
look at an
to
LDR.
look at the LDRs on the
Yes.
clearing issue that you were potentially going to raise. So, and I think that they have some of the same concerns, so maybe there's some shared resources of conversation you guys can have to move that forward with more advocacy behind it.
They have the ability to submit their own text amendment at any given time.
So, for me?
Councilman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, commissioners, staff. I'm going to be very brief, okay? I just want to say a couple of things, and I've written them down to make sure that they come out correctly. So, the city of Sebastian, you know, we wrote a letter because there was something in that concerned us, right? And those concerns has been addressed. So, and you guys are going to be voting on that today, so we would ask for your support. But the city of Sebastian supports the county staff proposed amendments to the sanitary sewer sub-element policy 1-1, eliminating municipalities and going back to unincorporated. The city also supports the additional language that clarifies the county's commitment to the 1995 interlocal agreement commitment to the 1995 interlocal agreement to provide sanitary sewer to the city of Sebastian. So, you know, we really
You agree with the
appreciate
note.
John and the staff looking at this and actually coming up with this language and assisting us with this, because that was going to be very detrimental to our city. We felt like we were probably being singled out based on that, because there's not many other communities that have that agreement. And we've had this perpetual agreement since 1995, and the county is now going to be honoring that. So, and also, for the people that are here, we're going to be having a ribbon cutting in the CRA in Sebastian for sanitary sewer going in tomorrow at 1 o'clock. So the commissioners will be there, the city representatives will be there. So anybody wants to come by and be a part of that, please come by. So, and I think, Mr. Benton, did you have anything? So I think that's it for me. Unless you have any questions for me, we appreciate you all, and we hope that you support that amendment.
No, and personally, I want to thank the cooperation, the communication that has taken place, and allowing the opportunity for the change to be made so that it was seamless, and we appreciate the relationship.
Absolutely. Great relationship. Thank you guys so much.
Brian's here.
Yeah, I also have a city
City
manager
manager's here?
here. The mayor was here earlier, so he had to go
Yes.
back to work, so, thank you.
Somebody's got to be at the barn.
I know, right?
All right. Well, thank you. Is there any further comment on sanitary, or we're going to move on? I'm being urged for a break, so I will honor that. We will take a brief recess. Thank you.
I said we were in the potable water sub-area. Not gonna get more potable water. Thank you.
Next.
Yes. I haven't checked off as we're covering the one. The meeting will now be called back to order. We have counsel.
We're on potable water.
We'll now move on to potable water sub-element. Anybody wish to speak on behalf of potable water? I think we covered a few changes in the very beginning,
Yes, sir.
and they're duly noted and will be applied. Is there anybody here wishing to speak on behalf of potable water? No? Anybody here from the board? Okay, we've knocked that one out. Let's go to solid waste sub-element. It's 51 on your notes. I told you it was going to move quickly, no? County Administrator, you have anything on solid waste?
No, sir.
Question on solid waste?
Solid waste, yes, sir. With regard to policy 4.2, and that is the SWID shall evaluate the need for and level of service required from the customer convenience centers, but it's marked as completed. So I don't know that it's completed, really, because if we're moving to universal collection, 4.2?
It's on page 28.
Policy 4.2. So, I don't know, are we ever going to look at that?
2.8.
You know, I mean, after universal collection has come to be.
Good point.
Fully
Once
implemented.
again, we did assess and evaluate, and it is marked completed because we had gone over a series of assessments on the convenience centers, as well as there was talk 6 years ago about eliminating two of the three, the two and leaving three, and having it a 5 was left where it was at. We did make some changes at the convenience centers. Yes, agreed that with the universal application, we will have an understanding to see if they are being utilized, but I believe that the assessment was completed and changes were made for the convenience centers.
Okay,
So,
I just,
again,
this seemed kind of,
you're
you know,
right, but also
you know,
I
like,
think-
we're done with it, we're not going to evaluate it, and I think you'd want to, I know we're keeping it, I totally got that, but you would think at some point in the future, no, not too distant future, after full implementation, and everyone's comfortable with the level of service of universal collection, that you might want to go back and reevaluate this. Here, we're just taking it out, it's gone. So, that's all I'm wondering.
Is there a controlling SWID policy, or it's not like transportation planning where you do a policy update every couple of years, but is there a SWID policy that says that we will relook at convenience centers and their effectiveness every so many years?
Was it like, was it a year or 2 years, Sean?
Yeah, I mean, as part of going to universal, we did agree that the convenience centers would not be something that we'd be looking at currently. It's not to say that we wouldn't be looking at that again in the future, and maybe we just leave that part of it. I mean, to Commissioner
leave-
Moss' perspective, maybe we leave that second sentence in
Yeah,
there
the
that we'll
SWID
continue
shall
to
The
evaluate.
need for and level of service required. We could leave that in.
I think we should.
Do by 2030 or something like that, which is about halfway
Yeah.
the contract.
Yeah. keep it
Yeah,
simple.
and I think it would be worthwhile to leave something in there about that.
Okay, good
The
job.
needs have changed, and again, the dependency on the the convenience centers has changed and may change drastically with Universal. But by the same token, that'll also be evaluated because it's the only place where people can drop off certain items that they cannot place in their universal pickup. So we may have to alter that. So I think it would be best served for the public to leave that in there so it's open, not
Right.
closed
So
out.
not
We did have a
closed it out.
tremendous assessment on it, but again, things are changing.
So would the board be fine with by 2030, which is the halfway mark of the contract, the SWID shall evaluate the need for and the level of service required from the customer convenience center?
I am, I'm fine.
I think that best serves the
2030.
public
Yeah.
as they are, again, many of our residents are dependent upon the convenience center's existence. However, if there's no utility purpose, so perhaps maybe leaving it in there for an assessment value in the future would be most appropriate. Commissioner Moss?
Yeah, that's fine with me, by 2030.
Commissioner Adams?
Fine with me.
Just make a note, in 5 years, you're going to have to update comp plan.
No notes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just since I'm the one going to be making these edits and transmitting this, I want to make sure I'm clear. We're leaving this policy completely intact and just changing the year.
Well, no, we're striking the first provision of it and just going to the second.
Leaving the
saying,
second sentence
By
alone.
20, the SWID shall evaluate the need and the level of service required from the customer convenience center.
Got it.
We're striking all of the first sentence and the first
Yeah.
half of the second sentence, only leaving the second half of the second sentence.
And we'll meet jointly to go over all of our
Yeah, well,
notes.
well, that's the point of the final adoption hearing as well, to make sure.
Anything else? That's great, we can move on. Let's move on to natural groundwater sub-element. Any inquiry question on natural groundwater? Welcome, Dr. Baker.
Thank you. I'm Richard Baker, I'm board chair of the Pelican Island Audubon Society. And I'd like to thank you very much for keeping this county really nice with the height limits. Thank you. I think there's only 3 or 4 counties in the state that have this, and most of them don't. And I think if you have to live in Florida, Indian River County is probably the best place to live. And I'm so happy here. And it's due to, I think, the height limit. I don't want to go into more, but one of the things that I was going to talk about our drinking water, and I don't know if this fits, the groundwater fits into our drinking
goes
water,
back,
because we get
but-
our drinking water from our groundwater. And so we are utilizing this, our drinking water, we're concerned about it, having enough, and you're figuring out what the future is on it and all, everything. But 65% of our drinking water is going on lawns. That jumps up to 88% in the summertime. That's in our county. So most of our drinking water is going out for the lawns. And the reason it is that we're putting down all this sod. And the sod that we're putting down has 2-inch roots, only 2 inches. So you have a lot of evaporation every day, and especially with this heat, or heating up all the time, it heats up that first inches. Native plants, and we've got native ground covers here too, beautiful ones. And you don't have to mow them so much. You can if you want, and you don't have to. They have 12-inch roots. So they're getting water from down here. If you don't water for a week, they can still survive. But if you don't water for a week, some people feel that their lawns, that they have to water. So we've got a serious drinking water problem coming up. We're not going to have enough water. You're talking about reuse water and all that. So I think if you can get us to be more concerned in our county, we'll be leading the way in Florida. We can restrict some of the sod that we have in our lawns. I think now you're requiring 50% of the lawns to be put in sod. I'm not sure exactly how that fits in here. But I would like to see sod reduced down to 15%, that we only require 15%, we only want 15% of your lawn, because there's a lot of natives out there. We're losing our birds, we're losing our gopher tortoises, we're losing our butterflies, because of all the chemicals that are coming in and getting rid of the trees. That's kind of another issue. If you put trees in your yard, you're not wasting all that water. The trees absorb hold that water for a bit, and it drains down instead of just running into the lagoon or into a canal. So the more trees we can plant, the better off we are. And we do have, I think, regulations here that for 1 or 2 trees on a yard, but what people are doing frequently is they're putting in a tree because it's required, and then they're yanking it out and put a palm in. A palm is not a tree, although Florida calls it, it's one of our, it's the tree, it's a palm tree or something. But it's a grass. And as a palm grows, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and the trunk wise. You see these spindly things up there? Now, but a tree, when it grows, gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So it's in a totally different plant grouping. And so I would like to discourage palm trees and encourage native trees. And the native trees do so much. They're actually will help our butterflies. They'll help our bees. They'll help our birds too, and other animals that we have. Because we're losing these animals for the heat, and it'll help cool the planet. If every 8 million, well, how many people? We got 8 billion people on the Earth. If everybody planted a tree, we could probably take care of this global warming that we have here, the heating up of the planet. So I don't know if you can put that into the comp plan, encouraging this, and then we can work down more details to how we do it and stuff later. But I think this is our opportunity. You know, trees give us oxygen we need. We need water too. And so we don't want to waste the water we got. And that's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Doc. Appreciate it. Stormwater.
I have a question, the natural groundwater. Are we up to that point?
Yeah.
Okay. And actually, it relates to what Dr. Baker was just saying. Policy 3.3, and I'm just quoting, require that new developments install a minimum of 50% water-conserving material as specified in the landscape ordinance, but it's changing it. It said, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing this properly, but it said xeriscape?
Xeriscape.
Xeriscape. Xeriscape is replaced by Florida landscape. So we took out the xeriscape. Could you please address that? I'm just not sure what that change means.
They're the same thing.
Yes, I was going to say.
It used to be called xeriscaping years ago, using native plants for low water consumption, exactly what Dr. Baker is referring to. And I think now the industry standard is to refer to it as Florida native plantings.
It's just
Florida
the
friendly.
nomenclature then
Yes.
has changed, not the content.
Correct. Just the nomenclature.
Okay, thank you.
Got that one knocked out. All right. Stormwater sub-element. Was there any changes?
Chip Landers, just a question regarding 1.2, which we brought up earlier. And I'm sorry I wasn't here at the beginning, so it may have already been addressed.
1.2 under stormwater.
It's page 34.
Thank you.
Yep, sorry. We struck out the 6 inches above flood level and 18 inches. And there was a question that I had as to, we received a discount for flood insurance in the county by building above certain levels. And has that changed, or where is that at?
So the freeboard documents, or the freeboard requirements would be again, in the LDRs. We don't, these, and I won't overstep my bounds if somebody from Stormwater wants to jump in, but these are too specific in the comp plan. They need to, if you see on on the first sentence at the end, it says, any required appropriate freeboard protection. We don't want to handcuff ourselves to very specific freeboard requirements in the comprehensive plan. So right now, for example, AE has a minimum of 6 inches, A is 18 above the crown of the road. This is a more fluid policy that is geared towards a number of different sources.
Is that acceptable, though, from the people who establish those credits for the flood insurance? Because it's going to become a huge factor in our area.
So Adi Javed, Dr. Javed is our floodplain administrator, public works director. He can comment on that.
Okay.
Did you get the question, Adi?
I did.
Okay, let me just make sure.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon, Doc.
Adi Javed, Public Works Director. Just to be able to answer the question, we are looking at base flood elevations requirements or the 100-year flood elevation requirements for our buildings. So that's one of the intent for new development. Obviously, for existing development, we are also trying to tighten up some of our floodplain regulations to be able to address some of the flooding concerns that have been going on. So we are looking into it, and staff is hoping that we would be bringing some of the amendments to land development regulations and policies in coming months. So right now, staff is working with the consultant, and we're also working with FEMA staff to basically look at our existing policies and regulations and see what we can bring back to the commission for final approval and blessing moving forward.
So in your professional opinion, by leaving any required appropriate freeboard protection, that opens up our residents, you know, as when FIRM and National Flood Insurance Program and NFIP is looking at it, that will afford them any benefits that they provide for flood insurance.
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else? Good afternoon, sir.
Tim Glover, I'm president of Friends of St. Sebastian River, and I'm looking at policy 2.4. I'm trying to understand it. I don't think it's written quite properly, but I believe what it's referring to is an outdated Florida statute having to do with stormwater. The updated statute they approved in June of 2024, it's 373.4131, and it's outlined in the Environmental Resource Permit Applicant's Handbook, Volume 1, Section 8, which was effective June 28th, 2024. So it appears that the county's land development regulations refer to these outdated statutes as well, so I think that probably needs to be reviewed. Thank you.
So for the interest of us trying to rectify this, because this was started in 2023 and the legislative session was going on while this was being reviewed for statutory changes. Can you tell us what, it would be helpful if what in 2.4 is not consistent? I mean, we can go back and check it and get the information, but if you can tell, if you know what it is by off the top of your.
I can't state I know the new regulation is much more comprehensive, so.
373.4131?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Anyone else? Anything from the board?
Just one question on policy 3.4. The county shall consider establishing a stormwater utility to fund maintenance and improvement. And so it did say by 2012. That's a strikeout, and now it says 2030. My question is this, I didn't know why it was here. This has not come up during my tenure since 2020. We haven't talked about it. So I'm wondering, do you know what the history of it is? Did a previous commission?
So, so actually, if you recall, Kylie has been meeting with you all on the stormwater master plan. So this is, the county is developing a stormwater master plan.
Well, it's stormwater utility, generally, like when the city of Vero Beach voted on that, that's usually a separate fund.
So in that stormwater master plan, if you recall, they didn't recommend it immediately, but they identified it as a potential funding source to fund stormwater management improvements. So what this is saying, by 2030, the county, it doesn't say shall establish, shall consider establishing. It could be any time before 2030.
Yeah. Well, I
mean, so-
don't mind considering it if everybody wants to consider it, but I was just wondering what the history of it was.
And I think-
Because it's been in there a long time.
Yeah, and I don't think we've done a stormwater master plan, so that's one of the things that we've done last, Kylie and her team have done. And the reason why we have not, and when we spoke with the consultants, is I think it's really predicated upon what happens in Tallahassee. I mean, if they fundamentally alter the property tax, in property tax reform, fundamentally alter your revenue sources, we may have to become a fee-based, government, and that too, you got to handle stormwater, although if we're going to protect the environment, otherwise all those pollutants are going to go into the canals, and that's going to go into the lagoon, and we're kind of defeating everything else that we do. So it is identified as a potential funding source in that the draft stormwater master plan that'll be presented, I think, next meeting, is it?
The 23rd, yes, we'll be
23rd,
bringing the
23rd.
stormwater management plan to the
Management.
board
And so
on
maybe
September
we need to
23rd.
probably make sure that master says management.
Yes, yes, and as John was mentioning, ultimately, whether or not we need to establish a utility will be dependent upon what happens in terms of a lot of our requirements from the BMAP perspective specifically as well.
We didn't want to
So-
lock ourselves in. We want you all to have flexibility when the need comes. If you think it's merited, then you can make that decision.
Okay, sounds good. Can you refresh my memory on something else? Policy 7.9, that had to do with the property appraiser. Did we say we were going to?
We did.
We're going to check with him?
Yeah, John
Okay.
mentioned that one in his.
Okay, so you're going to check with him?
Yes, we're going to strike that middle
Okay.
sentence.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you.
I might just squeeze in that trees actually slow down stormwater problems too, so it delays the water getting
Take the water.
getting out there.
Right. Transportation element.
No, I don't think it.
Transportation element, anything? Brian's been here all morning,
Brian's got it all under control.
all under control.
I have one thing, if everybody else has already gone.
Our transportation has been well
Transportation's-
admired,
Yes. it's
award-winning.
It's wonderful. Removing traffic impact study requirements in favor of referring to county code. I'm not in favor of that. County code, I think we definitely need the traffic impact studies. I mean, especially because traffic comes up repeatedly, not only in our day-to-day experience in our emails, but also in the studies that we've done. The urban service boundary study, you may recall that came up very high as a concern, traffic, too much traffic. So I think I would not want to relinquish traffic impact studies in favor of county code, given the concern of the community with traffic.
Mr. Chairman, the policy that we have here in front of us would still require traffic impact studies, but it refers back to Chapter 952, which has specific parameters that the study must abide by, as opposed to this language that's in the policy, which is a little outdated. It was based on the old way of looking at studies. Now we have a new way to look at the additional intersections in the way that the traffic disperses throughout the traffic network, and that's all identified in Chapter 952, which this policy that we're amending is going to refer back to.
So traffic studies still will
It's still
exist.
required, yes.
It
Yes.
almost-
Are required.
And it almost sounds like that this would actually be more in line with what Commissioner Moss wants to see from expanding those traffic studies in areas being studied. So I think Commissioner Moss will actually get more of what you want with the suggested change.
Yes.
Sounds great. Thank you for explaining.
Thank you. Anything else? Moving on to economic development. Which,
Just to remind the board that this element will come back individually once we have an economic development strategic action plan to make sure there's consistency between the two. So I will just share that with you, but they did strike through some outdated language already. You know, it's like there's two pages where they talk about 2007, 2008.
so nothing on economic development at this point. We will bring something back specific.
We are proposing to do these simple strike-throughs to eliminate the dates and then just kind of update the dates. But other than that, we will bring back, once we have the economic development strategic action plan, it would be a separate comp plan amendment, but focused on the economic development.
Very well. Capital improvements element.
Mr. Chair, there's no real substantive changes in this particular element.
What is that?
I take back. Sorry, I skipped over. Yes, we should be in. Oh, okay, no, it is capital.
It goes to conservation.
And capital improvements is on page 45.
Mr. Chair, while they're looking at that, the one thing I want to say is, and I had highlighted based on the comment that was made about the infill development, is you currently have policy 1.2. It does say discussed in other policies, similar to what we did earlier. If it provides a little bit more comfort for the community, we could leave that policy in place. It's not, even though it may be discussed in another element, because this is housing, and this is a big issue for the county. The county shall encourage infill development by providing infrastructure to infill areas, removing blighting influences, stabilizing the neighborhood, and providing private developers with information regarding available funding. It's at the board's desire if you want to leave that in, since that was an expressed concern. And I don't think it's in conflict. And again, we will address it, as I mentioned before, in the economic development element, because it's something that came up in the meetings and the public feedback.
We good with that, board? Anything on this side?
Yeah, sounds fine. Oh, did you say that was 1.2?
1.2 on page
1.2.
257, 47.
Yeah, this is under housing. Because 2.2 is a similar situation. What was stricken was, quotes, "All of this residentially designated land is located within the urban service area." So, that we don't need to, I don't know that we need to strike that out then. Since our estimated population growth can be accommodated within the existing urban service
page?
area, we
Which
don't
page
need.
number is it?
It's 2.2?
Oh, 2.2.
2.2, yeah.
I'm here at 1.2 as well.
So it might be similar in that.
So, but in this
That
case,
consideration.
most of the development community or people, even a person, where they're going to look to find out what they can do in their future land use is going to be in the future land use element, rather, not so much in the housing element. Because this is talking about the density. We're talking, mobile.
Well, that's okay, but just to be consistent, if we're changing, if we're leaving 1.2, can leave 2.2.
Anything else? No, actually. Anything else in housing?
Excuse me? You ready?
So board's discretion is to leave that policy unstricken or leave it?
In
that
2.2
consensus?
or 1.2?
1.2, I said, I believe that was a yes, I'm sorry, but no, on 2.2. And maybe from the AHAC perspective, you could,
What was stricken was, quotes, "All of this residentially designated land is located within the urban service area." And I don't see a need to strike that since our estimated population growth can be accommodated within the existing.
For housing in 2.2?
it's on page
Policy.
258 of the,
I'm looking at policy 2.2 on page 48.
Yes, yes, yes,
The
yes.
I don't
second, yeah, the second sentence says, all of this residentially designated land is located within
Okay,
the urban
because there's a
service area."
lot of other stuff that's struck through in that policy. That's why I was confused. I was like,
And housing?
yeah, that entirety of that policy is struck through. So I guess I don't really understand, Commissioner Moss, what, if it's all struck through,
So
or do you want that particular sentence added back in, or?
I mean, I didn't think we needed to strike it.
Because it's all this that's struck, and this, you're talking about that second sentence.
It's in red.
It's in the strike-through. So you want to leave,
No, just that sentence.
just that
No,
sentence.
No, I wasn't talking about the entire.
So what we will
want
leave
the
in,
sentence back?
so Patrick's listening, is all of this residentially designated land is located within the urban service boundary. This is the proposal, area where adequate infrastructure is available to accommodate a wide variety of housing types. I think you could probably stop there. I don't think you need to go to including mobile homes. Well, no, farm worker housing, housing for very low and moderate income households, groups, homes, and foster facilities, and then stop it there. Is that what you're proposing, ma'am?
Yes.
why?
What, yeah, what are you going to take mobile home, modular homes out?
Well, why, no, I'm just asking Commissioner Moss why she wants that
I
included.
just want to be sure that we're stating that we expect that the population growth can be accommodated within the existing urban service area. That's my main concern.
Oh,
You know, because that is our expectation.
well, then why don't we just say that?
That's okay with me.
Expectation.
Shorter. But that's a projection at this point. It's more than an expectation. It's a projection. Would that be a better word?
Do you want a policy basically acknowledging what we've found in the USB
Yeah,
study?
I think that's what she's
That
getting
there's
at.
adequate land within the existing urban service area to accommodate growth through the planning horizon?
That's a good, do you
We
want to
can-
just
we can do that
reference
as a
the
separate-
urban service boundary studies language
We can do that
within
as
the
a separate
comp plan?
policy.
We can do that. Yes.
Bill, yeah?
I was good with the first sentence. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
It's not 2.2, that's separate.
No, it'll be a separate policy.
We have housing covered. Anybody else wishing? I knew Chip was here for this.
And I'm not sure where it fits into this, but the question had been raised regarding, and it's probably going to come up in the PD meeting that we're going to have, I just wanted for clarification, that there was the set aside of the 20 acres in the PDs was strictly for schools, and the issue was raised, A, they haven't used them. B, couldn't we set that aside for workforce housing, because those are the teachers that need, near those subdivisions. So I don't know where that ties in, but that was the question that I raised. Why can't we use it for something else, either after a certain period of time, or if the school doesn't want it, say, I don't want it, and we can use it for something else, and specifically workforce housing, because the land's free.
I would tell you, we're working on that, right?
That's, yeah, PD
We're
discussion.
working on that right now.
It would definitely be a PD discussion, not comp plan.
Okay. Moving on to conservation. Page, conservation is on 92.
52 is the beginning of conservation.
You got a different book.
Oh, you're right, I'm sorry.
I
Apparently
got
you
the
guys have
same one you guys got,
exactly-
it's 52.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
You see that number, what it says there?
92, yeah.
You see 92. Good thing you weren't reading my notes.
You got a different book.
Yeah. I got the deluxe.
He's got the matrix.
The Matrix.
And John, again, you want to reiterate just that you highlighted already about the 0.5 acre. We've already handled that part
Yes.
in policy 5.5. And same
Again,
for,
it's just, it's not eliminating, it's just clarifying what a small wetland is. It's 0.5 acres. And then that it's still isolated, it's a disturbed wetland with minimal functional value. It's not the idea of trying to take a larger wetland and then do half-acre increments to kind of bypass the policy. And I see Miss Beth down there, she can, it's your understanding as well.
Yes.
Anything else on conservation? What,
Just have one. Objective 5, and this is a quote, "There will be no net loss of the natural functions and values of wetlands or deep water habitats in any river county." And what was added was "to the greatest extent possible." And before, I guess it just ended there. I don't know. I don't have it in front of me in my book. These are from my notes. But I don't know. I hate hedging like that, "to the greatest extent possible." I mean, either you're doing it or you're not doing it. I would just leave it the way it was. That's all.
The way it was before said through 2020, so we sit
Right,
here
right,
20.
right. Yeah, I'm just talking about that one
Okay.
phrase. Yeah, just the phrase. That's all. Just the phrase.
So you would prefer a period after? any
Right,
river county.
right. Just leave out "to the greatest extent possible." That's all. That's the only change.
I don't necessarily disagree that that should be the goal, but I am a little concerned that if we lock into no net loss, and then something beyond our control happens, does it give us enough room to maneuver within that very finite statement?
I think language that has worked before is where it's, practical and feasible. So in other words, there's a study that would be involved to demonstrate that, that it's, when you say the greatest extent possible, where it's practical and feasible. That's one of the ones we used earlier. So they would have to demonstrate it, and it's a little bit more clear than saying "to the greatest extent possible."
Okay, yeah, that's better. I think, that's an improvement. Could you
That-
repeat,
yeah, that
could you repeat that,
accommodates
please?
Commissioner Adams.
Where practical and feasible,
Well, in the sense that if it's beyond our control, then is it practical or feasible for that matter?
Or practical.
If
So-
I may.
yeah,
I-
Kylie's here, or
Yeah, I mean, I believe that part of the reason that this is worded in the way that it is because we do allow for mitigation. And the way that the mitigation banking works may result in a potential change in that particular value. But then also, there are natural changes that can occur in wetlands that may also change their functional value as well. So we wouldn't want to be put into a corner with that, if that makes sense.
Does the suggested language change, Commissioner Moss, give you some clarity? Okay.
Yeah.
You guys got that?
is that good with the board as a whole?
I saw 5 nodding.
Okay.
okay?
Chairman, may I really quick? 12.4 is, there was a comment that was made, I'm not sure if it's been corrected yet, but that should refer to the ELAP and not the CLAC.
We got that one, Patrick?
Thank you.
Yeah, I had that one previous.
Anything else on conservation?
And again, I apologize if this was discussed earlier, because I don't see the turtle people here anymore, or the tortoise people here. But on 7.10, it talked about the county establishing land for relocation of the displaced tortoises. To my knowledge, we haven't done that, and there is potentially conservation land already available for that, but it's we've already lost the one facility, and I don't know where the next one's going to be for the relocation of them. But I would think we'd have some land out there that is a fit for them to go to otherwise. Because it's, what is it? It's like 8 to 10 grand a turtle now to move them. Yeah, they're very expensive turtles. But, I mean, and speaking way out there, but I mean, we spent $5 million to give to the sections to not develop their land. Is that land possible to be used too? It's a question, that's all I'm saying. But I mean, it was in here and we haven't done anything to establish it, so should it even be in there then?
Which one is this?
710.
.10 on page 59.
I was back at 12 something.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to address that.
Mitigation?
I'd be happy to address that. Commissioners, Beth Powell, Parks, Recreation, and Conservation Director. Can you hear me, Joe? Okay. Indian River County has actually relocated gopher tortoises onto conservation areas, albeit we did not set up or establish a recipient site. The parameters for setting up recipient sites are extremely difficult. We looked at doing that at both North Sebastian Conservation Area and West Wabasso Scrub Conservation Area. We did successfully relocate probably about 80 tortoises from the Lost Tree Development with their cooperation under a humane relocation effort where the recipient site was not required. Some of the restrictions that we have with regard to relocation sites have to do with the current occupancy of tortoises on existing sites. We've been managing these conservation areas for 25 years. Many of them are in very good condition, and we do have a lot of scrub habitat, which has a lower density of gopher tortoises as compared to the larger pine flatwoods that you would see in the St. Sebastian River State Park. There are opportunities to do relocations on our new acquisitions as we start to do some of our either fee simple or some of our easements. And what we're looking at is strengthening the language in those conservation easement agreements so that we have the opportunity to reserve and or use future mitigation credits that might be allowed under gopher tortoise recipient sites. Again, the county has worked toward these ends. Unfortunately, the sites were neither adequate or didn't have the capacity necessary to make it cost effective to do that. If I can answer or explain anything else in that regard, I'd
I'm
be
trying to
happy
follow along. It's I guess inflation for turtles now. It used to be like $1,000 a turtle to move them, and now it's 8 to 10 grand a turtle. And you have landowners who, in one case I know of, a $40,000 lot, and it's going to be 40 grand plus to move the turtles. So it's a lot that you can't build on unless you want to double your price. So, but if there's a place to move them,
And I think the cost factor is going to not only prohibit any growth affordable or affordable component of housing, it also may compel others to begin the process that we so desired to eradicate so many years ago that was taking place with the disappearing boroughs.
no. I want to move too.
Yeah.
I grew
No,
up
it's
with
going
them.
to be so outpriced that they're just going to,
What are you going to do?
things will happen
Hopefully with
that
what's
we
being
wanted to
discussed, we can
prevent
bring
so
that
many
cost
years
down.
ago. So either way, and then the tortoise will become periled.
Well, hopefully we come up with a solution
I
at a
think-
lower cost.
Yeah, with this policy, it would allow the county staff, particularly Environmental Lands Program, to develop policies and also look at sites for the possibility of developing recipient sites. And then we would bring that back to the board as part of the agreement. If we did establish a recipient site on fee-owned land, fee-simple-owned land that the county was managing, we could set whatever parameters that we wanted to in accordance with the FWC guidelines to perhaps give a discount or something like that for residents. We pay the same recipient site fee as everyone else. We have currently a Gopher Tortoise permit for Hobart Ball Fields. The cost is currently $6,000 a tortoise. So we do understand that it's a financial impact.
One turtle.
And FWC has made provisions for single-family lot owners so that there's a way to make that somewhat more accessible. But I do understand that the cost is very high. And we're looking with our new environmental land bond to potentially acquire land. And we can certainly bring that information back to the board as those acquisitions are happening.
Yeah, maybe a landowner could get a scholarship for the turtle to be moved and through the land.
Once again, we have these scholarship for turtles. No, but we have these conservation sites. It just makes so far greater sense just to have our mitigation done on, or the mitigation done on conservation sites. I mean, the intention is to conserve. No?
Yep, we'll certainly do our best. The sites that we currently have are not suitable for receiving tortoises, but our future sites, as we're looking at those, doing our environmental reports, we can certainly look at the suitability of habitats for gopher tortoise recipient sites or managing for tortoises. Many times, the properties that we purchase are already in fairly good condition. So we're enhancing those areas, which allows the native tortoise population to grow. And so that's one of the restrictions that you have. In order for it to be financially feasible to set up the recipient site, you need enough capacity to make it worth your while. It's a very expensive process. We looked with an environmental consulting firm to do the initial assessment at North Sebastian, and we already had a very high percentage of gopher tortoises at that particular location. So.
Quite a few in Sebastian. All right. Thank you, Mr. Landis. We can move on to coastal management.
Chairman, I have a couple.
On coastal? Thank you, sir.
Kylie, where's the manatee protection plan? I mean, I know it's.
The revision?
Hadn't been approved, we've got it, but we need to establish it in this document. What's the status?
So the county has a manatee protection plan. Staff are aware that an update is needed. We have been in continuous consultation with FWC regarding potential updates and what they reference as addendums that are needed in order to bring our plan into more current times, since it is a 2006 plan. And ultimately, we are working through the speed zone changes with FWC. And once that process is over, we're going to be coming forward with an addendum to that plan. So FWC intends to vote on the speed zone changes approximately in February of 2026.
Yeah, the first meeting that's on the 23rd of this month, I think, for the speed zones.
Yes, so the kickoff meeting is that date. It'll be held here in the commission chambers, and that will initiate the speed zone process, and then we're doing the local rule review committee. Thank you all for your nominations, and the local rule review committee will submit a report to FWC, and that will be considered when they ultimately vote on those provisions in February. And again, FWC has actually requested that we wait to do an addendum to our existing plan until that happens.
Okay, so, Mr. Administrator, I guess we can still submit this because some of this stuff is relevant to that manatee protection plan being adopted along with the speed zones and.
Well, to be clear, we already have a manatee protection plan and that we currently utilize from 2006. We just need to do an addendum to make it more current.
Okay. 'Cause I don't really have a whole
We
lot
were
of
actually
objection to
asked
this.
to hold off on it.
We were asked to hold off by FWC because
So we
they
were asked to
knew.
hold off on updating it by FWC.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, because I don't have a whole lot of questions on this. I think just that, like, I like the manatee protection plan establishes boat facilities, sighting zones, and baseline criteria. That's all good stuff. A lot of stuff was taken out, which should have probably go in the LDRs. Some of it, and I haven't really identified which ones could probably stay in here, but as long as I don't know if it's as big as the water thing or the sewer thing, but it's a pretty big deal. But I think most of this probably does need to go in the LDRs with regards to changes. Ryan, am I correct in saying that? It needs to go in there because it's intertwined with a lot of state stuff, a lot of laws, things like that. It's not a whole lot of changes that can be directly made without somebody's authority in regards to that. So that's really all the question that I had is I don't know, it's good stuff. It may have to be reviewed again once we get through all these hoops, you know, as to where we're gonna go and what we need to do with it. But we got a lot of, the manatee plan needs to be done, the ILAs need to be put in place, the speed zones need to be established.
All things we're working on.
All that stuff, so, okay. I don't have any changes per se, I just think we need to, this is one we may have to come back and look at next year.
I agree with you on referencing things. I had a few things like that. Policy 7.8, I thought we could reference the, derelict vessel ordinance. That has to do with, 7.8 has to do with the county shall establish formal procedures in its local mitigation strategy to address the removal of marine debris. So, we've done it with that derelict vessel, right? So.
Doing a pretty good job about that.
Yeah, we've done it, so shouldn't we put that in there?
Including boats abandoned in the Indian River Lagoon? Or do you specifically want it to say derelict?
No,
vessel program?
leave it, leave what's there, just add it, that we've, leave what's there, but just reference, I guess is a better word, I'm sorry. Reference the derelict vessel ordinance that we have.
We've established formal procedures already, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So maybe we need to say the county shall maintain procedures.
Yeah, in accordance with?
Well,
Derelict vessel.
in its local mitigation strategy to address the removal of marine debris, including boats abandoned in the Indian River Lagoon.
Good catch, I think maintain what you need.
And then there were actually two more like that. Objective 9 could be jungle, we have a jungle trail manual that's not mentioned. And number 9 is, let's see if I can find it here. Objective 9 is adverse impacts will be minimized to the historic integrity of roads, sites, or structures deemed historically or archaeologically significant in Indian River County. So that's a great description of jungle trail. So, we already have, is it called the Jungle Trail Manual? Is that the name of it? So is there a way like to tie things together so you're not just reading this and?
But this policy, ma'am, I'm sorry, it's not just about it's roads, sites, or structures. So this is saying, no, adverse impacts will be minimized to the historic integrity of roads, sites, and structures deemed historically or archaeologically significant.
Right.
So I understand what you're saying, but
Yeah, it's
this
fine.
covers
I'm not
more.
objecting to anything that's there. I'm talking about just referencing the fact that we do have the Jungle Trail Manual. I didn't know about it myself until not that long ago. So if you're taking the time to read all this, it's just nice to have it there. I'd call it cross-referencing.
I believe we could reference it in policy 9.6 and just state that, we recognize and will continue to utilize the Jungle Trail Management Plan, and then we will develop management plans for the other roads. That way it's consistent with the other historic roads that we have acknowledged.
Oh, okay, well,
Would that work?
that one's will develop, 9.6.
Right.
Like
So we
Jungle
can-
Trail, we already have, that's what I was saying.
Right.
could
I
mention.
just think if we can say we we can say that we
Develop
have
and
one.
maintain.
And, sure, yeah, and maintain the
And it,
existing jungle trail management plan.
and then I had objective 12. And this was, we did this recently, the anchoring limitation areas. Let me see if I can go to that. Objective 12. Oh, yeah, boating and safety, law enforcement. So, and again, it's just a matter of referencing it. Yeah, you crossed out, the paragraphs, I don't, crossing out, fine. But, we did do something on that. Boating safety and law enforcement. I mean, that anchoring limitation areas, that's certainly law enforcement.
So
On the
acknowledge,
water. And again, it's just a matter of cross-referencing. I'm not changing anything you have here. It's just that, we've done work in all of these areas. And I just think there might be a way to say that.
so acknowledge
Have it there.
the ALA ordinance that we've established on behalf of the municipalities in objective 12?
Yeah, however you want to say it, just a way of acknowledging it, a way of including it. I did have one actual question, though. This is objective 6, and it has to do with hurricane evacuation. It says, through 2040, New River County will maintain an estimated evacuation time of 12 hours or less for a Category 3 hurricane. And that's the same amount of time as there was given back in 2008. And, there's been development. So is that still, given the rapid increase in population, development, is that still adequate time? I don't know how it was calculated in the first place. I don't know what the formula is. So I'm asking you if it's still enough time, evacuation time, for a Category 3.
I'm not sure I can answer that or staff, but I will say, when you think of that, we're actually expanding routes with the widening of 510 and into 512, that's going to increase
Probably
the
gonna,
evacuation times on the North Barrier Islands. North Barrier Islands.
If I remember.
no, they're not redoing the bridge, though.
This is a coastal element. It's normally 12 hours to try to get everybody off the barrier island.
Yeah.
As best as.
Yeah, and the bridge isn't changing. I know we're doing a lot of work on 510, but the bridge isn't changing. Is it? I don't think so.
Is it 12 hours, sir?
It's 12 hours. So this was back in 2008, this number.
Yeah.
I don't know what it should be.
You're
It's just
saying
a
12
question.
hours applies to Barrier Islands only, getting from Barrier to Maine?
I think you would probably want to ask Dave Johnson on this, 'cause I don't know if it's changed, but I think it used to be.
This one's 12 hours.
They said, time to go, you had 12 hours to get off. They kind
The
of,
Barrier Islands, so we can verify the time. Does it just apply from Barrier to mainland?
yeah, there's no way you can move the whole county in 12 hours, but you can get people off
Yeah,
the barrier
coastal.
in 12 hours.
All right, that was the last question I had on that element. Thank you.
That's all?
That's it. Well, to the next element.
We can move on
Yes, sir.
to recreation and open space element. Anyone have anything regarding recreation? No one from the dais, nobody from the public?
I have a question. On policy, on 1.1, the county hereby adopts a level of service standard of 6.614 is crossed out. Recreation acres per thousand permanent population, and then plus weighted seasonal population is crossed out. But then there's a note that refers to the NRPA standard of 3.13 acres per 1,000 population. And my question is just why? Because as a county, we place a high value on both open space and recreational space, even more so since COVID. So I wasn't sure why we were going with a national standard that is lesser than our own standard right now.
I believe that this standard would actually be higher, because right now the NRPA is stating 3 acres per 1,000, and we would be stating 4 acres per 1,000. And I believe when I was talking with the consultants, the weighted seasonal population was difficult for us to identify. So instead of trying to commingle who is a seasonal resident, we just include all residents in the unincorporated area.
I have, excuse me, I have down 6.614 is crossed out.
Correct.
So that's,
But
but the NPA standard, that's per 1,000, and the NPA standard is 3.13 acres per 1,000, so the NRPA is lower.
The 4 is actually now going to be inserted. It's underlined. It just wasn't colored correctly in your document. But 4 is now being inserted into the language as 4 acres per 1,000 permanent
That's
residents.
what she's asking, is 4 acres. If we're currently at, am I?
It's 4 still less than 6.
6.61.
It is, but it's more than 3.13.
Exactly. That's what the
what I'm
notes there reference.
Okay.
Right, because the population before included the seasonal weighted, so you were adding a seasonal weighted that was difficult to identify. So now you're just using the unincorporated residents, permanent residents year-round. So I believe when the consultant did the calculations, the 4 would be the same equivalent as the 6 if you remove the weighted seasonal population. And Ryan will have to tell me if that was my understanding when I was looking at the changes that were made. And so we're not trying to pinpoint seasonal residents anymore. We wouldn't be using that as a measure.
All right. It just doesn't sound right to me. I mean, I don't know why we're crossing out plus weighted seasonal population, because we know we have a large population swing. So why would we not want to
This is a
take
much
that into
more
account?
measurable objective, policy.
I'm sorry, what?
This is a much more measurable policy to go by set, definitive population and definitive acreage. But yeah, it's kind of statistically the same, if that makes any sense. 4 is the LOS proposed.
All right. 4 equals 6. Is that what we're
With a
gonna end
weighted
up?
seasonal
Okay.
population,
All right,
yes.
4 equals 6.
New math.
Common Core.
Good work.
Recreation open space.
Anything else? We've covered recreation and open space, intergovernmental coordination element. I think that was touched upon a few times earlier today. Microphones.
I would just, in the ICE, I would just like to point out, because I know the comment was brought up as it relates to City of Fellsmere, and I don't remember it then, but now, policy 2.7, the county shall, as warranted, coordinate with local municipalities to assess the financial and operational viability of consolidating, otherwise revising existing or revising established utility service areas. The resulting assessment will be presented to the board for consideration. As part of this, the county will review its interlocal agreements for provision of utility services. I think this kind of somewhat addresses another, in a sense, the concerns that were raised, that we're willing to meet. This is
Yes.
actually saying we're gonna.
No, he picked up a compliment on that. Anything? On. Public school facilities element. Nothing from the board, no major changes. Nothing from the public. Property rights element. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to clarify on the property rights element, the strike-through underline you see right here is not actually new. This is actually was adopted in a previous year, but it, for some reason, wasn't inserted into the comp plan. When I was doing the staff report, I caught that this was actually missed previously by staff actually inserting it into the comp plan, but this already was approved exactly how it's written in a previous year. It just didn't get inserted. It was omitted somehow. So.
They repeated
now I'm
one
putting it-
policy.
Now I'm putting it back in. Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, and with that, and our review, and then it went up to Tallahassee and came back, and
Yeah.
something happened there.
Thanks for catching it.
All right, well, thank you. All right, that concludes the element review.
Can we do it again?
You wanted to repeat all of this?
Summarize
No,
everything that
we've actually, you know what, no. Now that we've done that, we now have a product that needs changes. What is the timeline when this has to be submitted?
So what I'm not going to disagree with what, the city attorney, or actually, I think it was Miss,
Donna.
huh?
Donna Keys.
Donna
On keys, yes.
Donna Keys.
She said about, I don't think it applies to zoning amendments, it applies only to comp plan amendments. So
Right.
if you want us to take all these changes and come back with one final document, just so everybody, and to reflect all the changes based on, we can do that.
We'll
I
notify.
mean, we could, you're just opening it up to this whole thing again, so I'm just cautioning you, or we can take it and provide you all a copy of it prior to us sending it up.
Let me ask the chair a question.
Yeah, because I'm not looking to make another meeting like this and tear apart each element and having another staff review and say, we missed this, we got that. Hopefully that first sentence is never stated, that we got it all. It's a home run. We heard you, we adjusted, and it's in print, and it's going up to Tallahassee. I think that's what we need. We need a codification, confirmation, and then it's off to Tallahassee.
So, and I would also submit to the board, remember, this is the transmittal.
Right.
Let's just say we miss something. We will continue to review when the actual adoption comes back. If we miss something, I know somebody will get up and tell us that, but we will correct that. But I'm pretty confident between the planning staff, myself, reviewing this with all the changes, the notes that we've taken. We'll also work with the county attorney's office. We will make sure, and our subject matter experts have been sitting here at various times as it related to their elements. We will make sure that this gets done correctly.
Like I said, I think we're all shooting to be the valedictorians of the EAR process that's going up to Tallahassee. Okay? I'm not a 60%er. I want it 100%. That's what they deserve.
How long is it going to take you guys to make these changes? I mean, reasonably.
I locked myself in my room about 2 days.
So would it
Do we have another,
would it be reasonable to include this on the September 23rd?
I don't know if we're going to have the turnaround.
You could add it at the meeting. Oh, but no, we would need to have it so it could be, well, I mean, typically the agenda items are due tomorrow.
Oh, never mind.
But if you do it 2 days, if you can get done, if we can do it by,
I'm not trying to lock you into.
No,
I
no.
know
I
you
don't
have
wanna
other
rush it
things to
and get
do.
you don't want to do the
You have
pressure
other
thing
things
if
to do.
something slips up? No.
I was just thinking that way everybody could get eyes on it and there was some comfort level and then it still gave you time to transmit, but that's not going to work. So never mind with my idea.
If I may, I'm sorry. I think the issue is too, we're bound by Florida statute. It literally says under subsection 163.3184, the local governing transmittal or proposed plan or amendment, each local governing body proposing a plan or plan amendment specified in paragraph 2C, which this is, shall, that's not may or negotiable, that's a shall, transmit the complete proposed comprehensive plan or plan amendments to reviewing agencies within 10 working days after the first public hearing. So unless we're wanting to continue the public hearing again, it needs to be transmitted within 10 days from today. I just want to put that out there because I
Oh,
hear.
somewhere in my head, I had October 10th.
Yeah.
I think I'm just.
Sorry, I just want to make
tried
sure
and I
that's
got the
clear
10s
before we
going,
get off
so
on that other side view.
Never mind.
Thank you.
So we would have to continue the public meeting today
Or you could.
in order to accommodate, otherwise,
Amended.
we can, staff can make all the appropriate changes, disseminate it. If there's any challenge, we could have a special call meeting tomorrow morning. I mean, or whenever it needs to be.
So I think in order to continue it, you would have to specify the meeting date and time
Yes.
now.
Yes, it would have to be a date and time certain.
Or the alternative, and I can, and maybe Jennifer can, or you could adopt it with the recommended changes, that have come up throughout if you want us to go through them all, but we've got most of them that you've received in a document form, and then the other ones are ones that we came through as we went element by element.
Bearing the time constraint, we're in a dilemma unless we extend this meeting once again. If we've just gone over the changes, we have confirmation that staff heard and responded. I don't foresee us having anything less than an imperfect product. You heard it all? It's here, it's on video and audio.
I'm confident we can
I
accommodate.
I am confident. I have that confidence. So if that's the case, why not just move forward? Commissioners?
Me.
We can vote today. I can't give up my USGS, I'm sorry.
We respect that,
And
Commissioner
I
Moss.
thank you.
You've been on that for many years.
Consistent, so,
I've been working hard on it, we've all.
Yeah, I think they're gonna get you a team jacket.
So, I just can't give it up.
A little like the president with the USGS.
So we're not going to take another look at it to go ahead and transmit it?
That's the pleasure of the board at this point.
Whatever the majority?
I mean, we have to, at one point, we have to put our complete trust and faith in what staff heard, what they're doing, and for the greater good of the citizens. I
I think they're capable.
think so. But I need to know from the board if you wish to see this once again.
Keep in mind, Mr. Chair, it's a fluid document, and we can make changes. And I think we heard the date of October 1 several times.
Yes,
That's why we have the meeting today, to kind of expedite it by 10-1.
just giving everybody an opportunity to ensure that we all don't leave today and say, well, we should have done. Okay? Is everybody confident?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask one more question?
Yes.
Yeah, we can do that, and I'm for that. But if we do find something that we all missed, we can come back and change it and reset and submit that, correct?
Yes, there will be a final adoption hearing
Yes.
as well.
So when you're ready to transmit, you can transmit to us individually. We could read it. If we read it and find something, we can bring it back at the next meeting or meeting in September.
Well, see, when we transmit this to the state and all the reviewing agencies, they're going to review that. But they're also going to review, once we get their comments back, the final adoption that you have to do that really puts it in place.
Yes, I mean, we're going to see the document between it, but by the time it's looked at, finished, done, if there is a change to make, we can make a change, and they're either going to request changes or sign off on it, so yeah, I'm okay with it.
It is a modified tennis match. They'll make their recommendations, and then that'll travel to us, and we'll make the appropriate changes if necessary, and then it's duly adopted. Correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. I think I heard consensus. Public hearing's now closed. Okay. Commissioners, we have a document before us, or the works of a document. Staff needs a recommendation.
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to move
move forward.
approval of the transmittal.
Transmittal.
with the changes as described incorporated.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed, but with thanks to the staff
With
and the board.
The understanding that the USGS.
Okay. So, your EAL motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Moss dissenting. Next, Counselor.
Yes, this is a public notice item, and I did want to point out that, when we enter these items into Granicus, we're on pretty tight timelines, and sometimes as they go through the review process in Granicus, there's some tweaks that are made. There is a little bit of a tweak to the title that I'm going to read to you from what is in the board item, but it's not really substantive. So I'm going to, on the Tuesday, September 23rd, their board is going to hear and consider the adoption of an ordinance which is titled, "An Ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County amending Chapter 400 of the Indian River County Code with respect to contractor categories by modifying and deleting certain definitions of skills requiring a competency card, updating insurance requirements for state and local contractors and exempt trades, updating suspension or revocation of registration, hearing appeals, and establishing a prerequisite for actions against a registered contract, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date." I will also note that we have attached to this board item a proposed ordinance, which again may be tweaked a little bit before it reaches you on September 23rd, but we did want to make what we have available to the public, and it will be publicly noticed in Florida in the paper and also uploaded onto our website.
Thank you. We now move on. The utility services. That's item 13. I-1, and that is modification of description of the footnotes to Indian River County Department of Utility Services, the rate schedule.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. It's been a long day, so we'll try to make this quick. Really, it's just a reminder of a few quick things. I've got with me Brian Beavers, who is our Finance Director. I'm going to actually turn it over to him to kind of go through this real quick.
Hello, good afternoon. Before you is a resolution to modify our October 21, 2025 rate structure to adjust some footnotes and some line descriptions in there. No changes to the actual proposed rates for October 1, 2025. As some background, about a year ago, this board approved a rate increase for utilities. From 1999 to 2019, the utilities did not adjust its rates. That's approximately 20 years. The outcome of that was we ended up with the lowest rates in the Treasure Coast. We made some minor adjustments, more along the lines of CPI adjustments between 2020 and 2024. And in summary, between 1999 to 2024, our utility rates went up over that 25-year period, a cumulative of 12%. As a comparative, the national average for water and wastewater utility rates for that same 25-year period went up 210% cumulatively. So we were very far behind. This board took the necessary steps to implement a rate increase. That was approximately a year ago. And we are doing it in two steps. The first step was a rate increase on January 1 of 2025 that increased our average customer bill from $50.67 to $60.44. So that's a $9.77 per month increase on average. The second step will occur on October 1, 2025, and those rates will increase our average customer bill from the $60.44 up to $67.70, an additional $7.26 per month for our average customer. This is just a simple reminder that the rate increase is coming up on October 1. So after the second rate increase goes into effect, this utility will still have the lowest rates on the Treasure Coast. So it was a very dramatic amount that we were behind, and this rate is doing something to catch that up.
Repeat that. We'll still have the,
Lowest rates on the Treasure Coast. We're still the lowest. But we're here today to request approval to modify the rate descriptions and footnotes of our October 1, 2025 rate schedule. No changes to the rates, just the footnotes and the descriptions. And that is to better clarify the intent and purpose of each rate application. So following is a brief description of the changes that are being requested. First is to modify the descriptions for the water and sewer volumetric charges to better explain the highest tier charge rates is for consumption greater than 12,000 gallons per month. Second is to add a footnote for the deposit section to clarify the timing related to the refunding of deposits. Next is to modify the descriptions for the service connections charges to clarify the distinction of force main versus gravity main sewer connections. Next is to add a footnote for the sewer service connection section to clarify the cost obligation of the property owner versus Indian River County Utilities related to gravity main sewer service connections. And then finally is to add a footnote for the service line extensions section to clarify the application of the charge is made if the property owner has not paid for the previous service line extension through an assessment. So it's a lot of just minor tweaks that we're adding footnotes or changing a line description. In summary, included as part of this agenda is a resolution to enact these requested changes. We're recommending that the board approve the attached resolution to modify the descriptions and footnotes of the utilities rates and fee charge schedule that's effective October 1, 2025, to better clarify the intent of how each rate is to be applied.
And if I can, just one thing, just to clarify, that the rates that we're talking about is an average homeowner that uses about 4,000 gallons of water per month, and it is for water and sewer. So if they are on just water, those rates are going to be, different than what he quoted slightly.
That's the why.
What's that?
Why are we here? Why?
What's that?
Why?
Why?
I heard the explanation, but I didn't hear the why, I mean, we're hearing that it's for clarification, it's footnote adjustment. Is there a bigger picture for the why?
No, I mean, this is just a reminder that last year when you all voted to raise or to change the rates, that it was a 2-year implementation, that, we started in January of 2025, and that there was also at the time an approval for a second rate increase in October, which is coming up in October 1 of 2025. As a result of that, we have to adjust the rate book to accommodate those changes so that when people look up the information online, the rate book is basically a booklet that identifies what those rates are. We have to adjust that to be what they would come October 1st. In addition, all we're doing is clarifying some of those rates and what they mean in accordance with some of the standards within our county ordinances. For instance, one of the footnotes that clarifies that there's a $50 deposit, right? Well, it's actually a $40 deposit for water and I think an $80 deposit for sewer. Those are slightly going up October 1. But it clarifies that after 24 months of on-time payments, those are refundable. That's in our ordinance, and we're just putting a footnote in there to let people know if they're looking at that rate book, that that's what they can do. So it's just clarifying some things associated with those by adding footnotes to it.
The average ratepayer that's looking at, you said 4,000 gallons?
So that's just the average ratepayer who uses approximately 4,000 gallons. The numbers that Brian quoted was an average, you know, and so if you're using approximately 4,000 gallons, you would expect come October 1, your bill to go up from about $60 per month to approximately $67 per month.
About a 12% increase.
Correct.
Here's the why. Okay. Any questions? Anybody from the public? The wait's on the commission.
Motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Airman, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Now move on to the next utility item, the Department of Utility Services Integrated Water Management Master Plan Q4 update to Indian River County Board of County Commissioners.
And again, Commissioners, Sean Leaskey, Director of Indian River County Department of Utility Services. And with me is Howard Richards, our Capital Projects Manager. And we're here to give you, as you guys recall, as we embarked in this Integrated Water Master Plan, we had agreed that we would provide you with quarterly updates on kind of where we are and what has been happening and current status of that. And so I think previously we had our contractor, HDR, come and provide the latest update. However, Howard is going to take it from here and provide the update. So I'm going to turn it over to Howard.
Thank you, Sean. Again, Howard Richards, Manager of Capital Projects, Department of Utilities. When the board approved the Integrated Water Master Plan in September of last year, it was agreed that we would come back to the board at the 6-month mark to give informational updates and quarterly thereafter. This is our second update to the board or the first quarterly update since the last update on May 6th of this year. So, can you put it down?
We thought he was going to be here earlier.
Okay, so why are we here today? Well, the last master plan was conducted over 20 years ago in 2004. Over that period, we've seen population growth within the county, where the utility department is seeing a dynamic regulatory horizon, where our infrastructure is aging, and there is uncertainty in resources. So the board engaged HDR to assist the department in developing an integrated water master plan. Now, why do we call it integrated? The reason for that is that we are doing one plan to cover water, wastewater, and reuse. It involves alignment of objectives and coordination of activities, as well as a common methodology being used by HDR. So the department, working with HDR, came up with 8 primary objectives for the Integrated Water Master Plan, ranging from a projection of the future demand for services, water, wastewater, and reuse services, to developing a 20-year capital improvement plan defining the investment that we have to make within our utilities to meet those future demands. So the HDR approach is intended to be prioritized, adaptable, and affordable. It is based on EPA's integrated master planning framework for water and wastewater utilities, and it involves 6 major tasks to ensure that the plan is complete, starting with building the vision, to evaluating current conditions and systems, and continuing from the get-go throughout the plan is to engage the public, and I'll talk some more about that in a second. Evaluate alternative solutions based on the gap between the future state vision and current conditions. Develop the options, the solutions, and the timing for those, which is actually building out the CIP over 12 years and implementing the measures, implementing the solutions and measure success. So a major outcome of the Integrated Water Master Plan will be a set of KPIs that we'll use to monitor how the plan, as we implement it, is delivering benefits. So the board approved in September of last year. We kicked off the meeting in October, and currently we're projecting to complete this project around July of next year, which puts us at around the 22-month mark to complete everything. We're currently about midway through. We're in the 11th month currently. So the update is, what have we accomplished since the last meeting in May of this year? We've begun the early campaign to seek stakeholder input. We held 5 small group stakeholder meetings, 3 public meetings, and 1 virtual meeting. So we try to use multiple media to reach as many stakeholders as possible. And our 5 small group stakeholder meetings include IRC, other IRC departments as well. The purpose is to gauge what's important to the stakeholders, educate them on why we're doing this plan, and to lay the groundwork for continual feedback throughout the planning cycle. And I'll talk a little bit more about some of the input that we got from the public meetings. Also, the HDR team is working on future projection for demand for service. Well, when doing master planning, they're taking both a 20-year and a 50-year look into the future, recognizing that when you look that far in the future, everything is variable. So one of the things they're trying to conceptualize right now is what the future service area boundaries could look like. So they've developed both a 20-year conceptual boundary and a 50-year conceptual boundary for both water and wastewater. And that's what it looks like here. And again, this is just in conceptual form right now. This is going to be used when developing demand forecasts and spatial analysis for that forecast. They're also looking into the future that we may need other sources of water to make drinking water. So these are 5 options that they're currently looking at. Also, what they're doing is performing an evaluation of the current performance of the plants, treatment plants, both water and wastewater, by looking at approximately 5 years of historical operating data. And the idea behind this is to look at how the plant is going to be able to perform to meet future demands and where we may need to make investments in either improving efficiency or improving capacity of the plants. Also, they're working on completing the condition assessments of the plant, completing demand and flow projections, as I mentioned earlier. We've held, the HDR has held brainstorming session with staff about what are some of the options for making improvements to our water and wastewater system. And they're currently spending quite a bit of effort today building out the hydraulic model, which I'll speak to next. And they're doing a risk assessment of all our assets and summarizing the outreach efforts and input collected. So let me just touch on the outreach effort, and then I'll get into my next slide after this. What came out of these public meetings are 10 themes that we heard from the public that is important to them, that will help to inform the criteria used for evaluating and prioritizing projects. And they're shown in the purple box here, the 10 evaluation prioritization criteria. But what the takeaway from this slide is how they align with the board's 5 strategic goals. So when the master plan is developed, just know that it is going to be aligned with what the board says are their strategic goals. So lastly, when the board approved the master plan, it was also agreed that the board approved a 30% contingency. You've already authorized us to use that those contingency, but you wanted us to come back and give a report on how we're using the contingency. And this is the first need we have identified so far, and it has to do with developing the hydraulic model for the sewer system. The sewer system hydraulic model had not been updated since 2015. At the time, it was developed to do static runs, but for master planning, we need to do what is called EPS, extended period simulations, so we can look more dynamically at how the system may perform to determine where improvements need to be made. So that concludes my presentation, and thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Gave a good update.
Thank you.
Not a single question aboard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we could. A brief break is being requested, and we'll be done. Now be called back to order, and the next item is County Attorney Matters. And that's item 14A Alpha, which is the addendum for the County Attorney Employment Agreement. Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the board for the opportunity to address this issue. Before I kind of jump into my contract addendum item, I did want to point out that I did circulate an updated version last Friday to you, which did not change anything substantively in the language that I'm proposing in my addendum, but did correct a few Scrivener's errors. The other thing is that this agenda item is intended to cover my contract. I have brought an item, the next item, to cover Mr. Tukanich's contract addendum that he's requesting. And I just think that in fairness to him, it's better to let him directly address that. Our contracts are very similar. They're not exactly the same, and we're at different places in our employment relationship with you. So Commissioners, I'm approaching my year anniversary with Indian River County, which is September 16th. And I've brought this item to formally ask you to grant me a progressive pay increase and to clarify that I am entitled to receive it annually as part of my contract. Under the county's administrative manual, all employees are entitled to an annual progressive pay increase, which is based on satisfactory performance. In Section 5 of my 3-year contract, which is a section that is called the administrative manual section, it states that I am entitled to all the rights, responsibilities, and benefits that all employees receive in the administrative manual, except for the disciplinary procedure. The progressive pay increase is a right and benefit provided to all employees at Indian River County who stay with the organization to reward them for longevity and good performance. Like the recent salary study that you did, it is a tool for you as the employer to attract and retain a qualified workforce and to remain competitive in the job market. It is my opinion that the spirit and intent of the language of my contract is to grant me the same progressive pay increase that is available to other county employees. However, it came to my attention that the clerk of court, who serves as an auditor for county funds, disagrees with my opinion. The clerk never contacted me directly to discuss his concerns about the issue, but as soon as I heard about them, I picked up the phone and I called him. The clerk welcomed my call and we had a productive conversation. He pointed out that there is specific language in the language of other employment agreements for other contract employees that more clearly spells out the right to the progressive pay increase, and there's also a policy in the administrative manual that lays out a formal evaluation process to trigger the progressive pay increase. I think the clerk has made some good points, and he agreed that I would bring this item today to clarify my contract as well as the county administrator's contract, and to provide for a formal annual approval process for the board for a progressive pay increase if you are inclined to give it to me. And I just want to say that I respect the clerk's auditor function. I think it's critical to have checks and balances, and the Florida Constitution and our state statutes have set up the clerk as a separate constitutional officer to perform that function. That's what Clerk Butler is doing. And I know that there are normally tensions and differences between the constitutional officers, but I think ideally we should be working together when possible as partners to have better government and be more transparent, and that is certainly the spirit in which I approach those constitutional officers. Despite the clerk's opinion, I still think that my initial interpretation of the spirit and intent of my contract is reasonable. But I welcomed the opportunity today to resolve any doubts or ambiguities. As for the administrative policy that exists to evaluate other county employees, as written, it doesn't make sense to directly apply it to me. That process contemplates a single supervisor writing an evaluation for an employee sitting down with that employee to go over it, to discuss it, and it gives the employee an appeal right if he or she does not agree with the evaluation or whether they should or should not have been granted the progressive pay increase. Obviously, this is not possible for me. I have no single supervisor who can evaluate me and grant me a progressive pay increase, and there is no option for me to appeal a denial. So the reality is that even though my contract grants me all the rights and benefits as all the other employees in the administrative manual, I'm simply a little bit different as a county officer. When the county presented me with the proposed 3-year employment agreement a year ago, for whatever reason, you as the board did not see fit to create a formal evaluation process for me. I have learned that historically, the county administrator and county attorney had annual contracts, and that this annual process provided both parties to annually evaluate whether to continue the employment relationship and to adjust compensation. I think that simply now that we're transitioning to 3-year contracts, I suspect there's a little bit of an oversight going on, where these 3-year contracts is not really catching up with an ability for you to go through some sort of annual process with your county officers. However, it doesn't make sense to me that the board would intentionally have a system where the employees under my direction, including the contract employees under my direction, would have an annual salary progression and a chance to advance, but that I would not. I don't think this is the board's intent, but you can correct me if I'm wrong about that. I am here today to provide you with an opportunity to formally evaluate my performance in the sunshine on my year anniversary and to determine if my performance is satisfactory, and if so, to decide whether I am entitled to a progressive pay increase. I welcome your feedback on that. Since I have started as county attorney, as I promised in my interview, I provide you with a written weekly update. I also meet with all of you frequently, and now I provide you with formal quarterly updates for you to provide feedback for me. However, if the board would like to have a more formal process to evaluate me annually, I welcome that and I'm agreeable. If the board approves this contract addendum, the annual pay increase could be approved by a simple board item, or if the board wishes, you can create a more formal evaluation process. Now is the time for us to discuss this, and I welcome your thoughts. So just in closing, I want to ask that the board approve the attached addendum to my county attorney employment agreement and also approve an annual progression pay increase for me upon my September 6th employment anniversary. That is my requested proposal to you.
Thank you, Counselor.
Okay. Looks like you want me to start off. I'll start off.
I thought you made a noise.
I've read this numerous times, and I read this initially when this came to our attention about the progressive pay increase. When I first read this under item 6, under the county administrator's contract, the county provides employees with a number of benefits that are set forth in the Indian River County Administrative Policy Manual. These rights and benefits are available to the county administrator on the same terms that are available to full-time, regular, non-contract employees. And yours says the same. It just mentions the county attorney.
It does. Mine's in a separate section, but John
Right.
has similar
Right,
language.
But it's the same thing. I'll be honest with you, I don't know why when I first read it, I didn't see it as an annual progressive pay increase, probably because of exactly what you said, is how do we evaluate the same way you evaluate Susan and Chris and Nadia and Dr. Moore and the rest of the crew down there. I haven't come up with an idea yet of a formal thing. There's people out there that are obviously going to say, well, you pay your county attorney $200,000 a year plus. The raise would be 2.5%, correct? Is that?
That's the progressive pay increase that we give to employees is 2.5%.
Okay. So all employees get that along with the general wage increase. I mean, I guess if their evaluation is successful. Am I correct? Okay.
Yes.
So this year, we're planning roughly around a 4% increase or so, something like that, I guess. So y'all are also entitled to that. You're entitled to that. We're focused on yours right now. I didn't see it at the beginning. I think you could make a argument for both as to what those benefits are, and I guess it's in the administrative policy manual. I know that Deputy Administrator Zito, Chris, Susan, are evaluated by y'all, and they get this, and they're contract employees, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Am I correct in saying Nancy doesn't have a contract yet?
She does not have a contract. She's requested one, but yes, she does get the 2.5%.
Okay. Here's going to get that too. Honestly, I'm kind of still on the fence about this, just because of the salary that you get, because it's always been different. And I didn't look at Jason Brown's former contract yet. I probably should have, but maybe I can defer that to Commissioner Adams or Commissioner Fleischer as to whether this was done. I'm sure it said similar language, but I haven't looked at it, and I apologize for that. So I'd like to hear from my fellow commissioners. I'm still on the fence about it, to be completely honest with you, whether it's the right thing to do right now. With our county folks, with our sheriff's office, I'm still up in the air about it. So that's all I'll say for now. I'm going to add some more later. So I'd like to hear what y'all have to say.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And with respect to the county attorney's contract, today being the 9th of September, she is working within a contract that she signed last year. We have not yet approved the next segment of that. In other words, she has not completed an annual appraisal. Not that one exists. She suggested earlier that perhaps we design one, which I think is a great idea, annually. So having said that, I think the next contract addendum with her, after her completion date of her first year, perhaps could include the progressive pay. But right now, you're working under a contract that she agreed with and we agreed with that did not include progressive pay. Not for some type of incident occurred. Did it occur, it appears, that it occurs that now we would put it in. In other words, it appears that her issue would not have come up. Maybe it would have, don't know. But it's currently not in the contract. And I'll wait to hear from you, sir.
Thank you. You just touched on something that I wanted to express, that if it wasn't for the audit, we would have been done with the agenda today. Okay? These are the last two items. And these items were brought to the county administrator's item was brought to our attention through the audit. After disbursement, after there was no approval. And again, the county attorney contacted me and said, I'm throwing something on the agenda. And I paused a moment. We didn't reach your anniversary date. But it's coming up, is what she responded. Then I looked at it, and yes, the contract does speak of benefits. But it doesn't speak of the salary. There's a difference between salary and benefit. And I feel that coupled with that and what we're going through to try to make the best for those who are making far less, extremely far less, and have the inability to meet that expectation, I think that the timing on this is absolutely off schedule. It's just not good timing. It's not. Making over $200,000, and we're going to make an adjustment to ensure that we have a little more. I think we have to focus in on the other needs well before we start adjusting the contract that you signed. And I don't think that this is the day. As I said earlier, I wish that it was not on the agenda, but that did not get accomplished. It is on the agenda. So I'm not on the fence at all. I don't believe that it's appropriate at this time to readjust the contract, the elements of the contract, and give a progressive pay increase. Thank you.
Well, maybe I'm looking at this from a different perspective. First, I've heard my fellow commissioners mention that they don't want to have this discussion today because of some of the budget discussions that are going on. And how can we talk about somebody that makes $200,000 when those discussions are happening? But I would remind you that the sheriff makes well over $200,000 as the lead administrator of his agency. I believe this proposed increase wouldn't come close to that, unless I'm wrong, but I believe it's well over $200,000.
We don't decide on the sheriff's salary.
I know we don't decide on the sheriff's salary, but he also oversees an agency in an administrative position, and that is what Jennifer and John do as well. I had the opportunity to speak to the clerk, and he indicated that the external auditors are always looking for what authority can make decisions and what is the documentation. In this case, he indicated that the BOCC is the authority for the decision-making related to this, and that admittedly the documentation is ambiguous to what that process should be. So I think that today, what we are being asked truly is, do we believe that the attorney, in this case, that is the item before us, like every other employee in the organization, should be able to avail themselves of an anniversary increase? Because while we continue to call it a pay progression, it's an anniversary increase that every other employee in this organization gets. And since much has been made about the report, I just want to go through that a little bit, because I think it's very important that we are clear and that words matter. So both contracts state that the rights and benefits of, both contracts say that the rights and benefits afforded to other employees are afforded to the administrator and the attorney. That is in their contract. And organizationally wide, anniversary pay is afforded to other employees. I believe that that is a right afforded to them. But let's consider that it's a benefit. The auditor points out that in AM 501.1, it lists benefits available to county employees, and the report relies on this benefit not being listed. However, what the policy actually says is, number one, all benefits provided are described in documents which are maintained in the HR department. And then number two, it says summary listing of primary benefits and lists out certain benefits. It's easy to see that this was intended to be a summary and not an inclusive list. This policy was put in place in 2017 and does not include all benefits. Even today, earlier in this meeting, we approved a tuition reimbursement benefit that is just one example of a benefit that has been enacted that is not included in the summary list to which he points. The auditor then states that pay progression, i.e. anniversary increases, are not contained in that policy. And as I have pointed out, there are several policies not included or listed in 501.1. But let's go with his interpretation. In the findings, the auditor says even if it was considered a benefit or a right, in AM 304.5, 304.1, Section 5, approval of a pay progression increase is contingent upon satisfactory performance. I would say that this has been met considering their continued employment. If they were not performing, we would have fired them. That's a right that we have, and we can do it any day of the week. We don't have to, we just have to have 3 of us that agree to that. So, however, the auditor indicates that even with that threshold being met, Policy 302.1 states that performance appraisal should be completed prior to the annual pay increase. I think it's very important for my fellow commissioners to know that Policy 304.1 does not reference at any place Policy 302.1 in any way. However, let's look at 302 and see what it says. Policy 302, a policy enacted in 1993, states that the performance appraisal should be completed and speaks to how this should be done. Upon reading the policy, it is obvious that there is no process to afford to the administrator or the attorney to be able to adhere to the requirements of their performance appraisal policy. For instance, number 9 under 302.1 states that the performance appraisal shall be reviewed during a private, uninterrupted meeting between the supervisor and the employee. And that works for other employees because they have one supervisor. However, in this case, the supervisor is an entity, the BOCC, which is comprised of 5 people, who cannot meet with anyone together in private because it's against the law. Therefore, we could never meet that requirement. Further, number 11 states if an employee doesn't agree with the appraisal, they can avail themselves of the grievance process. However, per the contract, the grievance process does not apply to the county attorney or the administrator. Therefore, I don't believe it was ever the intent for Section 302 to apply. It was always to rely on the language of satisfactory performance in 304, and the existence of continued employment implies satisfactory employment. Not to mention the quarterly updates that can arguably be considered public performance evaluation, whose written documentation is the improved minutes of the board meetings, especially considering during several of those evaluations, he was assigned letter grades by commissioners. So I think everybody was well within their rights on the interpretation. It's always been my understanding that they would receive this as a benefit that everybody else would receive. If not, you start creating compression issues. And you guys have talked a lot about compression and wanting to avoid compression. If you do not allow an employee to continue to move up the ladder based on longevity, you will create those compression issues. I don't think this was anything other than that. It was a misinterpretation and ambiguous contract language that we are here today to ask simply to clarify. We can do that very simply because the language is already included in other contract employees' contracts. Ms. Schuler has given some language, and that is very, very similar to what is included in Deputy Administrator Zito's contract. And this is something that's afforded to all employees. And I think that we can all agree that it should be afforded to our 2 top employees, and that was always the intention. And that the expectation moving forward, I would say, would be that it would be codified by the Board of County Commissioners, similar to the language in other contracts where it's codified as a supervisor. So if we want to codify that as a supervisor, it's going to have to come to a public meeting. We can't have a private group meeting about it. So the findings, exactly, the findings clearly state, and this is the findings from the report, the issue of pay, number 1, the issue of pay progression should be addressed by the board on September 9th, which is what we're doing. An addendum to the contract should be approved by the board before pay progression can be paid, and I would ask that that addendum be crafted similar to what Attorney Schuler has indicated in hers, which is very similar to language already existing in Mr. Zito's contract, for consistency, with the clarification that it should come to the board for ratification and that we should approve the anniversary pay prior to the anniversary date so that they can avail themselves of the same benefits that everybody else in this agency can avail themselves of. And that would be my suggestion specific to Ms. Schuler's contract, is that we include that addendum and provide that clarifying language per the audit report.
Thank you. That was very thorough, and I agree with what you said. Thank you for laying it out so clearly. To add a few thoughts of my own, with regard to the timing of this, I didn't think it should be delayed at all. I mean, the clerk was critical of the Human Resources Director. That's under conclusions and recommendations. Number 1, Human Resources needs to process payroll audit information requests in a reasonable amount of time. The 6-week delay in providing information was excessive. So 6 weeks is excessive. So, we got right on this as soon as we possibly could. We added it to the very next meeting, and I certainly didn't want to delay it. It wasn't clear that he wanted to delay it, but I don't know why he would want to delay in one thing and not another. And that's where it starts to get political, and I don't like that. This is a legal matter. The contract was unclear, and we need to just handle it as such. No one had bad intent. It should have been clarified sooner, but it wasn't. So we're taking care of it now. But as far as I can see, and we need to decide, by the way, on the evaluations. We're doing it quarterly and publicly. And if we add another annual evaluation, that's like 5 evaluations a year. I mean, how many evaluations do you want to have? Really, we should decide how many times we want to evaluate these 2 individuals, and at what intervals, would be reasonable. If you want to do it, every 6 months, if you want to do it quarterly, but if you're doing it quarterly, I don't think you need to add that 5th. It just becomes too much, and, as you pointed out, they can be fired at any time. So this is not, not something that we have to wait for, I have to wait a year, to evaluate and proceed. It's not like that. And if anybody's hanging his or her hat on this administrative policy manual, I couldn't believe this. Have you ever really taken a look at this? So functions of this manual was written on, or applied here on June 1st, 1989. The county administrator's letter is from, God bless him, James E. Chandler on May 9th, 1989. The functions of the manual are signed off by BCC Chairman Gary Wheeler on 5/9/1989. I mean, some of these things, it's like, really, probably whoever bailiwick this is, if it's human resources or whoever should be looking at this, I mean, let's, by all means, update it, because, boy, I sure wouldn't want to be hanging my head on something. I think you pointed out some other sections of it that were quite dated, and possibly there are outdated things in here, not just dated, outdated, potentially.
There are far more newer documents, and again, one that the county administrator presented, I believe it was 213.
Now, if you look at it's four pages. I've got them right here. I can show them to you. And most of it is very old. A little bit of it has been updated.
Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Of course.
Okay. County administrator showed me the document from 2013. I believe it was 2012. And that had Joe Baird's name on it. Okay? It did not have Mr. Chandler's name on it. Mr. Chandler's been long gone from the office. I think we're interpreting a few things here that, again, I see we have a few different interpretations, but in essence, this is a document. I did happen to call upon one of the previous county administrators, and he advised that that was a changing document. That was part of the contract. So then I look at the contract, and his contract changed, and I was here when his contract changed. And in addition, he brought up another point. He says there are certain elements here that are not present. As a matter of fact, when I believe he had, and how valued the comment was when his license was suspended. Okay, I gave it away. He no longer took a car allowance. He said that was part of the plan. What was not part of the plan was the progressive pay. Okay? There is a cost of living. I think we're mixing terms, again, because all employees got the cost of living, and their progressive pay is evaluated through satisfaction. Y'all didn't want to talk about any evaluation for only the two employees that work for this commission. And nobody wanted to talk about it. Well, if it was bad, then you definitely don't want to talk about it. So that compels us to either have a positive evaluation or none at all. That's what that tells me. That's what I read, that we can't air dirty laundry here. We can't talk about negativity. So let's make it flowery. If it's flowery, it's going to be a positive result, and they automatically would get that if that was the case. But that is an interpretation, okay? An interpretation of what's written here, and it does speak of benefit, not of salary. It does not speak of the progressive salary. It does not speak of the evaluation. And again, a lot of this, somebody brought it up, was the fact that we used to have one-year contracts, now we have three-year contracts. And maybe that wasn't adjusted, but should have been adjusted, and there should have been consideration, and we have no mechanism to evaluate for the progression. I believe the intent was for those who are making far less, that need to be brought together as an employment incentive. An employment incentive is to encourage folks to stay with us, okay? The two employees that work for this board already have the incentive. It's called a contract. The other employees don't have that type of contract. If I go across the way to all the employees that are working on the floor, if I ask them about their contract, what do you have instilled to keep you here? They don't have a contract. What they do have is an agreement, and the protection they have is a positive valuation, so they get the progressive pay increase and the cost of living increase. I think we're a little off base here in applying so much energy into what the progressive pay is, if it's a benefit or if it's a salary. And in addition, I don't think it's appropriate to change policies on the fly so that we can get this progressive pay intact.
So then how do you, if there's not other contract employees, if contract employees are not afforded this benefit, then how do you explain the other contract employees that have this language within there, I would ask. And again, I would remind the commission that the question before us today, all that stuff is just, and agreeably, arguably the stuff that I said, is just all talk. At the end of the day, do we believe and do we want to afford the attorney the same rights and benefits that every single other employee in this organization receives? Yes or no? And if so, because it was always my understanding that they would receive that, irregardless of what has happened in the past, because those were different contracts. If so, what is the process by which we want to do that? And I would say that there's already clear and concise language in other contracts to make that happen. And all we need to do is pull that language out and make it very clear in these other contracts that that was the intention. And that will directly address the findings found and the direction that we're being asked to make in the report, number 4. So that's really all that's at the task at hand today, in my opinion.
You're comparing the other employees who do have contracts. Were you aware of those contracts?
Was I aware? They came to the board. In fact,
No, those contracts, but I understand, but the contracts are an agreement with the county administrator. They're not an agreement with us.
Correct. But to claim
The
that there's no other
contract-
contract employees is not, or that is not included in contract employees language is not accurate.
The contracts that the county administrator, and I assure you, we did not go through the massive search for county administrator that we did for any other employee here, okay? We did not go through that process. We did not go through that process for any other employee here, with the exception of the attorney. It was, all of us here went through that process. And that process, there was a contract. That contract was reviewed and moved forward. To point it out now that it's not in there, that, again, well, you've been hired. You've been hired by a contract that you had ample opportunity to review, and your signature is on it. I don't think that we can compare the other contracts, agreements, because quite frankly, a few years ago, there were none. These are all contracts that the county administrator made, and yes, submitted to us, but there was an opportunity for a negotiation for both of these contracts that never took place until it was picked up by an audit.
Okay.
I just think that what we're doing is we're getting out the gauze for the wound. And we're not looking at the contract. We're not looking at the agreement. We're not looking at what we signed. We're not looking at what's fair and equal for other employees and, well, your interpretation, as I heard, your intent was to afford us the opportunity. I don't know. I don't know how anybody knows our intent, okay? They were looked at, they were signed, agreed upon, and the office was set. I just think that we're here to gauze the wound.
Well, I respect your position, and I respect that, that is how you feel about it. I also respect that perhaps I feel differently. So in an effort to move this along, and, it's been a long day, I would make a motion that we include the addendum as presented to the county attorney's contract, and that will be approved. It will be on approval of the board. And if you want to take the same language out of Mr. Zito's contract that clearly says in year 2 and 3 of the contract, or whatever, I don't know if that needs to be done. I'm fine with the addendum as written, but my motion would be to approve the addendum, and on a yearly basis, it would be approved by the commission.
Second.
Mr. Adams, let me ask you a question on that. Yes, I got Mike's contract right. Shows additionally, the deputy shall be eligible to receive an anniversary increase in years 2 and 3 of this agreement, subject to the total discretion of the county administrator. That's what it said. Does the language for this need to go into Jennifer's contract? I would think so.
My motion is to include the attorney shall receive a progression pay increase annually as provided in the Indian River County Administrative Policy Manual, Section AM 304.15, upon approval by the Board of County Commissioners.
Effective.
Well, it would be effective on her anniversary.
It's just next week.
Which is next week. And by approval today, it would provide the clarification needed for the auditor to move that forward.
And the second part of my request is that you approve the annual pay progression because you find my performance satisfactory. But if you wanted to create some sort of other evaluation process for me to obtain that.
No, I don't know. The evaluating process is a very difficult part. I used to do evaluations of my crews when I was with fire rescue. I would do evaluations. We were under a union contract. We still had to do evaluations. I understand the process of how we do evaluations for everybody here in the county. I understand that. I don't know of a good mechanism yet. I think we're doing it, but we do have the right to bring it up anytime if you're not doing a good job. So I haven't quite figured if that's relevant or that's just a waste of time to do that yet. I got to say, though, the reason that we're even discussing this on your contract was because the county administrator also thinks he's entitled to it, and he came to you for that question. That's why we're here. We wouldn't have probably caught up. We probably wouldn't even had this conversation. What I think needs to happen, and what I think is happening, is that we should never, ever have a self-initiated pay raise done internally by either you or the county administrator. It should be done always in front of the Board of County Commissioners. Always, the transparency should be there. There should be no more of that. I guess we have to take these one at a time, and I'll talk more about that when we get to the administrator's portion of the contract. But that's kind of where I'm in a little bit of turmoil about this, is we wouldn't be here if he didn't question it. And I'm not saying that was wrong, because nothing in my opinion of this whole process was dishonest under the darkness of midnight or anything else. I'm just saying we wouldn't be here, and apparently we're finding out that you can make an argument for it, so we need to place it in the contract. It needs to be clear, it needs to be transparent, just like everything we do. Again, none of self-initiated pay raises or anything of that nature. And I'll talk more about that in a minute again. So to get this and to move this on, I don't know where we're going with this, but I would, as long as we can make this clear and transparent and never do this again on anything else, any other compensation that's out there, car allowance, any sort of medical benefit, as long as we do this transparent and above board, we gotta move on. So the question is whether, are we gonna pass it or not? I don't think there's anything that I think it's in there, I think it's not. I'm not an attorney. You tell me it is. You're the attorney.
May I
Asked
address
other
that?
people, I've heard both sides. Some say yes, some say it's questionable. So I'll just leave it at that. So I guess
Mr.
we have
Chair.
a motion and a second. So
With respect to that motion, how can you approve this without an evaluation being done, unless we're going to do the evaluation here? That's one question. The second question is, we currently have 5 contract employees in this agency, 3 in the attorney's office and 2 in the administrator's office. In the last year, those respective contracts, those other 3 people have come before this board, approved either by the attorney or the county administrator, and sent to us. I find it hard to believe that the 2 that have approved 3 other contract employees all of a sudden realize that they're not included in the progressive pay. Again, not for a recent incident did this come up. I go back to, they're currently working under current contracts that they agreed upon. You may hear later that Mr. Tatanich had talked to the previous county attorney and suggested that this be included in his contract. But the fact is, this is business. They signed the terms and conditions of their contract. Those are the contracts that we're working under today, not future contracts, today. So I would ask everyone to keep that in mind as well. With respect to Mr. Zito's contract, that went through John, that came to us. Susan Prott and Chris Hicks, those contracts went through Ms. Schuler and came to us. At some point, would the attorney and the administrator realize in those respective contracts that, hey, they get this performance pay, but it's not in mine? It seems like it didn't dawn on either one of them until the audit. And here we are today discussing existing contracts, not future contracts.
I heard Commissioner Ehrman say we got to go one way or the other because we got to make sure it doesn't happen in the future. I'll argue that whatever decision is being made today, it's going to happen in the future. It's going to happen in the future. We've already heard. there are some people without contracts that are yearning for contracts. So now, this is going to start the boxcars, okay? The train is going to get long. It's not just about one decision or one element of a contract that something was omitted. That's what we hear, that's what we're being told, that we didn't keep up to date on the paperwork. The paperwork was signed a year ago, less than a year ago. How unup-to-date would that actually be? And once again, this is going to happen again and again, okay? It's not just about 2 employees. So I just want you to pause and think for a minute that, again, if it wasn't for the audit, these 2 items would not be here. It now is reflected as a result and looking to repair what is perceived as a bad opinion in the past, which was recently signed in a contract. It now needs to be updated. I don't think that it's appropriate, fair, will not support it in any way, shape, or form on this item. But I just wanted to bring it out about, we got to make sure this isn't going to happen again. It's going to happen again.
Mr. Chair, may I make a statement? May I address this
Please.
part of the conversation? Well, first, Commissioner Ehrman was struggling with a process. I have suggested in my board item that it can be just a simple board approval that comes to you on a board item, or we can have a more robust annual evaluation. I do also want to point out that I can't speak for John, but I've spent the first year in this office trying to improve the working conditions for my employees, to try to provide them with more training opportunities, more opportunities to advance. And it was in that spirit that I brought Susan Prado's contract update to the board to try to make her salary more competitive. I know that, John Takanich did that for Mike Zito also. So when we talk about there's such a big difference and disparity in the top employees and these other contract employees, that's rapidly changing. So I think compression is a real issue. And I'm interested to hear that some of the commissioners are of the opinion that John and I are not entitled to progress like the employees under our direction.
You point out progression and compression, and it's rapidly changing year a year. That contract was signed less than a year ago. I can't embrace rapidly, okay? I just can't, me personally. Maybe another term, it may be affected, but when you look at your salary and your deputy salary, I think there's plenty of room in between, and that is when we identify compression. When it's so close that the promotion is not worth the salary, or the commotion is not worth getting paid for. So I don't believe that it's rapidly changing. I think that's a little above reach.
And you can characterize Mr. Zito's addendum better than I can.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is, number one, Mr. Zito's contract did come before the board because I recommended a three-year contract, and the 2.5% pay progression was initially included in the contract previous to me, the one-year contract. So I carried it forward. I didn't change. All I did was add, I felt it was appropriate that he have a 3-year contract. And in my particular case, to her point, is, you know, I know if I'm taking the same GWI as everybody else is, Mr. Zito is, and then he gets 2.5%, it's going to add up and it's going to catch up. And then in this particular year, you know, if we talk about the GWI, you know, I had the administration, you know, all the administrators only take 4% when employees got, the directors got 6% and the manager 7.5% in exempt. And then the rank and file got basically 15%, notwithstanding the 10%. So, I mean, it does catch up. So,
Again,
so it does add to the pay
you got a
compression.
cost of living increase this year?
What's that?
Did you get a cost of living increase this year?
I got a general wage increase this year.
I did not, but
You did not.
no, I came in September. My contract provides that I get a general wage increase in October of this year. I was actually given that increase, but when I recognized I was getting it, I went to HR and I told Suzanne I was not entitled to it. So I will be entitled to a general wage increase if the board approves one in your next budget.
Right, and so you will get a general, and county administrator, you got one, right?
Yes.
You got it, you got the raise, okay? And then the progressive raise is, again, non-contract employees, they get a progressive raise to encourage them to stay. That's what it's about, to keep them elevated. And you have a contract that keeps you here to stay because there's clawbacks. We have to distribute some funds to, if, you know, we decide that the relationship is different. Correct?
Correct, and then to just,
Okay.
you asked about
So
the difference before,
that's-
but I will tell you, 90% of the employees, if you recall, have property rights and 14th Amendment due protections.
That's right,
That
you
the
made the
contract
change,
employees do
and-
not.
Yes,
And
they
the at-will
do.
employees.
I think yours is far more significant. And, yeah, that's what the purpose of the contract was. And if it wasn't in the contract, I believe today, it was not in the contract, so now we want to change the contract, and then we want to award the progressive pay.
Nope, that's not.
No, that's accurate.
It's included, it's implied in the contract. What we're doing is providing clarification language as the auditor requested.
Not,
That's what the addendum does.
that's
It
your
clarifies-
interpretation.
Correct.
Again, you have to look at what the wording was and for who it to applied for, and it did not apply to the county administrator nor the county attorney. It did
So
not.
you don't consider pay progression a right or benefit afforded other employees?
No, it does.
Well, then their contract says they get all rights and benefits afforded other employees.
Rights and benefits are not salary.
So you don't consider pay progression a right or benefit?
No.
No?
No,
Okay.
no,
What do you consider it?
salary.
And you don't consider salary a right? By showing up to work by right, you receive a salary?
Some people get
salary is
paid
a
and don't
right.
show up for work.
A salary is a
You
right.
know, you're gonna, it's just salary and benefits. How many of us have heard
Rights
the
and
term
benefits.
salary and benefit?
Well, we could split hairs all day,
A
but
salary
at
and
the-
benefit package, there is a clear line between salary and benefit. So if something speaks of benefit and rights, it does not speak of salaries and benefits, salary and rights. And a progressive increase is a salary increase. I just,
Okay.
I-
Well, beyond
again,
that,
it's open for interpretation.
right, certainly,
But
but I would
don't-
argue
I
that.
don't think the shoe fits.
I would argue that salary, any type of pay is a right that you're afforded for performance. They are still employed, because they are performing satisfactory employment. And at the end of the day, you guys are making a lot about contracts being amended, which we do on every single commission agenda, we amend contracts constantly, whatever, all sorts of different kinds of contracts. We are the ones that have the duty to ensure that our contracts are clear and transparent, to Commissioner Ehrman's point, and that is what this motion will do. It provides the clarification and the transparency that that is a right and benefit afforded to them, even if you don't agree that it's a right or a benefit, that it is the intention to do that, and this codifies that moving forward prior to her anniversary.
Mr. Chair, with respect to Commissioner Adams, she just said that we amend contracts all the time. We do not amend employment contracts all the time. We only have 5.
You're absolutely right. We have contracts that come before us. Sometimes they put them in consent agenda. They don't belong in consent agenda because it should be openly discussed. Sometimes it's a matter of impact, financial impact on the agreement. Sometimes it's a matter of delivery. I get it. And most times, the provider or the vendor is the one that wants to amend the contract because they can't make the freight.
Well, the last thing I'll say on this is, at the January 8th meeting, on consent through the county administrator, was an addendum to an existing contract for an existing employee that added a whole new thing to the contract, a whole new addendum. So it's not outside of the realm, and this was an existing contract that we amended.
Correct.
Or that we signed off on the administrator amending. So it's not outside the realm for us to do that. And we just did that in January. But the other thing that I would say is, if this was a problem for any commissioner, any one of us could have put something on the agenda. That's true. At any time. We can bring our own items. In fact, Commissioner Lohr generally is the one that brings an item related to the reviews of the administrator and the attorney. So there's nothing that precludes us from bringing that, and there's nothing to this point that has precluded us from bringing that. So if it was a concern of a commissioner that there was this misinterpretation or something out there that was lingering, any one of you guys could have brought it. But here we are today, and I've made the motion that's been seconded.
That's after it's because, again, a horse got out of the barn.
No horses got out of the barn.
Horse got out of the barn. That's what the audit is called. Regardless of whether the horse was wild or the horse had permission, authority, the horse is out of the barn, so now we put things on the agenda. I think it's very disingenuous that any one of us could have put it on the agenda. Hark, this policy is not correct.
Well, you could bring it on the agenda to address it.
I understand that, but it was brought on the agenda today because a horse got out of its stable. That's why we're here today. Again, I just want to remind, had it not been for the actions of the auditor, neither of these items would be here. So now we are compelled to make a decision based on, it's like getting stopped on a traffic stop.
Could we take public comment and then vote on this?
I'll let you know when we're going to do that. Thank you.
We could call the question.
It's like getting stopped on a traffic stop and getting, and then getting a ticket, okay? You deserve the ticket. But is it time to renew your license? Is it time to maybe perhaps make another decision? Is it time to have a vehicle inspection? No. It's time to get the ticket. Okay? That's it. And that was the process that was there. We kind of, okay, in the beginning of the meeting, I said, let's pull those off. You all want to talk about it. So now it's forcing a decision while something's being looked at. I just,
I said it, I didn't want to be accused of delay by the clerk.
by what?
By the clerk, I didn't want to be accused of delay. He's already accusing Human Resources of delaying. The 6-week delay in providing information was excessive. It says it right there.
Right.
Well, I didn't want to be accused of delay. Maybe you don't care.
No, we already are. Okay.
No, we're taking care of it now, as soon as you're done. I'd like to take public comment and vote on it.
No, that's not the way it works.
Actually, it is. It's called calling the question, and actually, we would take a vote to call the question.
Okay.
That's parliamentary procedure.
You want this? You want to
I
start
would just
off?
like to take public comment
Okay.
and vote on this.
Just temper your expectations. I'm surprised. Any other comments?
Well, I appreciate everybody's input on this, and I told you, like I said, I didn't really know where we're going with this. I think timing was terrible on all our parts. The county administrator, in reference to his contract, which allowed Jennifer to realize that she appears to think she's entitled to it, he did come to us. Commissioner Adams is correct. We had the opportunity to make it more transparent. We failed. I failed as a commissioner. I should have gone back and looked at the contract and said, commissioners, you know, maybe we were all approached by the county administrator. You know, what do y'all think? That would have been the time to do it. And then we got in the predicament that we're in, which I'm really over with at this point in time. It would be disingenuous of me, I think now, to say that I approved it then when you told me, and I don't approve it now, but if we're gonna talk about yours separate, there's some additional things I want to talk about with reference to county administrator. But the fact that I gave it my blessing, I don't know if I would not be compelled to change it. That was my initial point when we were told about this. We've had the opportunity. I, as a commissioner, failed. I didn't bring it forward, but none of us did. And I guess when it all comes down to it, if you want to lay the blame on why they're in this predicament, part of it's our fault. That we didn't bring it forward.
That we didn't bring what forward?
When the county administrator told us privately, each one of us separately, I assume he told you, he told me, and I said, okay, yeah, if you're entitled to it, I believe you. I didn't go back and check his contract and read it. When I did finally read it, it kind of struck me kind of weird. Again, what Commissioner Fleischer said, is there different in benefits, is there different in salary? I think you can make an argument either way, but I just want y'all to know how I feel with regards to that. I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming myself for not going back and checking it. And I'm willing to move on, and let's put this behind us and let's get over it.
How can you blame yourself if you presumed that the administrator was going to bring that before the board?
It should have gone before the board, and I guarantee you, as long as I'm here, this will never happen again. And I would almost say we put that in, or somehow let the county attorney and the county administrator know that there will be no more self-initiated pay raises without it coming before the board. This will never happen again, as long as I'm here, till 2028. We'll see what goes on after that, but if I'm here after that, then it still ain't gonna happen. So I think as commissioners, I think we need to move on. Or we just need to move on. This needs to move on. Time is terrible, but we'll worry about that later.
When you say the timing's terrible, the timing being terrible is, was not brought on by this board.
Timing is terrible with the budget, with what Sheriff Flowers is accused us of and everything else, which is totally, I think, improper and not, it's not how I perceive how this government's always worked. We've been amicable with each other, but here and there, we've got to take care of our own. We've got to decide what we're going to do about this matter that's before us right now, and we need to move on, and we can address that tomorrow. So,
Maybe a tall climb. Okay. Well, with that, is there anybody in the audience that wishes to make statements? Yeah, you're one of the few. There's two of yous now. Okay.
Yes, Tom Sullivan, 4186 West 16th Square. It's a sticky wicket. I think everybody will agree to that. I kind of don't like the way it escaped and got publicized and the way it got projected in the papers. I think there was a lot of critique of people who meant no harm. Joe, I think you know I was a basketball coach. I worked at 4 different institutions under different contracts.
And the iron workers.
Okay, all right. So you have to read I always had a lawyer read my contract. And even when a lawyer read the contract, okay, the wordage would always be difficult. I can see how the confusion occurred there. Benefit means a lot of different things. Obviously, right now I'm seeing it mean something completely different to her and you. I will say this. I remember when we first brought up this idea, I think you brought it up, Mr. Lohr, about acting as trustees and meeting, 4 times a year. And I enjoyed that. I actually come to those to see how we're progressing, and everybody seems happy. We're happy with the success. Now, so therefore, a year goes by, 2 years go by, and all of a sudden the contracts start getting read, and someone reads it and says, they say, that should mean this. I agree that can happen, and it did happen. Okay, and so I think that we're kind of, making a mountain out of a molehill. In terms of where the employee is accepted and told that their benefit to the organization is good, in our case, sort of stems from the annual evaluations that occur quarterly. Now, when we get to the contract part, Joe, which I think, I'm sorry, Mr. Fleischer, which we were talking about, my contracts, if I got fired, okay, I got $600,000. I don't know if these guys, when they get fired, I don't know what the deal is there. So when you talk about a contract, you're mentioning it, Mr. Fleischer, as if they're guaranteed, $600,000. In reality, I think you're only guaranteed, a severance package. So I don't judge that contract in the context that you judge it. You see what I'm saying? If someone offered me to go to a school and said, we're going to give you a contract, and all of a sudden, it's a 5-year contract, but if we fire you, now if they fire me with cause, that's one thing, but they fire me without cause, okay, they're only going to pay me another 2 weeks. I don't know if I would accept that contract. So my point is, a 3-year contract means means something different to me than it does to them, just as I think benefits means something different to, Sue, than it does to you. I just think I've been very happy with them. I come to enough of these things. I watch it, and I know you all have been happy. No one said anything bad about them, and I think the interpretation of the contract is something that's going to happen. I agree with Mr. Ehrman. They went to enough people, and no one threw up a red flag and said, "Wait a minute," and then to come about I don't know who this guy is. I'm reading the paper, and at the end of the article, he says, "We're not going to press charges." I mean, that's where this has come to now, where nobody did anything that wrong, but this is what people read, and the end of this.
Says that?
Huh?
It says that about pressing charges?
Yeah.
I don't know about
I'll tell
that.
you. Yeah, it does say that. I'm trying to find it.
Okay. Was that,
I just got to get my paper in order here. Okay,
it's
here we
okay,
go.
but you're
Here
saying
we,
it says
no, here
that.
we go. This is annoying to me, okay? Would any of you have known about, it had a county resident with public records, aficionado, and part-time political operative, mentions his name, not CC'd my name in his August 20th email. Will the state attorney's office, which received a copy of the audit report from Hansley, launch an investigation into this mess? For what it's worth, Butler, a former state prosecutor, doesn't believe there was any criminal intent, especially since Tasek sought legal advice from him. But when I'm reading this, I'm going, he doesn't believe there was any criminal intent. Now,
Does it say that anybody was pressing charges or not pressing charges? I just,
no, but it doesn't, but the
I get
you
the
understand
gist.
the implication.
yeah, sure.
You know, and I'm saying, I agree with Mr. Ehrman. I think they've done a good job. Maybe there was misunderstandings here, and Mr. Laura, I know how you feel about this. I watched you when you were arguing about the medical examiner, you know, which, you know, I'm just saying, I can't, the other thing I didn't understand a little bit, I don't understand where the police chief's salary comes into this. I'm not worried about numbers. This isn't a numbers thing at all. What it is a misinterpretation of a word, and then it led to this type of situation where they were compensated or soon to be compensated, and then it came to be, did we do this in the right order? And now we can say, well, now we know what the right order is. But we also know that if you're not happy with them, they're gone in 4 weeks. So that knocked out my, you know, a little bit of what you were saying. Sorry. But anyway, that was my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Don't fire me.
Good afternoon. Jeff Andros, county resident. I'm the gentleman you didn't mention in that article. As we all know from Friday's press conference, the sheriff did answer a question that he will not comment on an ongoing criminal investigation. So we'll see what happens there. Very interesting, some of the words, though, that were said by the county attorney right here in her opening presentation, which seemed to have escaped all of you. Says she's been transparent. For members of the press and everybody here, the commission knows, please do a public records request for all emails between Jeff Andros and a county attorney for the last 6 months. Can't get her pay stubs, can't get her days off, the list goes on and on and on. No transparency, none. Public record, see if she gives it to you. I'm assembling a 25-count public record lawsuit that you'll all be served with shortly. Let's also look at a couple things she said. She looked at this contract. She's your county attorney. Now the contract's no good? Less than a year? The county attorney signed a contract that she doesn't like. I would have to wonder what else she signed on behalf of this commission that may not be good. I know the Calcutta docs isn't really going so well. It's another thing. Something else I do want to point out. I'm not an attorney, but however, she said something in the very beginning which is interesting. She changed her agenda item. I don't know if anybody caught that. She said now, not only are we talking about an addendum to give her more money, she wants her evaluation done today. That was not publicly noticed. This agenda item is null and void. The public should have been noticed that they could come and comment on this evaluation, which took place today. She said that in her opener. This is null and void, this agenda item. But again, our county attorney. I would say this too, that some commissioners who are bent on, just really want to spend money. I say this to all of you who may vote yes to this, even though it's not a valid agenda item anymore, I dare you to pay it out of your own pockets. don't use municipal money. If you feel that good about it, don't use tax dollars to pay for it. Take it out of your own pockets. I know that'll never happen. But take it out of your own pockets. We also learned something so now we're getting double dip raises. Cost of living raises coming in October, but we now want another one. So we're going to double dip raises. Where does it end? Where does it end? How can any of you consciously vote that this is a good thing? And no, it would have never made the public eye had I not sent you all that email. Little addendum to that, I asked for those communications months ago. Public records requests, never got them. I asked for them again the same day I asked Ryan Butler's office weeks ago. Still haven't gotten it. Ryan Butler's office, hours. Why? Because overnight, on I believe May 21st, there was a quid pro quo put in email that, hey, I'll say your contract is legally valid, but remember, mine's coming too in September. That's exactly what it says.
All right.
Am my time up, sir?
No.
Okay.
No,
So
I was agreeing. I think I have that.
the other thing we're looking at here, again from her own opening, is she likes some part of the policy, but she doesn't like another. So she doesn't have to do evaluations, but she wants the money. Nobody's brought that up either. And here's just one little thing, and I'll say again, I'm not an attorney. I have a wall full of cool diplomas, though. I'm not an attorney, but let's look at this. Do you know who does evaluations by their 5 bosses? The school district. The school district does it for their employees. Nobody could do any kind of legal research on that, call across the street, essentially. They're all public record. Every school board member writes an evaluation. This is not recreating the wheel. It's just, give me my money. I don't deserve it. Give it to me anyway. All this pointed out, make a careful decision before you vote. And if you do vote yes, just tell the community, instead of just saying A, I, whatever, say, I don't care. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I address that?
Certainly, Counselor.
I just want to state that my staff report that went into Granicus has the following recommendation. The county attorney respectfully requests that the board approve the attached addendum to the county attorney agreement and also approve an annual progression pay increase for the county attorney upon her September 6, 2025 employment anniversary. So I disagree with Mr. Andros' conclusion that somehow this is not a valid item. I will also say that from July until today, Mr. Andros has made 87 public records requests to our office. We have completed 23 of them. We've given him 19 special service fee estimates, and we have 45 that are actively being worked on. The issue that we're having with Mr. Andros is he's taken the position that he should be entitled to thousands and thousands of records, but never have to pay a special service fee. But that can get worked out in our I hope we don't have a lawsuit, but if he's hell-bent on doing that, that'll get worked out. But to suggest that my office is not willing to fulfill a public records request is completely wrong.
May I respond since I'm being attacked as a member of the public, which is not part of this item?
No.
How dare she? May I respond? Because she just put my credibility on the line.
No.
Would you like a response to that?
I think Mr. Andros has had his say.
I mean, you guys had just engaged, I'm reading another document that was just brought up, and Mr. Andros,
I mean, just to say,
I don't want this to be I mean, you've just said that you're preparing documents for a lawsuit.
Yes, sir. I have no other choice. When a municipality or governing body, according to Chapter 119, does not supply you the records, you have no other choice. What am I supposed to do? And just for some clarification, some of the records requests she's were talking about involve the $34 million in consulting spending that the county does not want to release to the general public. Members of the media, anybody looking, request what Jeff Andros has requested. See if they give it to you. It's all in black and white. I did not come here to get attacked, but the county attorney brought up transparency, so let's be transparent.
Thank you, Mr. Angelo. I just want to read something here, maybe can shed some light. This is Suzanne Boyle responding. This is an email. This is public record. Good morning, John and Jennifer. HR will proceed with John's retroactive adjustments as noted. Please forward, since there will be no performance evaluation to trigger HR and to make the adjustment as is the case with other county employees. Susan and Chris. If each of you could email me when you attain the anniversary date for your pay progression increase, we will process the increase using the email as the supporting documentation. Why are we here? The horse is out.
She was
The
wrong.
decision was made.
You want her fired? She was wrong. The Human
Who
Resources.
said that?
I said it.
Well, I have no capacity to do that.
Well, you're talking like you do.
I have no, no, I'm not.
I mean, she's the one responsible for this. If you look at the conclusions and recommendations,
she
number one and number
responds,
two,
and
it said, in
let's-
fact, she's even, the clerk calls her the last line of defense. You know, she should have caught this. So if we're going to make such a thing of it, I think it's inadvisable.
So
It's
can
not
I-
our,
can
it's
I-
not our place.
You don't like to hear bad things. That's
Not our
your
place.
challenge.
Can I comment
I'm
on?
telling you bad things, okay? And
not our
you don't like
place.
to hear them, that's your prerogative. We've already told that we don't like to hear dirty laundry. I have to tell you, this is a transparent form of government. We owe it to the public. Again, this is a big challenge here. Since there's none, just do it. I don't want her fired. It's ill-advised, but the process is already intact. So why are we talking about it today to see, well, let's do it now? This was already agreed upon, okay? I did talk with John, and I agree that his conclusion, that he is entitled to the pay progression, his conclusion. Likewise, I have similar language in Section 5 of my contract that entitles me to be to the same benefits, labeled benefits for salary, as other exempt employees, except for outlined exceptions. Okay? These are documents that were transpired in between the individuals as this went forward. Like I said, you may find it discomforting, or you might find it inappropriate, or you might find it that someone like myself would want that person terminated. That's not the action. We have no right and authority to do that. Okay? If that's your interpretation, as we're working on so many different interpretations today, then maybe you want to bring that forward. But personally, that's not my intent. My intent is that there's paper and documentation with conversations about this all along, and we didn't have those conversations.
Mr. Chair, my intent is to have made a motion an hour ago and have it voted on.
And that's good, and I appreciate your expectation that we'll call the question. But there has been ensuing request that the public be heard, and the
And they
public
have
was
been,
heard.
and there's nobody else
And the public
there.
was heard, and then now a comment was made, and I want to clarify it,
Okay,
okay?
sure.
You-
Just didn't know if we have to, if the meeting goes
It's
on
only 10
past
minutes to
midnight,
5. We still have
to
plenty of time.
Vote to extend it, right?
I-
So we
I'm-
will have to vote at some point?
Sure, sure. Well,
Mr. Chair, I just want to make one quick comment before this vote, because I think, in all fairness to, the Human Resources Director, there's a comment about she copied everybody on the email, and I recommended that she do that, because the public records request from the clerk's office went to payroll specialists and not to the director. In the future, I would hope that would go through the administration or the director. As soon as she found out about this, I think the clerk can verify, within 6 minutes, she provided all the information. I think it was 7, actually. 7 minutes, she provided all the information that was requested. She was not aware of this, the Human Resources Director. The payroll specialist received it. And she has subsequently spoken with her payroll staff. I just want to clarify that.
okay. And that relates to this email how?
It was in reference to the item number, in terms of the part of the report that talks about human resources needs to process payroll audit information requests in a reasonable amount of time. The 6-week delay was excessive. Yes, we agree, and the Human Resources Director has taken action to make sure that's been rectified.
Well, I only got this subsequent to a public records request that all of us were sent. That's how I got that document. as
That's
along with
related
all
to
these
the
other
next
documents.
agenda item.
Excuse me?
That's related to the next agenda item.
No, I understand that. But there's something about an agreement, somebody's reminded that, you're entitled to it. You're entitled to it, and I remind you that my anniversary date is coming. That was by the county attorney.
So I was accused of engaging in a quid pro quo.
You
And
said
I,
that.
no, Mr. Andros said that.
Yeah, but you
And-
just said it.
No, and I deny that. I've laid out my reasoning, why I thought my contract interpretation was reasonable. I've explained to you the expectations I had coming on board here as your employee, and what I think is fair, what makes sense to me, and what is a fair reading of my contract. Respectfully, you do not agree, because I'm listening to you, and that's what we're here to talk about. But I don't agree that anything wrong or intended occurred.
There could have been a different approach if this was brought up without the audit, without the review, without the inquiry, and without all of this and having to be on agenda item. Perhaps you're correct, okay? But all of that in mind enshrouds this with, got to get the gauze pad out. It's not about the money. It's about the action. It's about obligation to the community, transparency, as we're making other decisions that are, quite frankly, a lot more impactful. It's the procedure in which this all happened, and I don't know what to say. It's a boxcar at best. Okay? That's my interpretation. Everybody's got a different interpretation today. I have to put it on the calendar, Interpretation Day. But we'll see how that goes. Counsel, you have anything else?
No, I do not.
Okay.
I just,
Is there anybody else? Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Moss, to move forward with the county attorney's request.
Correct.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Motion carries 3-2 with Vice Chairman Law and myself opposing.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, as the county attorney indicated, she was going to turn the item related to me over to me for a presentation. I think a lot of the same comments apply. I will say that, as I read my contract, and just to provide timeline for the board, the 17th of April, that the timeline's been called into question. The 17th of April was my anniversary increase. And on the first pay period or paycheck following that, I noticed that I didn't receive the 2.5% increase. I contacted the board, that's May 9th. I contacted, not the board, but I contacted, spoke with Suzanne Boyle, Human Resources Director, and we both agreed that I would seek, the county attorney's opinion on this. And whatever it was where I was going to go with it. I did that. And then that week, I spoke with each of you and informed you, advised you. I provided 2 pieces of paper, the section that had the annual compensation, the additional benefits, and then the progressive pay increase policy. And had any member objected or said that this was wrong, I would have put it on the agenda. Hindsight, I don't disagree with what Commissioner Ehrman has said. As it relates to process-wise, it would have been better to have brought this before the board. But, in all instances, this was documented in email. That was by purpose. There was no conversations that were not in written form because this was done. There's no attempt to conceal this. This was done transparently. And at this point, I think we've kind of discussed a lot of what goes into this. I certainly believe, based on what's happened, my integrity has been called into question, my character has been maligned, but notwithstanding that, that's not from the board. I'm respectfully requesting that the board approve my progressive pay increase because I do, and I operated on the assumption that after I read the contract and it was clear to me, my interpretation that, the right and benefits that were available to other employees were available to me. And so with that, I am requesting the board to approve the recommendation by the county attorney, which I think it also applies to the retroactivity component, which would suffice the board or the clerk's concerns once he raised it. And I have nothing but respect for the clerk of court and his position and concerning this matter. But I think this resolves the issue, and I believe I merit the 2.5% and increase as every other employee does. So my recommendation is to ask for approval of the contract addendum as presented by the county attorney, which has the beginning on the April 17th, 2024, and every year thereafter. And the one thing I would say, because I know it's been, and I'll just leave the additional benefits section, it doesn't specifically say one individual section of the administrative policy manual. It says the county provides employees with a number of benefits that are set forth in the Indian River County Administrative Policy Manual. It doesn't narrow it down to one specific policy. It says the manual. These rights and benefits are available to the county administrator in the same terms and conditions they are to full-time, regular, non-contract employees. If it would have said this specific policy, we would not be here today. And like I said, hindsight, I agree with comments that have been made. It'd be better. And then I know the comment has come up about evaluation, and I would like to remind the board that I offered in my contract negotiation, and I have the email here from between Dylan and myself. The board shall review and evaluate the county administrator's performance during each anniversary of the term of this agreement. Said review and evaluation shall be in accordance with specific criteria jointly developed jointly by the board and the county administrator. Then I put in parentheses, Dylan, the FCCMA has developed a sample manager administrator evaluation that I would present to the board for consideration. And he responded by not including that and saying that he wanted to speak about it. And when we spoke about it, he shared with me what he discussed with you, that you can fire the administrator anytime you're not happy with him. And, you know, your performance evaluation is every 2 weeks or every 2 meetings a month. So I just, you know, in fairness, I have always believed that that's a good instrument, that you can do that, because it gives you individually and collectively an opportunity to fairly assess a year's performance. So with that, I'll return to the chairman again, respectfully requesting that you approve the addendum presented by the county administrator, by the county attorney.
Mr. Chairman. If I may. How much have you received to date from the progressive?
The number that was reported, I think it was in correspondence, was like $15,000, but I think the clerk's report narrows it down to, it was $520.06 in retroactive pay. And then there's been, with the adjustments, there was a subsequent amount of about $2,000 since.
So that's what, so 6520 and roughly $2,000 you've received to date from that?
Yes, as of right, but since this came up, you know, the clerk had called and I didn't hesitate and agreed, and he's, you know, we put the payback at the rate that existed prior to.
He suspended any further payments until whatever was decided today. Well, since we voted for the county attorney to get the progressive pay increase, I would tell you I would vote for your increase on a couple of conditions. First of all, this never happens again. No self-initiated pay raises by either one of you. None. Not unless it comes before the board. I don't know. You know, I think this is a rarity. I don't think it'll happen again, but it better never happen again. The next thing is, Mr. Administrator, I think because we didn't do it in front of the board, and I think you're as guilty as we are for not bringing it to the board. I personally think the $6,500 and the $2,000 should be repaid back to the county, and we start your progressive pay increase October 1st, and then on your anniversary date, or of April, either one. Only because we wouldn't be here today had this not come up, and I think you were equally as fault as we are for not bringing it before the board, even though you did bring it to us individually. So that's why I say, well, I would vote to give you the pay increase, but I think prior to this date, whatever money you collected should come back to the county. I'll say that and see how y'all feel about that.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Vice Chair.
You know, it's needs to be said that the administrator has been an administrator in some capacity for many years prior to coming to Indian River County in April of 2023. We don't need to hear the conversation between the administrator and Dylan. What Dylan says is clouding the issue. Dylan, for those that don't know, is our former county attorney. The administrator is well-equipped to sign a contract, which he did in April of 2023. To have the ability today is really somewhat embarrassing in light of everything else, to ask for not only the dollars, but retroactive. This was not brought before this body April of 2024 for its normal evaluation, or 2.5%. And one of the most disturbing things that I've heard, or I should say haven't heard, is I'm sorry. We have not heard that. We have heard, quote, in hindsight. There's never been an apology to this board. We're owed an apology. No way about it or shape about it. We're owed an apology because we wouldn't be here have not been in hindsight or an oversight of whatnot. The administrator brought a contract before us in January. We didn't hear about for his deputy administrator, which included something very similar to this. We didn't hear this April of 2024 when his annual evaluation came up. It didn't come before this body that, oh, by the way, my progressive pay, I would like to handle that. Instead, there is a discussion electronically from the administrator to the human resources director saying, I didn't get my progressive pay, I feel like I'm entitled to it, considering this, this, and this, comma, I'll run it by the commissioners. You've mentioned a horse and a barn. This is clearly the cart before the horse. He's not a brand-new administrator, friends. He's been in this business, high-level business, for over 30 years. But yet, we have not received an apology. I'll yield to the chair.
I don't know if apology is where I would go. I mean, took an action he thought was right, it was wrong. Not everybody sees it that way. I will say that I was shown a document, and county administrator said, I think I'm entitled to this, and I said, no. You may argue. I said, no. That has another county administrator's name on it. And again, the argument you heard, something about benefits. It had nothing about progressive pay. So I think I'm entitled. And the next time I heard about it was as a reflection from a conversation from the auditor. Bless you. That's my recollection. I didn't hear anything about an approval process, a negotiation, a decision, a conversation, approval. None of that happened. And that's all I'm going to say. It didn't happen. Thank you.
There's no sense to belabor this. Commissioner Ehrman, would that make you feel more comfortable and transparent moving this forward if it was effective today versus retroactive?
Absolutely. I think it should.
And then subsequent.
Should have come to the board again.
And then subsequently on the anniversary date, provided it comes to the board moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. I could support that. I would just provide some clarification that I've heard up here today. If any commissioner, and I will reiterate what I said under Jennifer's item, if any commissioner had indicated that this was a problem in their one-on-one briefing, I guarantee you, based on the political climate in this county and on this commission dais for the past year, it would have been put on an agenda. And you guys can say otherwise, but with the way everything has been put on the agendas, from the quarterly reviews to everything else, I find it difficult to believe that if a commissioner had raised a question, it wasn't on an agenda. And I'll just leave it with that. But Commissioner Ehrman, if that gives you some level of comfort, I can support that.
Yes.
Commissioner
yeah,
Adams, I just wanted to say that when it would have been on this agenda, because look at the timing, this is the very next meeting from when we were notified. So,
No. When the conversation occurred in May, if a commissioner had said to the administrator that they didn't agree, based on the political climate of this board, it would have been on an agenda, and I firmly believe that.
I don't agree, because somebody shows you a piece of paper that says, I think I'm entitled to this. No, that's somebody else's name and it doesn't apply. That sounds like a non-agreeance. Now.
It goes back, if it
no,
goes
what-
back to May.
Okay,
Well, I think it's my turn to speak.
no, I'm actually speaking right now. Thank you. I don't know if you heard, because the microphone, maybe I got to get a little closer. If that's the case about the notice, and, well, that was notice. It didn't fit. But no one knew that it was actually going to be a disbursement. It was actually going through, because nobody was aware of all of this happening until it happened.
It's not true. I advised I gave you this sheet with the progressive, and I advised you that it was happening, even in my email last.
So you're here to
In
state
the
today
interest
that
of full
you
transparency, I will notify each commissioner.
will,
To notify. And
did you?
And I did.
Were you notified that he was getting a pay increase? I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, he told me that, about this pay increase, and I said, okay.
No, wait, specifically, did he tell you that he was getting this pay increase?
He told me, I don't know if he said those exact
See,
words, but he told me
that's-
that he was getting a pay.
That's what I'm pointing out. I'm
He
going
was
to ask
entitled
you.
to a pay increase.
Vice Chairman, did he tell you he's getting the pay increase?
Not in those terms. There was a conversation revolving around Mike Zito that I recall. And it was something to the effect of what Mike got. And it was at the end of a conversation of our weekly meeting, the one-on-one meetings, it was at the end of that. And I did not think anything about it.
I was not told. You were told?
I was told, all the commissioners were told. I mean, I wasn't sitting in the
No,
meeting
wait,
with you.
wait.
No.
How do
No,
you can't say that, because I was alone with him.
Okay, I get it. You were alone with him, and so you can say whatever. It's called hearsay. And
Oh,
what
thank
I'm
you.
saying is called hearsay too, I suppose. But at the same time, I am just, this
Wow.
needs to be moved on. This is just drama for
I-
the sake.
No,
Yes, because
I'm just
we're
saying that it
running
was not
around,
confirmed.
fingers.
And I don't want anybody to be, I don't want the public to believe that this was discussed and everybody gave the nod. There was no bobbleheads here.
So you had a discussion.
And I
you
said,
didn't
no,
ask
that
for
doesn't apply to you.
clarification about
I
what
handed it
was
right
being
back.
talked about.
The next time I heard
I
about it
don't
was
believe-
when the
I-
auditor came in.
I don't think that that's.
I have nothing to lose or gain by that. I'm just telling the truth.
That's fine, that's totally fine.
Thank you. Commissioner Morse.
It smells like a setup because it is a setup. And when I started this matter, when I made my first comment, I said, I hope that we are evaluating the legalities of it, because that's always where we should be, the legalities, not get into and make it a political football. And that's what it's become. And I feel like we're all participating in some kind of kabuki dance. And, you know, it's becoming, it's to the point of being absurd. I mean, it just is, sir. This is absurd. And I agree, if I would support Commissioner Ehrman and what he said, and I think Commissioner Adams also supports it, if I understood it correctly.
Correct.
All right, thank you. And that's all I have to say.
So we have,
Mr. Chairman, I have one other question. Sir, do we need to update the administrative manual?
Yes.
I think we have a good reason to make that a priority. So with this kind of stuff. If, Mr. Chairman, if I'll be glad to make the motion.
and your motion is?
My motion is to approve the county administrator for the progressive pay increase effective today, I guess, effective today, with the stipulation that any funds that he's received prior to this date be returned back to the county, and that no more addition, no self, what's the word I'm looking for? Help me out here. No thank you. No self-initiated pay raises shall be done ever again by he nor the county attorney.
Does your motion include retroactivity?
No. No, it'll start effective October 1, but not go back to, it's not going to go back to,
His anniversary date is.
it's not going to go back to April.
Effective today, right?
It's not gonna-
Effective today, moving forward, no
Right.
retroactivity.
Right. No,
prorated.
John's is not going back to April. John it'll start today, but it's not retroactive now.
How does it start today if his anniversary's not today?
I guess you get it not till April, right?
It was in April, yeah, that's correct, when it was done. In May, really, but yes.
I'll second that.
So what, the date is in April, when his anniversary is up,
Jennifer gets hers on September 16th, I guess.
right?
He gets his starting effective today, but he won't get it till his anniversary date, in April.
How does that work?
So he,
Somehow,
starting
I'm trying to
today,
figure that
moving
out.
forward for this current year, and then,
You can prorate it.
and then on his anniversary from
Right.
here on out.
Right.
So he does get the money starting today.
Clear.
Is that what your motion is?
No, I'm looking at, we approve it as of today.
Approved?
I guess it'll be, he won't get retroactive pay. He's not going to get back to April. It'll start now, so I guess in April of
Well, then it's not an anniversary. pay.
26, he would only get 50%, or however.
So it's prorated between now and April, it would pick back up with the anniversary date and move forward, but it would come before us for codification and approval.
Correct.
Okay, that's the motion as I understand it.
Yes.
And that was my second.
Yeah, he didn't get anything. The money he's already received, he has to pay it back. The money he's received.
Are you saying it's starting this pay period?
It's just what Commissioner Adams, she said it better than I can.
You said it pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, it's your motion.
That's my motion.
It's your second.
That's my second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Public comment.
You're right, I did forward the opportunity for that discussion.
Thank you. Quick question on this one. What is the threshold for the county administrator to get terminated? I've watched every one of the evaluation meetings. Problem, 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 problem. Now, with this motion, which is interesting, you're saying he doesn't deserve the retroactive raise. That's something to think about. He doesn't deserve the retroactive raise. Something I want to clarify from that great email, he clearly states he will notify the commissioners. However, if you look at the timestamps, he already put in for the raise. He did it before he even thought about notifying the commissioners. It's in writing. Commissioner Ehrman, one thing I got to say that I have a problem with, you say it's never going to happen again on your watch. But you know what will happen? They just won't do email anymore. That's the problem there, sir.
We'll deal with that.
Well,
if we have to.
in light of...
I would hope not.
In light of the public, the media, I'm making a public records request right now in front of you. I would like all communications, whether on personal devices, business devices, whatever, between the county attorney, county administrator, for the last 2 weeks in reference to this topic. Now, here's the fun part about this. If it comes back that it doesn't exist, and in this investigation subpoenas are given, just want to put out there that's a misdemeanor for withholding public records. So I just made a very valid request. But I would like to know, I'd like an answer to this question. What is the threshold where the county administrator has to finally atone for what he's done to this county? Do we have a ceiling? Because as of today, there's no ceiling. Second question I would like an answer to everybody who's going to vote, saying everybody's doing a good job. Is the county going to pay for any kind of criminal defense for either one of those as this investigation accrues? Does anybody want to answer that for the record? Is the county going to pay? Crickets, huh?
Are you saying I'm under criminal investigation?
It came up, like I said earlier, on
Are you
Friday.
saying it?
I'll repeat what I said. On Friday, during a press conference, Sheriff Eric Flowers was asked a question by a member of the media. He replied with, "I will not comment on an ongoing criminal investigation." It's public.
Jeff, let me clear that up for you.
Sure, please.
According to the clerk of the court, who's a former prosecutor and been in touch with the FDLE, it's a preliminary inquiry to see if any criminal activity was there. I wouldn't call it a criminal activity. I would say that sensationalization by the sheriff, and I think it was uncalled for. If there is criminal activity and Mr. Kucinich did something criminal, he gets fired right away.
Okay, but will we pay for any defense during this inquiry?
But he is innocent until proven guilty, and I, as a commissioner, have no reason to believe that he did anything dishonest. Was it not the best decision? No, but it wasn't done in the darkness of night or under the cloak of darkness. It was just a bad call at a bad time. So I put that in my bank. I don't want to see him make any more bad calls. I don't think he will, because as far as I'm concerned, he's a consummate professional. I don't think it'll happen again. That's my take on it. If you want to talk further, we can talk privately.
I appreciate that. I just want to know if this commission, while it's an inquiry, whatever term we're using here, will pay for any kind of legal advice for your 2 employees. Will my tax dollars pay for any type of legal advice?
I would say no, absolutely.
I would say no, absolutely not.
All right.
We don't.
Thank you.
His contract doesn't include criminal defense.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Commissioner. Like I said, everybody, keep in mind, the raise was going through, and it was done in the dark of night. It was done between 8 p.m. and 8:19 a.m. That's time-stamped. And it was already through, and he said he will let you know after he did it. Thank you.
Okay. So the motion and the second, and no further discussion? And all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 3-2 with Vice Chairman Law and myself dissenting. With that, seeing no other business, we do have an opportunity for public comment on any item that's not on the agenda, if you wish to speak. Stayed here for your item. All right. Well, tomorrow, we'll all be convening for the budget workshop at 5:01. The budget hearing, right here at 5:01. 5:01, right here in these chambers. We look forward to seeing you then. Anybody have anything further? Seeing none, this meeting's adjourned.